everyone. Welcome to IntelliJ IDEA Conf 2024. My name is Mala, developer advocate with JetBrains. I'll be your host today and tomorrow, and I'm joined by my colleagues Marit and Marco. Marit?
Hi, I'm Marit. I'm also a developer advocate at JetBrains. Marco?
And I'm Marco Coates. I have a question. What do developers like doing the most, Marit?
So I know that we all love to write code, and some of us might even like to delete code, but mostly I think we love solving problems. What do you think, Mala?
Absolutely. Adding code or deleting code. Everything should lead to problem solving. And to do that, we need to level up our skills. It's about knowing more about things that we know and finding out the things that we do not know. And this is what we are planning to do today and tomorrow at IntelliJ IDEA Conference. So, Marit, what are we talking about at this event?
So before we dive into the schedule for today, let me remind you that we have 7 sessions for you today and tomorrow, so 7 sessions each day. And let me also start off by saying a big thank you to all of our speakers who accepted our invites to speak here today and tomorrow. And of course, our community partners. And also, I want to mention that we are using the hashtag IntelliJ IDEA Conf if you want to tweet about this event or follow along. And finally, last but not least, let me thank all of you, our viewers, for joining us today and for your time and attention. And let's look at the schedule now. Marco?
Yeah, sure. Let's have a quick look at the schedule. I just wanted to say once more, 7 amazing talks today. None of these talks has been pre-recorded. They're all being presented live, right? Just so you know.
Yep.
To run you through it, we're going to start off with Dr. Venkat, who's going to be talking about Java records and how to use them at their maximum potential. Up next, we're going to have a talk on the AI assistant in the IntelliJ IDEA IDEs. What is it? What can it do? How to use it? Given by our own Andrey. Then we welcome back Trisha. She's going to give a talk on developer productivity with IntelliJ IDEA. So tips and tricks that just make your life with IntelliJ so much easier. Up next, a topic that I personally like a lot, or love rather, because at some point everyone has to work with databases, and our own Max will give you a talk about working with databases in IntelliJ IDEA. A bit later, there's going to be the current state of Apache Maven 4 given by Karl Heinz. I think it has been in the works for 10 years or so, so let's see what the current state is. And we're going to have an amazing session, as always, by Josh, who's going to talk about Spring Boot 3.x and the changes, also the changes in Spring Framework 6.x, 6.x. And last but not least, we have Frank, who's going to talk about building your own private GenAI chatbot with Java tools. So these are the 7 amazing sessions. Don't miss them. Just in case, Mala, did I just miss anything?
No, I don't think so. Thank you so much, Marco. Just one thing, these are the talks for today, and tomorrow we have another 7 amazing talks lined up for you. And yes, the housekeeping details. Everyone watching, please use the YouTube chat to ask your questions. Some speakers might take a break and answer your questions. Some prefer to answer the questions at the end of the session. We, the hosts, moderators from JetBrains, will try to answer your questions as you pose them, so keep them coming. And yes, the most important questions. The sessions are being recorded and they will be hosted on IntelliJ IDEA's YouTube channel. So if you haven't already subscribed to our channel, now is the time to do so. And now I think we've covered it all. So Marco, I was waiting for that I guess on that note, I think we have covered all the details that we wanted to. And on that note, let me say bye to the other host for a while. They'll be back as we take turns to host our sessions today. And so let's talk about the keynote today. In the recent years, there seems to be a clear winner when we talk about the favorite recent Java feature. What do you think it is? Okay, no guesses, but I believe, oh yes, we have a clear winner here, records. And this is also the topic of our keynote today, Drum rolls, please, because it's time to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Venkat Subramaniam.
Hey,
Welcome,
Mala.
Venkat. An honor and
It,
a pleasure to have you present with us today. So sorry.
it's great to be here, and also thank you so much for organizing this. That's a lot of work, but I'm delighted that you're all organizing this conference. It's great opportunity for all of us to learn from each other. So thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you so much. The pleasure is all ours. And as session host, we are supposed to introduce our speakers, but I don't think I need to introduce, we need any introduction for you because everyone's watching this Java champion is hard to miss. If you are learning Java for some time, you already might have learned from him at one of the conferences, a user group meeting, read one of his books, and watched one of his videos. So, once again, Venkat, a pleasure to have you present with us today. I quickly wanted to mention one thing. I saw the tweet of yours regarding the setup that you have for your session today. I'd like you to talk about that.
Well, I ended up in a hotel where there's not much of a facility. There's no desk in this room, interesting
My
enough.
God.
So I improvised, pulled things together to build a standing desk. I've tested it for an hour, so it's holding up. You're going to feel a little shakiness when I start typing. Apologize for that, but we have made the best we can to make this happen here on the travel.
Oh my God. Dedication is what we say, we call it. Thank you so much. A quick note about all watching the session. Dr. Venkat would prefer to answer questions as you have them. So keep them coming and do not wait until the end of the session. And now let me add your screen to the stream. I'll be backstage listening to your session and have fun.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mala. Appreciate it. Thanks everyone at JetBrains, and thanks everyone for joining. It's great pleasure to have you all here today. I want to talk about records, but like Mala said, do ask questions, post your comments along the way, and if there are questions that need to be answered right away, Mala would be so kind enough to jump in and ask the questions, and I will respond to them as we go along. So we're not going to take the questions in the end. So please do ask questions anytime you have it, and we'll take care of answering your questions or addressing your comments. I want to talk about records. Records are an interesting feature in Java, but I want to get into a little bit depth here today as well and talk about a few nuances. As I was getting deeper into records, there are a few surprising things I came across, and I want to really talk about those today. And along the way, of course, understand the benefits of records, how we can make use of that as programmers as well. So let's get started. I'm going to do quite a bit of live coding here with examples. That's where the shakiness is going to come in as I start typing on the monitor. So please bear with me as you see the code. Keep your eyes on the code. It becomes easier to watch it than on me. And of course, we'll look at some interesting concepts in the records and how we can make use of them as well. But what are records? In a lot of different languages, we call records as data classes. That's what they are called as. So records really are classes that are focused on really data. So typically in object-oriented programming, we create abstractions. When we create abstractions, we focus on behavior, which is really a good thing to do. We want to focus more on behavior. There's no doubt about it. But irrespective of how well we do that, we really need to still deal with data. So the question is, how do we model the data? Well, we typically model data using classes as well. What if we can separate that out and clearly demarcate as this is a data object? Well, that is exactly what records provide us, is an ability for us to define data. But of course, when we define data, there are certain things we really want to focus on. Not as much behavior, but more of data manipulation and processing. Well, keep in mind, records are not done yet. Records are improving as we speak. There are some interesting features that's coming up in the next few versions of Java as well. But here I'll talk about what we can already do with records in current versions of Java. So let's talk about one of the very first things we can do is we can go from a verbose syntax to something really nice and short. Oh, by the way, if later on you want to take a look at these code, please don't hesitate to download them from my website. You can take a photo of that URL right now, and that way you can look it up later on. Don't rush to look at it right now, but it'll be there. You can take a look at it later on. So let's talk about the verbose syntax to something that can be really sweet and nice. Let's start with a little example right here. So let's say we want to create a little example of an instance we'll start with. So notice we have a little Alcatraz as a location, and I want to go ahead and print out that particular location right here. So the question is, how do we create the location here? Well, traditionally, we would create a class called the location, as you know, and within this, of course, we would start writing a private, if you will. We can say final. I don't want to really modify this location, so I put the word final, which really is an interesting aspect because in Java, at least in the past Java, the defaults were not very safe. I like the final to be the default. That was not the case in the case of Java in the past. So here we're going to say a private double latitude, let's say, so latitude. And we will also create here one more thing. Let's call this as a longitude as well. So there are two different fields we created. But are we done yet? Well, the answer is far from that. You'll create a location, and within this, you will say double lat, maybe a double lon, maybe. And then, of course, we will go about initializing these fields. So we'll say latitude equal to lat, and maybe longitude is equal to lon. And are we done yet? Well, not really. We would create a public, maybe a double get latitude. And in this case, of course, we will say return latitude on this one to return it. And similarly, we would create a double maybe get longitude as well. And in this case, of course, we will return the longitude value. And I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, oh, come on, Venkat, that's not fair. We're not going to be writing all of these things. We would simply define that field and gently right click on it. And before we could blink our eyes, it would vomit the rest of the code. Well, unfortunately, if it vomits the rest of the code, we got to live with that vomit forever, isn't it? Sure, we can use really fancy IDEs. And one of my favorite IDEs, of course, is IntelliJ IDEA, even though I'm not using that right now in this case. But you can use those good IDEs, but I don't want IDEs to fill in the deficiencies to the languages. I want the languages to be mature, and I want IDEs to take us even further to improve our productivity. So in this particular case, we wrote all of that code and maybe a little bit more. But then if you really look at the output, that was really not very useful, isn't it? Unfortunately, though, that is one of the problems here is that the language is not really helping us to write mature code. Well, that was the past. We don't have to endure that anymore. We can simply come down here and say record is a record here rather than a class, and we can say record location, and we can now start removing code rather than adding code right there. So notice we are getting down to the most basics of things, which is really the point I want to make really here is you don't have to rely on an IDE to really get your work done, but an IDE can take you a lot further than this and make you more productive by doing things you would otherwise will do, but make you productive. But these are things you shouldn't be doing, and the language should take care of it, not an IDE or a third-party library. That is really the point in here. So having written this right now, when you run the code, even the output is a lot better, as you can see. So we went from a verbose piece of code to something really concise and nice and short. That's basically what we gained right there. But there are some bonus functions you also can benefit from right away. You saw one already. So you have the toString method that you got. But can you imagine this? Records give you buy one, get 5 free offer. Isn't that really cool to get 5 things free, if you will? So essentially, in this particular case, what you're dealing with here is the compiler is giving you all these functions together, meaning a constructor is given for you already. Similarly, all the getters are given to you. A equals method is given, and similarly, a hash code method as a companion to it is given, and a toString method is given. We already saw the toString method being used right there. But similarly, you can call latitude as a function. That's your getter right there. But you can also say, for example, let's say here is a location. We'll call this as location 1. And let's create a location 2 as well. But this is going to be a different value. Let's go ahead and say. So in this particular case, let's go ahead and say a 142. If I were to output right here, let's say this is dot equals, and if I were to say location 1, like so, you will notice the output is a true. On the other hand, if I ask for a location 2, the output is actually a false, as you can see right there. Well, that's the equals method working for you behind the scene. So you have these 5 things created for you automatically when a record is initialized or created by the compiler. So essentially, the whole idea of this is that you need to write only minimum code to express your ideas, and the compiler does things for you automatically, so you don't have to waste your time and effort. But this is where I'm getting excited about the safe defaults. Records are immutable as they are created. So when you go back to this particular example of the record we just created right here, you're able to output the latitude. As you can see right there, it says 37 is the value. However, if you try to say a latitude is equal to, some value, you want to change it, that doesn't work. You can also not pass that as a data, like it were a function, and to try to change it, you cannot do that as well. That is because the latitude and the longitude are final automatically. So as a result, this becomes really easy and interesting to express your desire to have a data object, but you don't really need to be worrying about making them final because they are final. Well, final, of course, is, effective Java mentioned why we should use finals. Final is less error prone. It's also easier to parallelize the code. It is easier to debug the code. It's easier to reason and maintain the code. There are so many benefits to making things final, while records favor final by default, and that's the way it stays. But you have to be, of course, a bit careful. You shouldn't really focus on working on immutability and take it for granted. Pay attention to what immutability means in this context. The references are immutable. So I'm going to give you a bad example here that you should avoid doing in general. So I'm going to say string builder, and I'm going to say this is a name of a location. I'm going to put a bad idea here. Don't do this. And why is that? We'll see in just a minute. So I'm going to say new string builder, and I'm going to say the rock, like so. Well, that's great so far. We created a rock as the name, but why is this a bad idea? The reason it's a bad idea is you can go back here to this code and you can potentially do the following. You could say dot, let's say name, dot append. I'm going to say oops over here. And as you can see, the name has been modified. So you don't want to really rely on that. So it's your responsibility. So what's the moral of the story? Make sure the components, as they call it, I call it members sometimes, are really, I would say, self-immutable. So you want to make sure that what you pass in is truly immutable. For example, a string is a good choice, and I'm going to call this as a good idea. And of course, in this case, you made it a string. So this would become just a string right there as well. And as a result, you obviously cannot call append on it. You cannot modify the string. So as a result, it is safe to say it is immutable, and that is basically what you are looking at right in there as well. So that is some of the benefits that you see. Oh, yes, please.
So the two questions which I wanted to ask. One is the
Mhm.
obvious one. I think you would have got it multiple times before as well. It's about the comparison of records and Lombok. Why not use that and use records?
Yeah, and this is the same argument about an IDE and a library. So if you rely on an IDE, the problem is not everybody uses the same IDE and maybe
Mhm,
not the same version of an IDE. With a
mhm,
library like Lombok, the problem is you're again giving to a library what a language should be doing. Now, if a library is discontinued, if a library is not maintained, if a library is not updated to a newer version of Java, it can hold you back in terms of evolution. And there are other complications that come with the library as well. And on the other hand, when a feature becomes a feature of a language, it works cohesively with a lot of other features. And as the language keeps improving, records are not in isolation, for example. Records interplay with pattern matching. Records interplay with other concepts and ideas. And now it becomes a hack, isn't it? Because for every feature you want, and you want to mix it with other features, are we going to depend on libraries to support it? And not everybody uses the same libraries as well. So what should be a language feature should be a language feature, not delegated to a library or to a
mhm.
IDE. And that is where this central difference comes in, is where it belongs.
Absolutely makes sense. The other popular question is, why is it moving away from the Java Bean naming convention of get component name and having the just the component name?
Java Bean convention is bogus. Let me put it in simple terms, because the Java Bean convention really did not deliver on what it was intended for. The intention of Java Bean was that you have properties, and the properties can be discovered in a dynamic manner. But that concept never, unfortunately, took root. And all we are doing with
Mhm.
Java Bean convention is adding ceremony of these getters and setters that make it horrible in terms of more boilerplated code that we have to write and maintain. So there is no reason to pretend that something that didn't really work is a good idea to maintain. So that is one of the central themes here, is that we don't really care about that convention as much, because when it was created 28 years ago, there was a different intention. Well, as time moves on, we need to really move forward with what really works really well, and maybe let go of things that didn't really work out, even though that were created originally with good intention.
Thank you so much. I'll move forward with let you move forward with your session.
Great questions. Thanks for those asking those questions as well. I love it. So let's talk about a few more things in here. So we talked about the immutability and the caution with immutability, but as you can see, the final is the default. The way it actually behaves is the way it actually works. I'm going to get rid of that to simplify our example here for a few minutes. So in this case, we can see that the final, the fields, the components, the members are final by the way they are defined. In a similar way, the records are final as well. So for example, if I say class, a special location extends from, let's say, location. So I cannot do this. So if I were to try to do this, notice the error that you get. Constructor location in record location not given, that's great. But notice in the extends, cannot inherit from the final location. Look at the very top line. So what that really means is that without you saying, records are automatically a final class. So that is the beauty of it. Records are final. You cannot inherit from them. You cannot extend them. Not only that, you cannot extend a record from anything. So if you were to go back and say extends even object, for example, example, you will get an error, and the error doesn't tell you what the problem is. It says curly expected, but what it's really saying is you're not supposed to extend your record from anything because records already extend from a Java lang record. So a java.lang.record, you could say, record is already the base, and you cannot even say extends Java lang record. You cannot extend period. They already extended for you, and you are required to just simply use that. So that is basically another restriction, but I call these as restrictions for the good. I love these restrictions, but you can implement interfaces if you really want to. For example, if I were to say, let's say, for example, I have an interface called, let's call it as to.json as an example, and I could say, for example, string, let's say generate JSON right there. Maybe in my application, I will look for various places to generate JSON with and treat it as a common interface. So I can come down here, for instance, and I could simply say the object dot generate JSON maybe. So what I can do here is I can say implements, as you would normally do, to JSON like so. And in this particular case, you can simply ask it to provide the implementation right now. Just to emphasize this, when you try to compile the code, it is complaining interface enum record expected in line number 3. Oh, interface. Yeah, that's a fate. Let's change it as interface. So notice in this particular case, it tells you that you need to override the to.json function. So just a normal way of inheriting, implementing interfaces works here as well. So if I say generate JSON like so, and of course I can say return, and I can use a text block, and we can say formatted, and maybe in this particular case, let's go ahead and say a latitude and longitude as well. And within this, I could simply write a JSON implementation. So we could say, for example, a latitude, and we could simply say, here comes the value, and maybe a longitude, and maybe here comes the value as well. And we can have the generate a lat and long value very easily as a JSON, data, if you will, and you can work through the syntax for that as well as you may please. So that is another example of how you can implement interfaces if you wanted to very easily in this particular case. So life becomes a lot easier for us to work with as well. Well, so far so good. These are some basic, natures of records, but there are some complications that we need to really understand as well. When it comes to complications, we need to be aware of not only the ways to make use of something, we should also be aware of ways in which we shouldn't do certain things. But also things can be a little confusing if we are not careful about how we implement certain things. We can fall into a trap on doing things. And of course, be careful, right? We should never say never is a saying. There are times when we may do things that are not really great, but there are reasons for doing it, and then we refactor to something better. This is another place where I truly believe IDEs can be really helpful. So if you have a traditional class and an IDE can help you to convert that into a record, for example, and promote good practices. Or if you're going to be hand tailoring it and refactoring, there are certain things you want to keep in mind. So for about next 10 minutes or so, let's focus on constructors, but more so the do's and don'ts. And I also want to clarify how certain things behave so we can understand rather than being confused about, my gosh, I don't understand. This seems like a magic. We need to have a better understanding of how things actually work together. Well, the very first thing is don't bother writing a constructor if you don't need to write one. So notice in this example, we are using a constructor. The latitude and the longitude was passed in as the constructor parameters, like here, like we normally use that to create an object that doesn't look any different whatsoever. However, notice we did not write a constructor. And that is because a constructor was written for us automatically. So in this particular case, when you create a record, the good news is a constructor was created for us automatically. So that is the good news. You don't need to do any work. So why would you bother writing any code that is not needed? Well, you may say, gosh, I'm a consultant and I get paid by the number of lines of code I write. Well, I give you that. Then you need to really write it. But in that case, you can simply write comments and get billed for it, right? You're just kidding. But don't write any code that is not required. There is no reason to be writing such code. And so if you don't need to write a constructor, don't bother writing it. So what you wrote is good enough. Be happy with it. However, you may be tempted to write a canonical constructor. So what's a canonical constructor? A canonical constructor is the constructor you would normally expect. In this example, it's a constructor that will allow you to initialize a location with a latitude and a longitude. Why would you typically write a constructor? You write a constructor to initialize data, remove that. That's done for you already. No need to write one. But in addition to it, you write constructors to validate. You want to make sure that data is in a certain state. And if it is not an acceptable data, you want to reject it. So that is one reason why you would use a constructor. Another reason you would typically write a constructor is you want to transform some data. Maybe a user is going to give us a data in one form. You want to transform it to something else potentially. You may want to cleanse data sometimes. You may want to align the data to a certain value or a certain range. Whatever those reasons could be, you might be tempted to write a constructor. My first recommendation is, we'll come to the recommendation in just a minute, but let's talk about a canonical constructor, how we would write it. Let's put a little example here. I want to validate that the range of latitude and the range of longitude is correct. In addition to it, maybe for whatever reason, the business tells us that the latitude should be only 2 decimal places long. Notice this latitude is 3 decimal places, but the latitude should be only 2 decimal places. They want to restrict it as well. How would we write the constructor for that? So we could say over here, location is the constructor, double latitude and double longitude as well, in this case, for example. So you specify those two right in there. Then you can say this dot latitude is equal to math dot, let's say, round, and we can say latitude times 100, and we can divide by 100. So this brings us to a 2 decimal places. And you could also specify this dot longitude is equal to the given longitude. So this is typically a way you would write a constructor. That's your canonical constructor as well. So essentially in this case, what you are doing is receiving those data, cleansing the data, transforming the data, and then just putting it back into the latitude variable. But on the other hand, you could also say if latitude is less than minus 90, or in this particular case, well, it's a latitude basically. So you can say, or the latitude is greater than 90, or you could say the longitude is less than minus 180, or the longitude is, we could say, for example, greater than 180. You could simply maybe check for that condition and say, oh, what do we want to do here? We could say throw new runtime, let's say, exception in this case. And what do we want to say for the exception? Well, we'll simply say out of this world, right? So essentially, we can perform some validations if you like. So if I go back to this code and say new location, oh, let's say a 200.37, and let's say minus 122.4223, and you run the code, what you will notice here is, notice the latitude is 2 decimal places for the first object, And the second instance we created blew up with an example in this case, with an exception rather in this case, with the out of this world. So that is an example of error checking we did. Having said this, my recommendation is please don't do this. And why should we not do this? This is not preferred. So when would we ever do this, right? Remember, never say never. When would you do this? The time you would do this is if you already have a class in your legacy code and you want to convert the class into a record. So as a very first step, which is perfectly fine, as a very first step, you could go take your class and you can change that into a record. That could be a very first step. Then you could start converting incrementally your class to a record. In that interim phase of conversion, it is okay to do this. So except temporarily when you could say when you are refactoring, you could say refactoring an old class, in this particular case, refactoring an old class to a record. So again, that's never say never, right? So don't do this unless if you are refactoring from an old code to a newer record. So a temporary solution is okay. So, but why not? Why shouldn't we do this? That's a very important question to ask. The reason really is these two last lines. Notice you are updating the latitude and updating the longitude. Now, if you run the code, you can see it worked, it ran. If you remove this last line, it won't compile. Notice it says variable longitude might not have been initialized. So it's complaining you're not initializing longitude. Well, every component, every field has to be initialized. That's not dry. That's duplicated effort, isn't it? It can be error prone as well. Why bother with that? Minimally, you want to focus on conveying your ideas. That's a much better way to do rather than having to really focus on simply writing everything like we used to do. So what is a better alternative? This is where this concept, if you will, of the compact constructor comes in. So what's a compact constructor? As the name alludes to, a compact constructor is compact, it's concise, it's really succinct in terms of how you can write it. So in this case, you can remove this part right there, as you can see. So public location curly braces. Hey, what are the parameters the location is going to take? Well, that's given in the constructor already. And where is it? Right there in the top. So you don't have to redo the whole thing. You've specified what your constructor parameters are. So your location is going to take latitude and longitude. That's said already. Why bother repeating it number of times? But then you come back and perform your validations and transformations. So what about a validation? What you are saying is my latitude and longitude must be in a range. If not, I'm going to throw an exception. Great. Let's just start with that alone for a minute and run the code. And you can see the exception in the bottom. So that tells you this kicked in. But what about the latitude? Notice at 3 decimal places, you want to transform to 2 decimal places. What are you going to do? You first get rid of the longitude. You're not touching it. But what about the latitude? You're not going to say this dot. You're going to simply say latitude equal to, and you're going to set the value. Now, this is the part that may be a bit confusing, but it's important for us to understand what we are actually doing. So for this, let me get rid of the exception here so it's a little easier to see the output. So when you run the code, notice the latitude is 2 decimal, not 3 decimal places. If you were to say this dot over here, look carefully at the error that you are getting. It says cannot assign a value to final variable latitude. And this may confuse you to say, I don't understand it. Why is latitude final, it says? Because as we know, in constructors, we can set final values. Aha. So that is the first thing you want to keep in mind. The compact constructor is really not a constructor. So that is the very first revelation we need to really understand. So the compact constructor is not a constructor. Whoa, then what is it? So I want to pause here for a minute and understand what's really going on. So this one is a very nice, concise way for us to transform the data and to perform validation. But the way this works is the following. Notice we are calling the constructor right there. So in this case, you have the call to the constructor, right? So this is what you have on your side. And from here on, we'll simply say call. And from the call, you're going to go all the way to the constructor that you are calling, which is typically what you do. So if you wrote a canonical constructor, you're going to call the canonical constructor right there. So this is the canonical, right? Canonical constructor. You know, whether you wrote it, or they, you could say, did. And as we talked about, it is better that you rely on what they do. You don't want to write it. So they created it is better than you writing it. But irrespective of who wrote it, you have a canonical constructor. But what you have now is right in between those two, right here in the middle comes your compact constructor. So this is the compact constructor that is sitting right in the middle. And like I said, the compact constructor is really not a constructor in the sense of a constructor. So what is the purpose of a compact constructor, you may ask? So here's a way to think about a compact constructor. Think of it as a transformer or a map function. That's what it really is. It's a transformer or a map function. So essentially what a compact constructor does is you are receiving the data from the call. So in this particular example, you are calling this particular constructor right there. So when you do that new location, it is taking these two values and it's feeding those into the compact constructor. What does the compact constructor do? Compact constructor results in data that is going to be returned back. Here is the strangest thing. When you look at this latitude here is not this latitude. It really is a transformed data that is going through here. So you are receiving a latitude and you are returning a latitude. So in this particular example, think of the compact constructor as receives, components. In this particular case, the components, which is the latitude and longitude, and returns transformed components. So basically, if you do transform it, it's going to return it. So that is the mapper or the transformation in between. So if you look at the code with this understanding, look at the code again and see if this begins to make sense now. So here's your compact constructor, which is the preferred thing to write. And what does the compact constructor say? Well, you made the call with the data for us. And here comes the data that we saw, 37.8727 and 122.423 negative. And it says, is the lat and the long in the right range? If not, throw an exception. Hey, that was okay. What do we do now? Then you say, hey, I'm going to transform the given latitude to a newer value, but I'm going to leave the longitude the same exact value. So the net result of this particular call right now is the following. You took the latitude and you transformed it. And here is the newer latitude. Pardon me. And here's the newer latitude. You took the longitude value and you didn't do any transformation, and you simply passed it on. So that is the mapping that you really went through here. So essentially, the purpose of a compact constructor is to act as a transformer. So think about it as a transformer. Your data comes in from the constructor, and you're sending the transform data on the other side, and you're pushing it through. That's basically what you're doing. So hopefully that gives you an idea how that actually works. So the essence over here is, which one should you prefer? My recommendation is you should almost always prefer a compact constructor. So this is what you should be writing almost all the time. The only time, a little window of time when I would say a canonical constructor is accepted is when you're refactoring code manually. If you're using an IDEA to refactor, then you don't have to worry about it. They're going to take care of a good job for you. But if you're manually refactoring it, then you need to make sure that you have the compact constructor temporarily, pardon me, you have a canonical constructor temporarily, and then swiftly move towards replacing it with a compact constructor. What's really nice about a compact constructor is you cannot modify this. You cannot modify the parameter which are a component of an object because it's immutable. And the reason you cannot change it is it's not really a constructor in the sense of a constructor. One last thing about constructors, we saw all this beautiful example of how this works, and I hope this example was helpful to understand how a compact constructor actually works, and we saw that it's actually a transformer. That's what it really is, where it transforms or maps the data over for you. However, having said that, there are times when you might really want to make use of a non-canonical constructor. So what does a non-canonical constructor actually do for you? Non-canonical constructors are constructors that don't conform to the the standard constructor or the most expected constructor for initializing the components or the fields, if you will. So what are we going to do in this particular case? I'm going to do one little thing here just for our purpose. I'm going to say called so we can actually look at it, and you can see that it says called before the constructor is initialized. It's going to call it. We'll leave that for now. We'll come back to it. So now I say public location string, let's say location. That's a non-canonical constructor. It's perfectly okay for you to use a non-canonical constructor. There is nothing wrong with it. There are times you want to provide ease, time you want to provide convenience, you want to be able to do that. So in this particular case, I can say this parentheses, and I can say this is going to be a double, let's say dot parse double, and this is going to be taking in our location dot, let's say split, and I'm going to split this on, what's the value I'm going to split on? A colon, let's say. And once I split it on the colon, let's go ahead and say I want to then take the first value out of it. So that is my very first double value that I'm bringing in, comma, and let's go ahead and say in here is a double dot parse double, and I'm going to say this is on the second one. I'm going to be transforming the data as well, and let's go ahead and close that up right there. Assuming I didn't make any mistakes doing that, we can see how this is going to work. So we can go back here and say output, let's say new location, but this time I'm going to say, well, as a string, let's go ahead and say 34, let's say 34.32 comma minus 121.47, or whatever the value that I want to provide in there, but as a string, and we can run that code. And what does it tell us? Oh, let's see, number exception format right there, just a little brute force code right here. And in this case, we want to take the data and transform it. So parse double, and we want to transform the 0. We want to transform this particular 1 data along the way as well. And let's see if that is actually good data. Let's see where I'm making the mistake in this case. Number format exception for input string. I need to make sure its split is happening properly. Of course, a colon isn't it. I'm forgetting what I'm doing. So when I run the code, you can see that's working also. But did you also notice that your non-canonical constructor is actually calling your canonical constructor, but it's going through your transformer at this point? So just to emphasize this, you can say, here is your constructor call, and it goes through your compact constructor, and then it goes through your canonical, you can say canonical constructor, right? So that's what it does. Similarly, you could say in this particular case, so constructor call, we'll just abbreviate it for a minute. And then you have a non-canonical constructor, right? Canonical constructor. And when you call it, what happens? So your non-canonical constructor is going to also send you a request through the compact constructor and to the canonical constructor after that. So that becomes a sequence. So all the error checking still is valid and is being done for you already. So that is the transformer again, and how we are able to make use of it. So hopefully that gives you an idea how these things can be really used. And that's a little bit of a confusion that I've seen around the way constructors work. But hopefully this demystifies some of these concepts and you understand how this concept actually works. And essentially, you are able to perform this transformation of data rather than mutation of data. So the data you're changing is not part of the object. It's just a transformation through it. That's what you're really doing. Now, I want to spend one last thing in here talking about how the records can be used in one other context. Question or comment, Mala? Would be delighted to.
If you want to cover that topic, I'm good to take the questions later. But if you are good to answer questions now, I could ask them now.
Now was a good time. Now was a good time.
Okay. Okay. So a lot of concerns, questions about, since records do not have a no arguments constructor, which a lot of frameworks do. So a lot of folks are asking, what are the workarounds? Let's say there was one question about working with ORMs. So the ORM classes, they need records and Hibernate and Spring as well. So they're asking your opinion. If they want to use records, how should they work with libraries and framework which require no argument constructors?
So that's going to be a little bit bumpy ride if they insist on a no argument constructor. Some of those libraries may have to evolve to support records in a more cohesive way. That's one answer. But a different answer, this kind of ties it back to the question, why do we want a no argument constructor? The reason we normally want a no argument constructor is we may not initialize all the fields. We may initialize them lazily. We may initialize them partially. With records, remember, records are immutable. So as a result, it doesn't make sense to create a record without any of the data because you don't have the luxury of coming and changing them later. But this is where things are going to evolve a little bit. There's a concept called withers that's being developed right now. And the idea of withers is that you can take a record, but you can say dot with, and you can provide a component and a value, and a with data, a component and a value. So you can incrementally build a record, kind of like using the builder pattern we are all very familiar with. So in that case, what you may do is you may start with the record, and then using the withers, you incrementally keep building it. It is still immutable. You're not modifying a record at the time, but you are simply creating a new record instances. So the answer to the question is, in one part, the libraries will have to evolve. In the other part, we will make use of the withers, and those concepts will come together nicely to make that more cohesive as we move forward, and it will not only feel more natural in the later stages, but it also be much more pleasant, in my opinion, a more clear cut rather than the way we have been doing things, is that you start with some default values and then you build up on that. You can do that. But also keep in mind, you can write a no argument constructor yourself that will become a non-canonical constructor. Nobody says you cannot write one. Keep that in mind, right? So that's not the default. So for example, if I were to go back to this example, make sure the code is still working. It is. But what if I were to say public location right there? Here's my no arg constructor, and I say return new location, just as an example. Let's say 11.21 comma and some value. You got to start with the default that becomes necessary for you to do. So let's say constructor is not canonical. So the first statement, you got to pass this to a canonical constructor. That's the requirement, obviously here. So this, and you can route that through the canonical constructor. So you can still do that. But this itself is meaningless, right? Because you cannot change a record once you create it. That's where the wither comes in. So you can start with the no argument constructor, use some silly defaults that you can start with, combine that with withers, and then you kind of grow your object to what you want it to be using the builder pattern. So you can still do that.
And that makes a lot of sense. And as you mentioned, the libraries must evolve. A lot of libraries we have Jackson, we have a lot of others who have evolved. And by mentioning withers, you've already answered the next couple of questions that I had. So I'll let you move forward with your session. Thank you.
All right. We got 3 minutes. So I want to cover something really quickly in those 3 minutes. And just to give an example of this, I'm going to say over here, let's say I'm going to simulate, let's say, price. And in this particular example, I'm going to take, let's say, a ticker right in here, let's say, and I'm going to say a string, let's say, a ticker, let's say a string ticker. And in this case, I'm going to simply return a math dot, let's say, a round. Let's go ahead and say over here, let's say a math dot random times 1,000, let's say. So a little value, I'm going to return a rounded value in here, but I'm going to start with maybe a tickers is equal to list of, let's just say Goog and AMZN. So let's just start with 2 of them, right? So if I were to use these 2 in here, and I want to say fetch, let's say prices, and pass tickers into it. But the problem is we want to make sure the output is meaningful as well. So here's my fetch, which takes a list of string, let's say tickers. And if I were to do something like this in here, so if I were to say, let's say tickers dot stream dot map, and given a ticker, I want to say, simulate price and send that ticker to it. And then I would say dot for each, and I want to print it, system dot out, and I want to print it. The problem with this approach is that when you look at the output of the code, it's pretty meaningless. Well, wouldn't it be nice to say something useful here? So Java doesn't have tuples, but records double as tuples. So that is one of the nice things about records. So I can say record stock, and I can say string, let's say ticker, and I can say a double price. And guess what? I can quickly write a public string, a toString, and this simply says return string.format. Let's go ahead and say in here, this is going to be the ticker, and this is going to be the price that I'm going to bring in as well right there. So one last thing, we will simply say ticker, and we'll say %s, and let's go ahead and say price, and we'll say $% G. So right there, we created a little record within our function. These are called local records, and they work as a tuple. So the last thing I'll do here is to say new stock and pass the ticker and the simulated price to it. And when you run the code, you readily get a more decent, meaningful output as you can see here. So essentially, records are really tuples as well, and this can make the code really expressive and very easy to work with as well. And that becomes really a nice way, for example, to use the records as a tuple. So if you're like me and you complain, oh, Java doesn't have tuples, the answer is yes, they do, but they're called records now, and you can make use of them as well. As a wrap up, if you are interested in downloading the code examples you saw here, please do so. That's the top link you should see under the downloads page. I just uploaded these code right before this talk. You should be able to see that in that location. And that's all I have. And thank you so much for everyone for joining. Thank you to the wonderful folks at JetBrains to host this and to have me on the program as well. Mala, you've been such a great host. Thank you so much again for all things you do.
Thank you so much, Venkat. That was an amazing session, a detailed part about the constructors. I absolutely loved it. We have tons of questions in the chat, but I'm so sorry. I will not be able to ask them to you because we have to kind of start with the next session. I'm very sorry about that. But again, thank you so much. It was an amazing session. Always a pleasure to learn from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. On that note, let me bring our next host, Marit, to the live stream. Hey,
Hi,
Marit.
Mala.
How are
Hi.
you doing?
Great. Venkat is always an amazing speaker. So we all learn so much again every time.
I was amazed to see the detailed part of the constructors that he covered, the canonical and the compact constructor, and that was amazing. So I'll not take a lot of your time, and I'll drop off and let you begin with your next session. Have fun.
All right. Thanks, Mala. Bye. Hi, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce Andrey Sokolov, who is the AI Assistant Core Team Lead here at JetBrains. There he is. Hi, Andrey. How are you today?
Well, I'm excited because I do some public speaking activity, so it's gonna be like a journey, and I hope it will be interesting for like our listeners. And
I'm sure it will be.
yeah.
So I'm very excited for this session. You're going to show us all about AI, using AI Assistant in IntelliJ IDEA. So I guess I'll just let you get started. And I'll talk to you later. I'll be backstage if you need anything. And otherwise, if everyone who has questions, please ask them in the chat. And I'll join the stream again after Andrey's demo is finished, and we can go through your questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi. Today I'm gonna present AI Assistant plugin. So this is the AI Assistant for software development, which is developed in JetBrains by our nice team. So I have like a question to you. How many of you are using AI assistants, some AI assistants for software development as an everyday help? Please send plus to the chat or something like that. Probably, yeah, we can see it. And also I have another question regarding that, like a bit longer. How often do you feel like when you work on your code? Yeah, thank you. Lots of you, I think, use it already. Some AI assistant for that. So how often do you feel like when you work on your code and you try to understand it and you try to investigate some pieces of it? How often do you feel like you're alone? That you need to somebody to discuss it, to ask for help, to maybe have some second opinion, like maybe from your previous experiences or right now. So please just send, I don't know, yes to the chat if you feel like that's true. So I felt like that a lot previously. So that's like part of the message in this presentation, that I feel like AI assistants in general, they can help you coding. They can help you have a second opinion. They can help you to summarize things. And today I'm going to present a talk regarding that. And here is like a short plan of what are we going to discuss today. So we will go through these topics. Please take a look at them. If you feel like you're interested in some of the topic and you not feel like the topic is not covered enough, feel free to ask questions after that. And let's start from the beginning, like the first function feature of AI assistant, like the chat. So everybody knows, I guess, or most everybody, that like this is a new big thing. The ChatGPT appeared some time ago, and everybody feels like they know that there is a chat interaction when you try to basically know new things or ask things that you're working on. You can use chat. So here you can use chat as well. And basically we can write something like, I don't know, hi. And also we can ask, for example, what Java version is used in this project. And this is pretty simple, I would say. So yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, something code is going on, sorry. So the thing is that we have different chats and we have messages inside it. And basically when we take a look at these messages, we can say that there are like a message from us and a message from the AI assistant. And if we have several messages, for example, 4 of them or 2 of them, we don't send usually the whole message history. We send only part of it because the size of the context that can be accepted by the large language model is limited. So there is like a common technique in the AI assistant that it can accept only part of the context. So usually there is a technique like sliding window technique, which basically takes not the whole history of the chat, but sends on the last several messages of it. So for example, if we send, I don't know, like message 2, it will, and then we can, I don't know, send more messages. We will, on the next, each next message, we will send on the part of the history. So let's take a look at the project LangChain. It's like a Java implementation, a very famous LangChain project. So, for example, we can take a look at this particular implementation of this class and try to somehow investigate it, like what is going on inside it. So there are some methods like add, builder, clear, ensure capacity, find system message, different methods with different purposes. And probably it would be easier if we just take a look at the documentation here from the authors of this class, or also we can ask AI assistant to explain this code. And here it will start generating the explanation. And we can see that it is context aware. So basically, we collected automatically the code which is relevant for this particular class. And this will improve the quality of the response. So it can give us sort of a documentation of what's going on with this class. And it goes from method to method. Let's stop specifically on one of the methods, like add method. This is method which is basically collects add chat message to the collection of messages, and its implementation is not like really hard, but it's not obvious at the same time. So probably also we can see that there are some inspections from IDEA, for example, about duplicate code. But let's try to find some problems regarding this particular implementation. Again, we collect all the context, and let's see what the AI assistant state about this method. So first of all, it states, for example, that there could be a concurrency problem if add method is called several times. Also, there is a very important point to my point of view. Well, I've tried several times before, so I find this point is very interesting, that system message, when we add it to the collection, this method semantically tries to ensure that only one system message exists, which at least debatable if you talk about add method, because we don't expect from add method that for some elements it will ensure that only one system message will present. So for user messages and for AI messages, it's different behavior, but here is like a specific code for it. That's interesting. Actually, we can go to Git history and find specific commit and try to explain it. And the AI assistant will try to explain what's happened in this commit. So basically, it takes the diff and it informs us that in this commit it was added the logic when we add a new message. It looks for existing system message and try to replace it. Okay, then let's go to the body of the method. Here we can see that on the first line, there is a name of the variable messages, which stores the result of the call of method messages. It could be like less generic, right? So probably some naming changes could help in this matter. So let's try to invoke rename and see here that we have 5 options of possible names suggested by IntelliJ IDEA using heuristic methods. But at the same time, like more creative and more insightful names are suggested by AI assistant. So we can, I don't know, randomly pick one or use it like an idea of what is the proper name for this collection. So let's say here we will name it like a message history. Well, still a bit better than before. Well, probably it will increase and it will improve the understanding of the method. Also, I think that we can go back to our charts and, oh no, not this one, but this one, the explanation of the class. We found this explanation in the history. We can see that there are different methods, and they explain somehow we can stop on this particular method and try to document this implementation to save this knowledge for the future. Like how does this method works? How it works? Usually we do something like that, and but here there's like a quick suggestion from AI assistant which allows us to well, help us with this routine task. And it can generate like an description of return object, and also it generates the param description, and we can use it as a starting point. And there is always like an inlay for marking it if you like the option or not. So please don't hesitate to send yes or no if you don't like it, if you try to use it. So yeah, and we can do it for any method. Also, this action is available in the AI assistant pop-up menu. So if you go there is like a write documentation option, and you can invoke it like that, and you will get probably quite a simple but still documentation for the method messages, which basically returns the collection of messages with the ensure capacity call. Okay, so we've added some docs. not sure, like I don't want to leave all of them here. We can safely remove it, for example. And let's go back to the add method. And like we think that there is some specific contract, as I mentioned before. Then if we add the system message, it ensures that it will replace the current system message. And also the implementation is quite complex. Probably it's a good thing to investigate this method using like trying to write more tests for it. Let's use the generate unit tests action. So yeah, while it works, I can say that we can we can't replace the routine work completely. So AI assistant, it just gives you like more options. You can review them. You can understand what is the suggestion from AI assistant and grab the idea, or I don't know, don't use it. So yeah, probably it doesn't work like right now, but I'm not sure. Yeah, probably we need to just restart. Yeah, finally it goes. So it suggested some test. Probably it's not that much. We can, I don't know, try once again and try to generate more tests. Yeah, so basically generate some test cases. I'm not entirely sure like if they are all correct right now, because sometimes test cases, they document some specific behavior. So now for clarity, simplicity, we can just accept all the additions and go there and take a look at what we have here. Well, the code is what the code compiles. Well, there is a problem with formatting, I guess, but it's fine. Also, we can try to run this test. It's like a previous run. Don't be afraid of it. And we can take a look at on results of these tests. And while it runs, we can see that, well, actually, there are some errors in some of the tests that we generated, but it's not a bad thing at all, because either we have a wrong implementation, or the test that is generated, it suggested some logic which could be here, but it doesn't work like that. So probably it's like another reason to revisit the code and think about these things. So basically, we can see that this test it passes. This test it doesn't pass. Well, so for example, here we can see that should not duplicate. Shouldn't add duplicate user messages. It fails because it tries to check that size of the message is 1. But we create chat memory. We have a limit of 3 messages. We create user message. We add it twice, and after that we check that the size is 1. But it's not correct, because if you go back to this class, we can see that this unique behavior of that we can have only one system message is only for system messages. It's not for user messages. So that basically brings our attention to overall non-intuitive way of how this method works. We can also take a look at other cases. So for example, here we add 4 messages to chat memory, and we check that since we set the limit only 3 messages, the result is that we has size of 3. So that's correct. And it doesn't contain the first user message. So the sliding window grabbed only the last 3 messages. Well, ideally we should fix all of these tests. But for now we can just, for simplicity, just to save the results and try to commit them. So let's try to use another feature of AI assistant is the generate commit message. It's it's another like pretty routine task which we do every day. We want to describe our commit messages or commits, but on one hand, sometimes it's really hard to write the really descriptive message because you are tired to commit your changes in the end of the day, stuff like that. And also, it's easy to forget something if you do not atomic commits. So AI assistant can suggest you like a option for commit message. You can review that. You can think like, for example, did you forget something, or probably just reuse this commit message? I mean, accept it and send it like that. So let's try to do that right now. And yeah, we should, I guess, expand it a bit. So basically, we can see that we had some refactoring in chat message handling when we did rename, and here it states somehow. Also, we mentioned that we've added new test cases. So this commit message more or less describes all the changes we've done. Also, one interesting thing, but in the current version of AI Assistant, we also suggest an opportunity to specify, like to change the behavior of how we generate commit messages. So there is another feature, like a prompt library feature. And this particular setting, we can specify the commit message generation prompt. For example, we can write something like, don't use less than, I don't know, 5 words. And also we can add our own chat actions. We can come back to it a bit later, but for now we can just accept this change in the settings. And if we try to regenerate the commit message with this, I would say, a bit artificial instruction, it will follow this instruction still. Well, there's some sort of hallucination, but it's fine. It uses only 4 words to describe a change. Probably for somebody it's enough. But I would say that I wouldn't recommend to use this policy of commit message generation. Still, also we can change the behavior of commit message generation, like specify that it should be generated in your favorite language, for example, I don't know, some other language. So or you can specify some commit generation policy which is common for your project, some convention regarding that, and that basically helps you to on one hand automatically get the description of all changes, and on the other hand make it personalized. And another thing is that in prompt library we also have some custom already defined chat actions, and you can add your own here. So these chat actions, there is like another way of customizing your AI assistant experience. And you can see these chat actions in this menu. So there is like find problems, and these 5 problems could be customized. So, and you chat using selection as well. Oh, my bad. Yeah, let's get back to the plan and take a look what we discussed already. We've seen some chat interaction example for sure. We talked about sliding window. We talk about functionality of explain code and find problems. We tried rename. We used generate test functionality. Oh, we didn't do that yet, so it's a nice opportunity to do that. In the chat, since our chat is context aware of your project, you can just type here something like that, and well, it will get the local changes and write the review before you commit. So that's basically a good thing, because sometimes large language model can spot things that are, for example, semantically odd, and that's great. I had an example from my recent activity that reviewed my local changes, and it actually take a look at the method and realized that the method that is written in Java and that didn't have like an annotation, it can actually return null at some point. And I use this method in Kotlin, and I didn't see like I didn't cover this case. So that was like a great finding, and then it was done automatically. So I basically fixed this problem before I get the exception from production. Yeah. So also, apart from that, there is another nice thing that like runtime error explanation. I want to cover it on some artificial example right now, but the idea of it is pretty simple. So if we go to this method, to add method, okay, this particular that we edited recently, we can try to just artificially create the exception. So let's comment this code, and I don't know, try. Yeah, was the completion, by the way. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, actually, sometimes I feel like new. Yeah, I write in Java. So if we do it like that, after that we can go here and try to invoke particular test. Yeah, maybe not assertion error, but I know. Actually, there is like a problem. I've disabled some inlays, so basically there was like a button to explain the exception. We can, I guess, go to the back to the settings. Sorry for that. Just I don't know. Probably it will fix the problem. If not, I'm just like well, I think it's sort of like a demo effect. Yeah, for some reason I don't see this button right now. Okay, sorry for that. So yeah, but there is. I think I will find a way to reproduce this particular functionality, but right now I feel like I'm a bit in a rush of demo, and honestly, I just prefer to skip it right now. So apart from that, I think I covered most of the cases, most of the things from the plan. So probably it's better to switch to the Q&A session. So if you have like questions, I'm glad to answer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, Andrey. Thank you so much for this demo. There have been lots of questions in the chat already, and our moderators have been answering a lot of them. But let me pull up some questions I thought were interesting. Let me find them quickly. So a comment that was interesting, I thought, was it would be great if AI could generate parameterized tests. So I know that in the generate tests, we can also specify additional prompts to ask for specific types of tests or whatnot. I don't know if you've tried generating parameterized tests yet.
Well, I think that we are working on. What do you mean by parameterized tests? Sorry, can you
So
repeat it
in
one more time?
JUnit, it's possible to write parameterized tests where basically you specify a list of inputs that you can run the test with. So you can run it with a set of different inputs, but run the same test. So it's a type of test that you can write in JUnit. And someone mentioned it would be interesting if we could use generate unit tests to also generate parameterized tests.
Yeah, it seems to me that it's sort of like a generative work. So it would be like I think that we can create a separate blog post regarding that, like how we can do that, because there is no like a separate action generate parameterized test yet. But it seems to me like it's sort of generative work, and it could be handled by large language model somehow.
Yes, or I'm thinking it could also be something that you then specify on top of the tests that you've generated. So you narrow down your prompt, or you provide more information in your prompt to get a more specific result if that's what you're looking for. Okay, so let me look for some other. There was another comment about tests saying, can AI fix tests if logic will change, or would we need to regenerate them every time? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it since we had the like as I've shown my demo, when we pass the code via AI actions to the chat, we collect context, right? So if we use some class in the test which we are trying to test, it will collect the declaration, and at least we will collect automatically the current state of the class and the current test. So after some, reasoning with the chat model, probably it would be like possible to tell, for example, this test is not working anymore. Probably using like explain local changes or some other features like that. We can ask model to explain why this test doesn't work anymore, or we can just spot directly if there is like a meaningful exception or assertion in this test. We can ask chat to elaborate on that, and there is like a good chance that it will find the answer, like what exactly caused this change of behavior.
Yeah. So in case of a failing test, we can ask AI to explain the failing test, or in case we make changes to the code, we can also select that code and ask the chat to explain the changes, or maybe look at which tests need to be updated, or how to test that code and then replace the original test with that. Let's see. There were lots of questions about what kind of data is uploaded when we send our questions. So you showed that we can see which files are part of the context. Is this something you can elaborate on a bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, there is like I can share my screen again, I guess, but there is actually different ways of how we can learn what actually is uploaded. It's usually it's some context around the code. There is an action in the chat that allows you to collect the dump. Sorry?
Let's add your screen to the stream again.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So basically we can, yeah, sorry, I just didn't start the streaming. Basically there is like an action which allows you to create a dump of the chat, and you can absorb all needed information here. Well, sorry for that, but yeah, you can see what kind of class sent here, what also the what pieces of code. Also, there is like a another feature which allows you to analyze IE assistant request log. We are still working on that feature, but basically you can. It's like in a beta stage right now, I would say, but still we have a log of what pieces of code we sent here, and you can try to examine it. Yeah, so, but in general, there is like a some smartness of the chat, so it collects the context of the code you sent. Also, it can access to your APIs inside IDEA, but you can always inspect what was sent in dump chat action. So if you feel like I don't know, some are not for share, you can just disable assistant for this particular project, for example. And we are also working on the ways of limiting parts of the files. Like, for example, don't share a specific folder in the project. This will be supported in the future.
That's great. That's great. There were some people who were wondering about working in environments where they can't share their code. And it was also mentioned in the chat that we will work on an on-premises model in the future. So for those of you who are in air-gapped environments or not allowed to send code over the internet, this is something that we're working on. Let me find some more questions. Does AI-generated code comply with SonarLint?
Oh, that's a great question. Originally, no. I would explain actually why, because we want to proceed with the response as soon as possible. But at the same time, it seems like it's really reasonable to use linters like internal IntelliJ like inspection tools and SonarLint and stuff like that to increase the quality of the response. So we'll added. For now, if you just like try to imagine that, you get the response from AI. You try to apply it logical way. For some actions, it's obvious, like okay, almost none of the actions it's obvious how to do. But for example, you start the conversation in the chat, and you want to use some inspection tools to check the output. And for some inspections, it's more or less easy, like I don't know, naming conventions. For some, it's a bit harder because you need some sort of resolve around the project, and you basically need to provide the feedback to the model, like this prompting technique. When you get the response, provide feedback, it will try to improve the result. And sometimes it can take some time. So I wouldn't say that we have like a production-ready default behavior for it right now. But yes, that's definitely the direction that we should consider in the future.
Awesome, thanks. So then Rick Gladwin asks, without prompts from the spec, it's like TDD in reverse. So as you showed, you have code and then you generate the tests. Is there a way to give the AI requirements for the code and have it generate working tests based on those requirements?
Well, if it's like a natural language description of tests, that's definitely basically possible because it's like regular chat works. You would describe the requirements, what do you want to get, and you can also elaborate on it. So there is, if it's requirements, that's definitely possible. So it seems to me that combining like parts of the code of your project and your description and providing feedback, like do the conversation itself with the model, you can get like really impressive results in terms of test generation, but we don't like have a streamlined approach for it right now. So now we are covering the case when we generate unit tests for implementation, but not vice versa. So yeah, definitely worth to consider as well.
Awesome, thanks. Let me see. Michael, I hope I'm saying that right. I'm sorry if not. Says, can AI Assistant do refactoring suggestions for multiple files or Java modules, like extraction of generic logic?
So when we have a refactor, I don't know if it's, but by the way, it's sort of technical question. If it's, is it fine if I start sharing screen and then stop sharing it? Is it like convenient for you guys or not? I can share. Okay. So probably I will just like, okay, sure. No problem. So I will start sharing once again, and will not stop it anymore. So if you go, for example, here, we know that for different actions we collect, for different chat actions we collect context, and there is like a suggest refactoring tool which tries to do that, analyzing the usages of the code around the project. But still, I think that the thing that they are looking for is a bit more complex, because if the class has like a lot of usages around the project, it could happen that the context is not enough. And also the bigger context become the high probability that the refactoring suggestions wouldn't be that nice, because of like how language-to-language models works in general. And we are working as well on the like idea of recalling IntelliJ famous refactorings based on the ideas from AI Assistant. But like for now, I would say that refactoring suggestions are more like about a local small refactoring. So we consider several classes, but if you want to do some API solid refactoring when you, I don't know, rework half of the project, that will not do, I guess. It will generate some ideas, but we will improve in this direction as well. So ideally, it should work like in a several requests as much as we need. And also it should call the tools from IntelliJ to verify the results on this bigger context scale, because on the small context scale it's fine, it can do it by itself in most cases, but on the bigger scale it's better to use verified tools for that.
Okay, thanks. Let me see. Can AI Assistant generate commits by context, like detect changes which belong together? And I think the same person also asks something like, if I have multiple changes, and can AI Assistant split them into different commits for me?
I think that this is a great opportunity to grab some ideas from you folks. So yeah, we don't have it right now. I think it's a gorgeous idea, to be honest, because like sometimes you just, you know, you have some inspiration and you find yourself how to say it, like you've changed 100 files already, and now you need to do all this nice work in which you decompose this change list and small commits, and the assistant could help in this case. But for now, I mean, ideally it could help, but for now we don't have this specific functionality. Yeah.
I see a way that maybe we can use it with the existing functionality. If, for example, we do your review local changes, which will show what changes you have. And then, of course, you still have to do the thinking of how to split that into different commits. Or you could ask in the chat maybe to suggest grouped commits or something. Overall, the more specific your question and the more details you feed the chat, the better the results are going to be. Another interesting question from Yilmaz. Will it have chat using speech mode in the future? Is that something that you're working on?
Well, it seems that we can use to me, it seems that you can use some voice assistant from your operation system at one hand, but at the same time, it's to me it seems that voice assistant in software development in the context of the project is a thing that could be addressed in much better way. It could be context aware of the code. It could auto-correct itself based on the class names you have in the project. So it's not like an easy feature. You can just, okay, probably you can just add the button that do the speech recognition and type. We are thinking about that direction, but we like in a more complex manner. But yeah, in the future, I think that there is like a big chance that it will appear.
Okay, thanks. Then we have a question from Semi. When it analyzes the code to generate a commit message, does it keep the analyzed code and can it be used for private repos? I'm not exactly sure what this question means. There have been some questions about whether the code that is sent is used for training other code or other models.
Well, as far as I know, well, we have like a terms of usages. My colleague can help with that, but in general, we don't we don't use for training purposes the code you send to us. That's for sure. And you will find like a more detailed description of that, and I don't know, probably somebody can help with the link from our team.
Yes.
But yeah, the short answer is no.
I'm sure it's been posted in the chat, but it's been very difficult to keep up with both your presentation and all of the comments and discussions. So currently there's a discussion going on where someone said AI assistant is going to make all of us unemployed. Do you have any personal opinions on that?
No, I think that it will make us more effective. Like before, compilers made us more effective compared to writing plain assembler code or something like that. Or I don't know, review tools made us more effective compared to sending patch to each other or not. I don't know, but at least it's some another tool to use it. So I think that just streamlining routine tasks, you have an opportunity to process more information, let's say per second, right? And I wouldn't say that it directly increases your effectiveness in many cases. I wouldn't say like if you type faster with completion, you will become twice more productive. It's not correct in many cases. In some cases that's correct, but like, yeah. But I think it's a tool which gives you like, it unleash more power to what you can do basically. It helps you to avoid mistakes. It can review your changes and, I don't know, inform you that you are not right, even if the static analysis did it. And if it even a false idea from AI assistant that the code is not correct, you can just review it once again and ensure that this is the case. So don't think that AI assistant, I mean, in general, like AI tools, they can replace you completely because they are 100% correct, at least at current stage. But if you use it like an instrument, you will become more effective. Of course, you will not know, like you have always somebody to ask and to get the response.
Yeah, and I'm thinking we also will need to maintain all of the code that we generate using AI Assistant. And I think there will still be work for us yet. So there's another question that was asked by De Koenig. He says, or he or she, I can't tell, says, I tried AI Assistant and really did not like the way it refactored the code. For example, when I wanted to change only one method, Assistant rewrote the whole class. Are new versions different, or maybe there's a different way to do it if you want to only rewrite part of the class?
Oh, I think that since refactoring action, at least in the current user UI solution, it runs the chat. You can always get the feedback to the chat model and say, don't want to rewrite the class. I want to focus on this particular method. To me, it seems that I use refactoring suggestions often for just decomposing the method. So I'm not sure what will happen right now. Yeah, but it seems to me that if you run refactoring suggestion for this particular method, well, let's do that. After well, first of all, I suggest to use extract method refactoring. To me, it seems like the most obvious refactoring to do, because it's basically decompose the code in logical parts. It's what like a generic. And we can actually see diff of that and see what is the suggestion here. It just extract the part of the method in the separate method, and that didn't touch the whole class. But, well, I think you can imagine the case in which you can't just refactor the whole method. Sometimes like the code itself is like beyond repair on one method, and that can happen that large language model starts to suggest you to change the whole class. So what can I say? It's still like an open discussion, like when you discuss refactoring in the chat. So if you feel like you're not satisfied, you can just type the suggestion, like don't refactor this particular method, or refactor the whole class, or vice versa. And since we collect the context, I mean, of course, there are some limitations. Context is limited in size, but it's aware that this method is not like it's not like in space. It's surrounded by other pieces of code that's related to it. So just try to talk more, and probably you will get better response. And also, it's all about prompting techniques still. So sometimes it's not really easy to make large language model to respond, but we are trying to help you with that.
And I think a similar question is, can AI Assistant comply with code styles and check styles? So that would also be something to specify in a prompt, or ask to comply to a specific style, for example, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think that for now you can write a separate markdown file and write your like code styles here, and when you review the code, you can mention this file specifically, and chat will find it and try to reuse instructions from it. Also, we're gonna have like a special feature of mentioning files directly, so you will be 100% sure that this particular code style file will be used and others will not be used because model project, for example. But like in general, when you type something like that, I don't know. Well, I didn't prepare it, but if you type something like that, what is LAND file about? I hope it will work right now. Yeah, so it should find the file, and it will like, well, basically this file is not really smart, so it just enumerates the points here. But if you combine it, like review local changes using this file, it will find local changes, find this file, and try to, unite them. So there is no like direct way right now to reuse code styles, because like code styles could be specified in the settings in the README file. But yeah, it's definitely one of the things that should be considered. I would say that somehow it falls in the categories of using linters in the AI responses.
So I've also seen people who write prompts like, "Can you write this in the style of?" or something like that might help, I guess, as well. So another interesting question from Rahul: can we get Fleet-like support for generating code in the file?
Oh, there is one already. We are working on improving of that. But well, it's if you do something like that, you can try to ask AI to generate code. I would say that it becomes more stable right now, but the use cases fit a bit like I'm not like entirely sure what we'll get here right now in this particular file, but there is like a way of calling this AI, ask AI to generate code action here, and you can experiment on that.
Yep. And I know that we have, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
So I know we also have full line code completion currently in the editor, which technically isn't part of AI Assistant, but it is the feature that's that maybe you're looking for, Rahul.
Yeah. Also, we have completion from AI Assistant, so we have like experimental setting for enabling completion everywhere. Now we support some languages like out of the box for block completion, but also there is a way to invoke completion in basically any file. So I just use the hotkey here, and well, the suggestion itself is not really smart again, or maybe it is. I don't know. It's my plan of presentation. It suggests to add some screenshots. Why not? Actually.
If you were not doing this as a demo, then that would be a good suggestion for a document explaining this functionality. So,
yeah. Cool.
Okay, a question that I'm personally interested in because I love using Git. Can AI improve merge conflict resolving, especially while rebasing when commits have to move back and forth?
Yeah, we're working on that.
Cool.
I think that's the thing that should be considered now. I mean, if you like try to imagine how many ideas, like nice ideas I got from you, just for like this half of an hour, you can imagine that sometimes it's really hard to prioritize. But we have this in our strategic roadmap for the future. So
yep.
Yeah, we're aware of this feature, and like it's really nice suggestion. It's one more feature, I would say. So yeah.
Yeah, I've heard some excellent suggestions. So thanks everyone for putting your questions and suggestions in the chat. Let me quickly see if we have any more pressing questions. Yes. David is asking, can the AI assistant help with issues of external libraries, such as Apache POI, for example? So from working with a particular library, can AI assistant help me on how to work with that library?
Well, large language model itself is usually more or less aware of the famous libraries, and the Apache libraries should be kind of famous. So also, if you have like your own internal library, like home cooked library, probably context collection or search functions that I've shown in the chat will be a good starting point on like adding your library to the context of the AI actions. Still, it seems that we have we have a huge room of improvement on that, but in general, like if it's well-known library, large language models know it out of the box. And if it's like some custom small library or I don't know private library, this knowledge could be brought to the request by context collection techniques.
Okay. So I guess it's similar to using Stack Overflow. If you're asking questions on libraries that are known, you will be able to find answers on Stack Overflow or get answers on Stack Overflow. If it's a internal application or framework that you're using, it becomes more difficult to get information on that. You'll have to ask on your internal Slack or whatever. Final question, is there a plan to allow chat to invoke code editor or editor refactorings?
What do you mean by editor refactorings? Like quick actions or just to refactor this? So, for example, we have this like very big menu right here. If we talk about this is basically how refactor this action of AI assistant should be improved. we should use all these tools to do that in the deterministic and also bug-free way of doing it. But like in general, also there's another thing that if we allow AI to do some, let's say, right actions without any additional specific permission, it could be like a mess. So we need like sort of either clear ways of confirmation that we're gonna change the code, like we do here. For example, if we go to one of the chat, we have some actions to copy code at the caret, but we don't copy the code at the caret from the chat directly unless you confirm it. So you need to. So it's sort of like user experience task, how to manage the suggestion of editing the code, like when it's like a complex scenario from terms of interface. So yeah, I think it would be great addition, and we have again we have some research and development directions in this. I mean, we have some research and development in this direction. But yeah, I'm not like I can't be specific right now.
Okay. Well, anyway, it's the end of our time. So thank you so much, Andrey, for your demo and answering all of the questions. And of course, everyone who was in the chat, having discussions, asking questions. Thank you so much for joining. So I'll say goodbye to you now, Andrey, and thank you so much again.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure for me to present it. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And then let's add our next host to the stream. Hi, Mala.
Hey, Mari, that was a bunch of questions and answers that you did. Oh, it was amazing. And amazing ideas, I would say.
Yes, thank you, everyone, for your great suggestions. So now we have a whole backlog of stuff to work on, I guess.
Yes.
So I'll let you get on with the next session, and I'll see you again later, Mala.
Thank you so much. So for the next session, we are talking about improving developer productivity. Oh my God, I'm nervous now. With Trisha Ji. So now let me add our speaker to the stream. Hey, Trisha.
Hello.
It's so good to see you here. Seems like our old times when we used to have our meetings, but yes, they were not broadcasted.
Thank goodness for that.
Yes.
No, it's good to be back. Thank you very much for having me back. I wasn't sure you'd ever have me back on the stream.
It's a pleasure to have us with us. And of course, you are good to come here anytime that you want. You don't have to wait for an invitation. So the hosts are supposed to introduce the speakers, but I don't think we need any introduction for you, especially on this channel. Trisha is a very well-known Java champion, author, presenter, speaker, and a bunch of other things. Most of all, she's an amazing, amazing person.
Oh, you are lovely. You make me feel all warm and fuzzy.
Okay, so before I let you move forward with your presentation, Trisha, I have one quick question, because in your talk, you make a distinction about being productive and overworked and being joyful and productive. So when did you first learn about this? When was the realization point for you?
I think some of it comes from the opposite direction. In some of my early days as a developer, I was bored and underproductive. And I found that very frustrating, because I'm like, I like coding and I like creating applications, and presumably the organization who pays me money wants me to do that. But I found that there was a lot of things that kind of get in the way of being productive. So that's one of the things I kind of channel when I talk about developer productivity, because there's lots of things that stop us being productive. And then fast forward to when I was working in London at Financial Exchange and pair programming. That's when I really got to know IntelliJ IDEA really well. And that's when I felt so good about my job. I felt like I'm productive, I'm learning, I am growing as an individual, I'm delivering stuff. Like everything just worked really well together. It just kind of, the value I add to the company was also getting value myself. My day job was good, and I was growing and expanding and stuff. So that was like one of my perfect development experiences. And then one of the mistakes I made a bit later on in my career is taking that feeling of producing and assuming that if I produce more, I will be more satisfied and more happy and more everything. And I got very good. I got very good at producing a lot of stuff and being very efficient and cramming out all of the free time and just being about producing. But that's what leads to burnout, because you're focused on the producing part of productivity. And one of the things I want to talk about in this talk in particular, but generally with developer productivity, is that feeling productive is not the same as producing a lot of stuff. There are lots of nuances to what it means to be a productive developer, because if we produce a lot and we burn out, then we're useless to everybody.
Yes, absolutely. And finding joy in things that we do, I think that's one of the best ways to be joyful and productive. I know you're really passionate about this topic, and I will not take much of your time now. I'll be backstage listening. So whenever you need me, just call out my name. And with that, let me add your screen to the stream. Here we are, and have fun.
Thank you. So yes, it's so good to be back on an IntelliJ IDEA live stream once again. It feels like home. And yes, so today I'm going to talk about developer productivity. Oh, you know what? I've shared my screen, but I have not started the slides. I am a professional, I promise. So today I want to talk about developer productivity with IntelliJ IDEA. One of the nice things about this presentation is I get to talk about two things that really interest me and that I'm very passionate about. One is IntelliJ IDEA, and as Mala mentioned, probably a lot of people on the stream right now are aware that I've spoken a lot about IntelliJ IDEA when I worked for JetBrains. I worked for them for like 7 years. I've done a whole bunch of stuff with IntelliJ IDEA. I know it, I love it, and I'm passionate about helping people get better with it. Now I work for Gradle, and one of the things that we're doing at Gradle is talking a lot about developer productivity. And I realized that one of the reasons I was so passionate about IntelliJ IDEA is because I love the way it enables my productivity as a developer. I love the way it helps me get in the flow and be good at my job. And so that's one of the reasons why I joined Gradle. I get to carry on talking about something I've been talking about for a while, which is how to be productive and what it means to be productive. So in this talk, I get to marry those two things together and talk about developer productivity with IntelliJ IDEA. Now, if you follow me on Twitter, you've probably already seen that there's a lot I would quite like to cover in this talk. I only have an hour. There may be time for questions at the end, or it may be that Mala yanks me off at the end and goes, that's it, off the stream. That's far too much information. So I'm hoping to kind of cram the most useful tips at the beginning, and then maybe you have to cut me off at the end. So beware. So yes, so I'm Trisha, I work for Gradle, talking about developer productivity with IntelliJ IDEA. We are going to do some live demos, of course, because that's what I do. Let's start simple. Let's start straightforward. You probably have already seen this demo, but let's do it anyway, because it's a good sample of how IntelliJ IDEA helps you create code quickly. We're going to start with a new project. The new project window is like, the new project wizard is so streamlined that you hardly have to do anything. I'm going to call this productivity because it's a really easy word to spell. Java, Gradle, of course, it's a Gradle project. Let's create that. Of course, Mac opens this on the wrong, oh my goodness. Now, live demos, aren't they great? Where's my thing gone? It's gone all over the place. I've lost all of my everythings and I can't get to my top window. And I've got so much to get through and it's just slowing down straight away. Great. So I have a new IntelliJ IDEA project called Productivity. It's right, dock that back in there. Thank you. Straightforward Java project, the way you expect. I am going to create I'm going to create a new class. I'm going to, have I got it on the clipboard? Yes. So create a new class with the package name, and it will create all the right directories for me with the correct package name and the correct class name. I'm going to use live templates to create a new main method. Mala taught me this trick. I used to use public static void main as the live template for this, but she said you can actually just use main, which is easier to type, and then use system out, and then type hello, and then use keyboard shortcuts to run that, and then it all runs and it prints out hello. So very quickly, I have a Hello World application with all of the associated directories and so forth. It even created a Git repo for me, so I can actually commit this straight away, call it initial commit, and I'm good to go. So not only have I created a Hello World app, but I've also created a more realistic development environment, if you like, and I can even go straight ahead and share project on GitHub. I'm going to create a repository called productivity, share that. I hope that I haven't already used that. And there we go. And it's shared, it's available straight away. I'm going to drag that over here. And so IntelliJ IDEA has allowed me to create very quickly a Hello World application, which I can share straight away on GitHub. So it's not just a case of typing hello on the command line, it's a fully working application. So that leads to, sorry, alt tabbing everywhere. I have so much to get through, which means I can't remember anything. Hello World. Hello World is easy. Hello World has been done 100,000 million times, but it is a demonstration of how to create a bunch of code. And the question is, was I actually productive? Is this what productivity is? Writing lines of code, creating projects, like churning stuff out, like I mentioned in the introduction with Mala. IntelliJ IDEA does have a productivity guide, which you can get to from the help menu. I will add, there's a link at the end of this talk where that link will take you to a page with links to things like the productivity guide and a lot of the features that we talk about. So look for that at the end. The productivity guide will tell you things like code completion has saved you from typing at least 17,000 characters, saving me 141 characters per day, which doesn't sound like very much actually. Quick fixes have saved you from 722 possible bugs since 2021, which has saved me possible 6 bugs a day, which is amazing since A, that's my other laptop that I don't use very often, and B, I'm not a full-time developer. So from these stats, it looks like IntelliJ IDEA is indeed helping me be productive. But you already saw in the last talk, I didn't see the full talk, I must admit, because I was busy prepping. But the big ticket item in 2024 is AI for productivity. So I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't use AI at least a little bit. So let's close this because I do not want this. So let's see if AI will help me to be even more productive. Let's use the AI assistant. Say, please, because you want to talk to the robots nicely, write me a Java Hello World application with in this package. My code completion, what's it called? Presentation assistant keeps popping over the top, which is not very helpful. So I can even get the AI assistant to generate that whole thing for me instead of having to type the few things I typed. I didn't type very much anyway, did I? Because I typed main and I typed S out. But you could argue that maybe I use even fewer characters to create this. And if we copy it and we compare it with what I did, with clipboard, then it's basically the same thing that I wrote. So AI could be a good way to be even more productive by these sorts of measurements of productivity if we're doing simple-ish or straightforward-ish, well-known problem solving like Hello World. I actually did say to it, can you create me the whole project? Can you create me the IntelliJ IDEA project and everything? And it was like, no, I can't do that. But I can give you the steps so that you can do that yourself. So in answer to one of the questions in the previous session, I still think there's probably need for humans at some point in the tool chain. Right. I apologize. I'm talking very quickly because I've got a lot to get through. So you might have to watch this back on YouTube at like half speed later on. It still begs the question of, is this productivity? Is this what we mean when we talk about developer productivity? Mala and I just had a conversation about what is the difference between productivity, burning out, and developer joy? Recently, people have been talking about the SPACE framework, which is one way to look at developer productivity, different facets to measure to figure out overall what developer productivity looks like. And the SPACE framework talks about satisfaction and well-being, performance, by which it means like outcomes, like quality and the impact on users and customers and so forth, activity, communication and collaboration, efficiency and flow. Traditionally, we have measured developer performance probably mostly in this category of activity. By activity, we mean things like lines of code, commits, frequency of commit, time to resolve pull requests, that kind of thing, those sorts of measurements. The reason being that those things are kind of easy to measure. We can measure things like number of bugs fixed. But if it's easy to measure, it's actually also easy to game. And so if we are measured by lines of code, then we will write more lines of code. And if we're measured by number of bugs fixed, well, there's an easy way to increase the number of bugs we fix, which is put more bugs in the first place. So this is not a great way of measuring developer productivity, at least not on its own, which is why SPACE talks about using some of these other facets as well as activity. Now, as a developer and developer advocate, the areas I'm most interested in are satisfaction and well-being, specifically mine, and communication and collaboration, because the collaboration bit is kind of an interesting, in my opinion, underrepresented part of our job. Collaborating with the business. What do you want? Which problems are you trying to solve? Collaborating with testers. What is it that I've done wrong? Which bugs have I not thought of? Which edge cases should I be looking for? So collaborating is, I mean, software is a team sport, and collaboration between developers and between different parts of the organization are what makes great software. And flow. Flow is the thing that really I enjoy as a developer, being in the state of flow, creating code. That's why I became a programmer in the first place. It's wonderful to sit at the computer, sort of communing with the computer, getting it to do what you tell it to, or when it doesn't do what you tell it to do, fixing that problem and getting that sort of endorphin rush of, hey, I got it to do what I want. In my last presentation at IntelliJ IDEA Conf, I really tried to demo flow in IntelliJ IDEA, and it's just an intrinsically difficult thing to demonstrate because you cannot possibly be in the state of flow whilst you're also presenting to 1,000 people on a live stream on YouTube. It's just physically impossible to do that. So what I want to do for the next 45 minutes of this presentation is to demonstrate cool features in IntelliJ IDEA, like usual. I want you to have a think about how some of those features might relate back to these aspects of satisfaction and collaboration and flow. And yeah, and hopefully also pick up some tips and tricks on how to be more productive using IntelliJ IDEA. The first sort of the first demo I want to go through is writing code. We already looked at Hello World, and Hello World is great and fine and all the rest of it. I want to do a demo which is a bit closer to the way that I actually write code when I'm writing real code. It's still a bit of a noddy example because, you know, it's demo code, which you know, by its very definition is not complicated or difficult. So let's start by creating a new test. I do like to write my tests first. This is not just a thing that I do in demos to say that everyone should write their tests first. I just find that by writing my test first, I can reason more around what's the behavior I expect to see. But also, I find that IntelliJ IDEA is really helpful for when you write tests first because it helps you to drive out the code that you want to write. So let's write a test. I do not need that. I can use Command N to generate a test method if I want to. I'm not going to do that. I prefer my tests to look a specific shape. So I have a live template for creating my own shape test. So square should have 4 sides. I'm going to create a new square. As you've already seen, the keyboard shortcuts are going to pop up at the bottom. I don't intend to mention every single keyboard shortcut. Alt-Enter, she said, mentioning a keyboard shortcut. Alt-Enter to create the square class. I will want it to be in the production code root, not in the test root. IntelliJ IDEA does the absolute bare minimum to get my code to compile. I want to assign this to a variable. There are at least 3 different ways of doing this. Pick one. You don't have to do all 3, but I'm going to show you 3. You can use Alt-Enter to do introduce local variable. In more recent versions of IntelliJ IDEA, there's now a preview for what this means, which is quite nice because it means that when you click on it, then you know what it is you're going to get. So I could introduce a local variable. Or my personal preference is to extract a variable. It's just something I've been doing since IntelliJ 11 or something, or probably even earlier. And so that's just kind of how I do it. And the other thing, which is a really lovely way of doing it, is postfix completion. So you can type var. I want to talk a little bit about postfix completion. If you press dot, obviously you have access to all the methods on the object. If you scroll up, you can see all of these things with this icon here. And these are like little tiny mini templates that you can use with the code which comes before the dot. So var will create a variable out of the square. But one of the things I use it a lot for is cast, because that does all the messing around, putting parameters in the right places and putting the cursor right back at the beginning where I can cast this thing. I mean, casting is sometimes a sign of a smell, but sometimes it's unavoidable. So postfix completion is lovely, and that's one way of assigning a variable. Now I can see that my, I like to think in terms of given, when, and then, but this is actually the when. So I'm going to stick that down there. Some of these editor shortcuts like delete line and move line up and down, these are some of my favorite features of IntelliJ IDEA that I miss in pretty much any other piece of software. I write a lot of my prose in IntelliJ IDEA. I wrote the book in here. I write my blog in here. I write Markdown, ASCII doc, plain text stuff, because I like these editor shortcuts of being able to move stuff around really easily. So let's delete that. And then I want to assert something. So this is basic completion, which, I mean, I don't need to talk about all this stuff because you use all this stuff all the time anyway. But there's a few tricks I want to show you. So obviously I can select assert equals. That's fine. But I want to show you a trick about, I'm going to use the wrong shortcut now. If you happen to have the cursor in the middle of a method when you invoke basic completion, which I do sometimes if I want to call a slightly different method, or if I'm using an overloaded method, there's a few different ways you can select the method. So if you press enter, which many of us do, that will insert the method where the caret is. But what I might want to do is I might want to overwrite the method, in which case I want to use tab, and that will overwrite the method and put my caret inside the thing. Or what I can also do is, if I'm going to chain the method, I press a full stop or period, and that will insert the method, put a full stop, and then allow you to chain the method on, which is really useful for streams. Anyway, that's a bit of an aside. Expected actual, so assert equals 4 and square.getSides. I really like inline hints because it shows me, particularly for assertions, which one is expected and which one is actual. We use Alt-Enter to generate our method here. Alt-Enter gives us 3 different options. The first one is the bare minimum to get the code to compile, which is to create some sort of getSides method inside the square class and return 0. The second one goes, well, you know what? I'm smart enough to know that get is a getter. And so perhaps what you want is a field with a getter and a setter. And the third one is read-only property. So I'll get a field, but only a getter. And that's what I want, because that's how I want this to work. So it will create me the field and the getter. And then I want to run the test. I would like the test to fail first because I'm doing red-green refactor. So it does fail. I'm just going to quickly turn this to run the tests using IntelliJ IDEA. I happen to prefer that because you use Gradle to run the tests if you have a big Gradle setup, but I sort of prefer using the IntelliJ IDEA test results if I can, because it's a bit more succinct and it often runs the tests a bit faster. So I have a failing test. What I really need is let's use F2 to ask IntelliJ IDEA, like, what's wrong with this? What's the problem? And it's suggesting that we either need to create a constructor parameter for this or a setter because it's not initialized. And I'm not going to do either of those because it's a square. It's always going to have 4 sides. And then I'm going to rerun my test and it should pass. Yay. And now, because it's gone green, I have the freedom to refactor it the way that I want to. This is sort of suggesting that we assign this here, but we don't do anything with it. We can, if we want to, F2, we can make it final because it can be final, but it's still not being used anywhere else apart from the variable. So apart from the method. So I can inline that and get rid of that if I want to. And it's much simpler. I'm going to rerun my test. Does it still go green? Obviously, this is a straightforward, simple example, but it works the same in complicated code too. And then maybe I'm like, you know what? Magic numbers are not cool. So we should really extract this to a constant and call it number of sides maybe. And make sure that it's private and rerun my test. And it's all fine. So it's a sort of short demo of the IntelliJ IDEA refactorings, how we use them to change our code kind of on the fly, but the code is always compiling. It's always working the way that we want it to. Let's quickly check what else I need to be demoing before we move on. Okay, that is the main thing I wanted to talk about. So the features we've covered are features you're probably all already aware of. So suggestions, basic completion, live templates, new whatever, new class, new method, new whatever. Alt and enter. We used alt enter for code generation from failing code. We also used it for other editor suggestions, including things like introduce variable. And we saw a little bit of the refactoring. Before I move on to the next section, I do want to give a couple more of my favorite tips for working with the editor. One is smart completion and smart. Let's open up another project for this. So smart completion, we were using basic completion for all of that because it gave us all the examples that we wanted. Smart completion takes a look at the type that we've got here and can extrapolate what we need to do from there. So, okay, if I use smart completion or type matching code completion, it will say an array list is the thing which is going to match this type that you've got over here. And the other thing I wanted to show, so I tend to use smart completion quite a lot because it gives me more useful suggestions. And if there's only one suggestion, it puts that straight in there. So I don't have to scroll through finding the right thing. Complete statement I use all the time. Complete statement will close off everything that you have kind of dangling and open. So it closed off my quote, my brackets, my semicolon. I quite often find myself using complete statement even just to put a semicolon on, which might seem like an overuse of a keyboard shortcut, but it's kind of muscle memory. It's so that I don't have to think about what are the specific things I need to finish this statement. I just say complete the statement, and IntelliJ IDEA does it for me. It's super useful for things like you can use it on a for. It will create all the kind of like boilerplate shape around a for, and you can do the same thing for an if as well. So I tend to use complete statement almost everywhere where I think IntelliJ IDEA has a good chance of like guessing at what needs to be in here. It doesn't always work, but it's a good fallback for just making sure it fills out all of the rest of the stuff. I want to have a look at reshaping the code. So I want to look for working code. We saw Alt-Enter for fixing warnings and errors and unused code, but you can also use Alt-Enter for looking for other suggestions for code, which works perfectly fine. It compiles, it's correct, there's nothing wrong with it. But maybe I might look at a for loop like this and go, okay, it's a for loop, I understand it, but is there perhaps a prettier, nicer, more idiomatic or different way of doing it? So I can use Alt-Enter to do things like, well, I can remove the braces, but I don't want to do that. I can collapse it into a for each. And maybe I might prefer that way of doing stuff. I might not, because if I'm using streams, I'm using objects, the performance is different, but semantically, it does the same thing, semantically. Reshape code. Join lines let's go to multi-caret first. Multi-caret. Multi-caret is one of my favorite features. So I tend to use it by pressing Alt and then Alt a second time and holding it down. Oops, didn't do it fast enough. And then I can move my caret down. I use it a lot for doing things like this. I also use it for moving to the end and doing something on the end. So that's one way of doing multi-caret. The other way is a keyboard is a shortcut I don't remember, which is, I think it's Shift and Option, and you could place multiple carets wherever you want them, which can work really well for certain types of files, but is a really good way to break your Java files if that's what you want to do. So that's multi-caret. And the last thing I want to show is join lines, which I use all the time, particularly for prose and text and strings. So you can use that to join it. And of course, you can also, if you just press enter in the middle of a string, IntelliJ IDEA automatically does the right thing with concatenation and so on and so forth. So what I really wanted to do there is just go through what I call a sort of everyday, day-to-day working with code shortcuts and things which help me to be productive as a developer inside IntelliJ IDEA. It's not just about code generation. It's about doing the sort of heavy lifting of the thinking, if you like. So it reduces my cognitive load as a developer to get IntelliJ IDEA to do things like put curly braces in and to just kind of generate these things. So I'm thinking about what it is I really want the code to do, not which character do I need to type right now. When I was asking on Twitter and other social media networks what people liked the most, what made them most productive inside IntelliJ IDEA, a whole bunch of people said the automatic refactorings, which is why I really wanted to particularly showcase those. I can see there's a lot of comments coming up on YouTube. I would love to read them, but I do not have time for that. Hopefully there'll be time for questions at the end of the session. Now, I hope by now that we all know that we spend more time reading and understanding code than we do writing code. There was a study done years and years ago by, I think it was IBM, which said that even the most effective developers end up writing about 2 lines of code a day. I think it was 10. I need to dig that study out. But we know really that we have to spend a lot of time understanding code before we can write anything. We need to know what the code does before we change it, before we add anything to it. We certainly need to spend a lot of time understanding what's happening if we want to find a bug or find a defect. And you all know this thing about, like, when you're trying to fix a problem specifically, it could take you like 3 days to identify where the problem is, and the fix is 2 characters. So being able to write code quickly is not the only thing that makes us productive as developers, which is why things like lines of code is not an effective measurement of our productivity. I want to show you how I find IntelliJ IDEA helpful for understanding the code that I'm working with. The first thing I really wanted to look at was navigation. I've always had trouble demoing navigation because I sort of think of it as being a slightly boring set of keyboard shortcuts. But I had a lot of feedback from people saying that the navigation and code navigation is one of the things that makes them most effective in IntelliJ IDEA, because they don't read code in some sort of linear way. You don't read code from top to bottom. You read it like, it's a network of, you need to move from thing to thing. You need to understand how the application flows and how the data flows. So in the olden days, when I first started working at JetBrains, I would talk about things like, let's get rid of that. I would talk about things like go to class, go to file. No, that's not right. That was the Windows shortcut. Go to symbol. And we would use those 3 different keyboard shortcuts to do those specific things. Now, you don't have to do any of those things, because these days we can just do search everywhere. You press shift twice and you get search everywhere. So if I was going to look for completion, search everywhere will give me classes, it'll give me files and folders, it will give me methods, it will give me settings. If I want, because that's quite a lot of stuff, especially because I'm typing completion, I can tab across to filter by classes, files, symbols, which includes methods, actions, which includes settings, which I can set here. I don't have to open the settings window, and even git commits, which I find really helpful. I can look for a specific commit with a specific word in, or I can do like a full text search, which I think is fairly new because I don't remember demoing that before. So that's kind of the first way to navigate through stuff if we know what it is we're looking for. I also want to, let me just make sure I get all the shortcuts I want to talk about. Right. You'll notice that I don't use editor tabs. So I'm going to use find action, which is not one of the ones I talked about. Tab placement. I have tab placement on none. Lots of people do have the editor tabs open. I don't tend to use that. I tend to use, let's turn that off, tab placement, none. I like to use recent locations. It has all the, recent files. It has all the files that I recently used available right there. And I can just navigate straight to them. It has an advantage over tabs as well. Not only do I not have to use the mouse, but I can also type. So I can look for completion in here, or I can look for caret, whatever it is I'm looking for. The other thing that recent files is really helpful for is I can open up project windows. So you can use the keyboard shortcut for the common ones, like I often use project and commit. But what I use it a lot for is the Gradle window, because it doesn't have a keyboard shortcut. So I will quite often just type Gradle and use that to open the Gradle window. There's also, as well as recent files, there's recent locations, which gives you locations inside files. So you can see the top one and the second one and the third one are all multi-caret, and that will take me to a position I was in this file. And that can be a really helpful way to be like, oh, I was rooting around inside this weird method and I know what it looks like, but I don't know which file it was in and I don't know where it is. And I can just go straight back here to the specific place I was looking for. I can filter that by only places where I made edits, which might also be quite helpful. Recent locations, back and forth. You may already have seen me doing this. I tend to navigate with backwards and forwards a lot, because when I'm working on code, especially if I'm doing tests, but if I'm working on a number of different classes, I know I've been using the last, it's 3 classes ago, so I'll use backwards and forwards to do that. I also use, okay, so this is one of my favorite things too. Let's look for an interface. I want to, if I have an interface and I click on here, oh, no, that's not the one I wanted. Interface with many implementations. If I click on here, I have multiple implementations of an interface. So when I've got an interface open or an abstract class or some sort of superclass, then I can open that up and see what the implementations are here. I can drill down into that. And then if I see a method here, I can also navigate up to the superclass or to the interface. I can also, let's go down here. I can also use Alt F7 to find out where these things are used. I have always found Alt F7 one of the most useful ways of understanding what on earth is going on in my code, because often you find yourself in some method and it looks suspect, or you want to do something to it, or maybe you think this might be the cause of the bug, but then you're like, I don't know how you get to this method. And I remember in the olden days when I first started programming, back when our IDs were very underpowered, you would basically have to do, a search over the whole code base, a text search to find that method. And now I just use Alt F7 all the time just to go, okay, what's calling this method? Where is it being called from? And usually you get more than one result, I guess. So Alt F7 for that, or I can use Command B to navigate to the declaration. In this case, it takes me to the interface. Often, if I'm calling an interface method, I actually want to go to the implementation. I don't always want to go to the interface. So I use Option Command and B to navigate into the implementation. I think one of the most useful things here is that you see there's more than one implementation. So you're like, oh, well, from here, I'm not actually sure which method is being called. And I can drill in and see what's happening there. So that's the highlights of navigation. Now, navigation isn't the only way that we understand our code, but to me, it's kind of the first step to getting an idea of like, what is the shape of our code? How does it hang together? What's the hierarchy, and how are things called and what's related to each other? But also, we do a lot of reading code. So let's have a look at the tips for reading code productively. We are going to look at, well, the first thing to note is we already talked a bit about inlay hints. I really do like the inlay hints. I find them really quite helpful in terms of, I've worked in a bunch of places where the kind of methods would take a bunch of nulls or IDs like this, and you're like, without the inlay hints, let's turn them off. Do not show hints. Then this method means nothing. You don't know what any of those things are. So the inlay hints are the way of showing you. Where did I turn it off? Where are they called? Parameter name hints. I can't remember where it's gone now. But the inlay hints are going to give you a clue as to what's going on here or what is not going on here. They also apply to chained methods. They're very helpful for stream operations, for example. And I quite often format my streams like this so that I can see the types at each different stage. And you can also add code vision for annotating with like the code author and usages, which I think is turned on by default. I tend not to have that turned on because I find it a little bit noisy, but it can be really helpful, especially in large code bases where you don't really know what this method is or where it came from. Pop-up documentation is also a really good way of understanding what's going on, especially if you're using external methods or classes. So you can just, instead of having to drill in or open up in a browser the Java doc for this thing, you just press F1 and it gives you like a nice compact way of showing like, this is what the method is kind of for, this is what it does. You can also use the keyboard shortcut, I can never remember, quick definition, to, instead of having to drill in and look at that method, you can just kind of pop up the definition here. So you can see it in the context of the editor itself. One other thing to look at, if we do go into this method, this is array list, so it's part of the Java library. So it's an external library, obviously. External libraries are generally by default shown in reader mode, which means rendering the Java documentation and a bunch of other stuff, which is supposed to make it a lot easier for us to understand this code. I think it's also quite a good way of flagging, this is not my code, this is someone else's code, and so you have no control over this code. If you want to customize what reader mode looks like, you can sort of see that here in editor reader mode, and you can figure out which things you really want on or off. And since we've seen rendered Java doc, we can also have rendered Java doc in our own code, which I quite like because it's much prettier, but it's also more condensed, so it takes up less space. So that can also help us read and understand the code that we're looking at. I found that since the kind of rendered view of Java doc came into IntelliJ IDEA, I found myself using Java doc much more often, because when it was like this, it's kind of big and ugly. But when you render it, especially because you can actually control the font size, you can have it looks prettier and it takes up less space, but it's still very helpful. And another tip which I really like for reading code is using the editor fold. Well, I'll come to that in a minute actually, but folding code folding in general. So if I'm trying to understand this class, there's a lot of code in here and it's kind of overwhelming, I can fold away methods so that I don't really, if I'm like, right, I've kind of got the hang of that, the method name is kind of useful, I don't need to care about the internal workings of it. But I can also fold away things like, I'm doing that in the wrong place now. I did that somewhere else before. Doesn't matter. Oh, where did I do that? Customers, there we go. Let's do that. If I have something like, if I've got a big method with a lot of things going on in there, I can fold away various code blocks that I don't really care about. Like, that's not relevant to me, I'm just going to fold that away. If there's some code that I want to fold away that I also maybe might want to annotate in a useful way, I can use an editor fold to do that. So I can fold that away and I can say, okay, I tend to do this with private methods. So I'll group together a whole chunk of private methods and fold them away with a description like helper methods. So I know that I just don't care about those. Let me show you how to do that because it's a really helpful trick. So let's delete that. We do surround with an editor fold, give it some description like I do not care about these methods. Or more helpfully, you might want to do something like, these all relate to customer orders. Oops. And I mean, you can check in these editor fold comments if you want, or you just use them as you're getting to grips with the code, and you can use them to, let's fold it away. It's command and dot to fold it away. And you can imagine just folding away chunks of a big complicated class to be like, right, I've kind of parsed that. I don't need it in front of my face. I'm just going to fold it away so that I can only concentrate on the things I really care about right now. That allows you to focus and stay in the flow. Right, and then I have so much to show and not enough time to show it all. I want to go to language. One of my favorite features, you've probably seen it before, for helping me to understand what's going on with the code is to use language injection. Here, I'm going to inject JSON so that when I look at this, I don't look at this as a string. It is JSON. IntelliJ IDEA, you've now told it this is JSON, and it will also give you not only format it in a way which makes it easier for you to understand, but also give you help. Like if I take away, if I do invalid JSON, it goes, I think you really wanted to put a comma there, which is really helpful for things like JSON, HTML, so forth. I find it especially helpful for SQL. So I do this a lot for SQL. And so you get formatting, obviously, but you can also optionally point it to a data source, and then you can execute the SQL against a data source. So I don't have to treat my strings as strings. I can treat them as actual language and do helpful stuff with them, like execute them and see if they're part of the problem or not. So that's language injection. And also, let's close that. The last thing I want to show is Git history. So Git history. The code is not just what's in the editor. The code is not just text that's shown in the editor. The code is also has a dimension over time, because often we'll look at code and go, oh my God, who would write it like this? But nobody writes the code like that. The code evolves in that direction. So one of the things that's really helpful to us to understand why the code is the way it is to look at the history. What was changed? Who changed it? When was it changed? And then that can give us some context as to why it looks the way it does. So you can do Git history, but also obviously you can do annotate. It's not so interesting when you're looking at a piece of code that I wrote and made all the changes to, but if you have a number of different contributors, you can start to ask people, oh, why did you make this change and why does it look this way? So that's a really helpful way of getting some context too. So that's understanding code. Trying to navigate between all the different things I have open. Understanding code. So we looked at navigation, recent files, recent locations, reading mode, quick definition, quick documentation, and code folding. And yeah, a number of people were talking to me about how the code navigation is one of the things that really helps them to understand the code and to be productive in IntelliJ IDEA. I do want to mention just very quickly that if you're interested in the sorts of features that I showed over these last two sections about writing and understanding code, I do have a tiny, tiny course on LeanPub that you could use. If you have a LeanPub subscription, this is free. Otherwise, if you want, you can buy it, no pressure. But all the stuff I talked about and detailed things about, how to use these features are on that course. Right. Let's talk about debugging. Let's talk about debugging. We don't have loads of time, but let's do a quick look at debugging. I'm never quite certain how much to show with debugging because I feel like people either they already know this stuff, in which case it's not very interesting, or they don't know this stuff, in which case you kind of want to spend a lot more time talking about it. So I'm just going to give a really high level view of how I use the debugger. So people who don't understand it can go ahead and find out more. And people who do understand it go, yeah, okay, that's what I do as well. So the debugger, we're going to start. The first thing you need with a debugger is breakpoints. Breakpoints are kind of important. Otherwise, the debugger is not really doing anything. So I'm going to run this in the debugger. It will stop at my first breakpoint. Or not. Did I run it or debug it? I ran it. There you go. That'll teach you. And so IntelliJ displays inline the kind of in scope stuff. It allows you to click on it. You can drill in. You can see more details. I mean, this is a record, so it's not super exciting. You can create a custom renderer. I love custom renderers. I really do recommend you have a look at them if you haven't, but you probably need to Google that. I've written about them before, so you probably find it somewhere. So you can do that. You can also come in here and do evaluate expression. So you can do like, you can look for the first name, for example, or what else? Where are we? So have we got a this or in static? No, we're in static, so I don't have one. You can put arbitrary expressions in here and find out what they should look like. So I don't know, person dot whatever. It's not a good example. But when you stopped at a breakpoint, you can poke around and look at the state of your system as it is. You can see here in the variables, and you can see the stack trace. There's not much of a stack here. You can step into, step over, resume program. Step into will, not very surprisingly, step in to the method that the cursor is on. I'm not going to talk about smart step versus whatever, because that behavior seems to have changed slightly. But anyway, so that will step into the method so you can have a look at what's going on there. If you decide, you can step out, which will run the method and then step out to where it would have normally exited. Or if you decide, oh, no, I need to actually go back in time a little bit, you can say reset frame, and that will take you back in time to here before first name was called, which is really helpful if you start going in and go, oh, no, I've missed the point I was interested in. You reset frame. Step over will obviously step over that method, and then resume program will carry on to the next breakpoint. And something else I want to show is evaluate expression, which lets you put in any arbitrary expression. So then you get code completion like usual. So I can run these things and have a look at the status of this. I don't have great examples here, but I can basically run anything in here, not only to have a look at some values. I don't have to run getters. I can run setters. I can create things. I can load stuff in here and like change values. I don't think I can change any of these values because it's immutable. But I could sort of set certain system states if I want in this particular place. So if it's in a state machine, for example, I can sort of set my state to whatever the next state is, carry on running the debugger, and then that kind of allows me to test hypotheses of what the system would behave like if it's in certain states. So that's what I find evaluate expression is really helpful for. And then the other thing I want to talk about is conditional breakpoints. One of the things that drives me crazy when I'm debugging is when a breakpoint keeps firing and firing and firing and firing. I'm like, no, I only want it to fire under these circumstances. So maybe I only want this to fire when Trisha.firstname equals Bob, which is like never. But then it's got a question mark on it. Then it will only stop there if that condition is met. And that's a really helpful way of not having breakpoints firing all the time. So that's kind of like the very basic things I wanted to talk about with debugging. We are going to run out of time. So the rest, I'm not going to demo the rest. I'm just going to talk. One of the things I love about the IDE is, an IDE is an integrated development environment. And I think we don't talk very much about the integration side of things. And I think particularly as IntelliJ IDEA users, we take it for granted. Of course, it's integrated with version control. Of course, it has a debugger. Of course, we can run tests. Of course, it's integrated with Gradle or Maven or whatever. But that takes a lot of work on behalf of the people who develop IntelliJ IDEA. This is not something that is, of course. This is part of what makes it very productive for us as developers. The ability to be able to see in the IDE the commits that went into these, the files that went into this commit, or the last 10 commits in the project, that kind of thing. The fact that with the Gradle and Maven integration, and I loved this before I started working for Gradle, the fact that if you have Gradle or Maven enabled, IntelliJ IDEA can now understand much more about your project, what structure it's expecting, what the dependencies are, how it should be built, how to run it, that kind of thing. that kind of integration means that I don't have to alt tab out and run something else in a terminal. And I don't have to go off like we used to do in the olden days and fetch dependencies and put them in the right place. It's all integrated. It's all part of the same tool. And related to that, the terminal inside IntelliJ IDEA, even though the terminal inside IntelliJ IDEA is the same as the command line terminal for the operating system, I tend to use the terminal in IntelliJ IDEA because I'm not alt tabbing out. I'm not like distracting myself or context switching. Like everything is there inside the same tool. It helps me to stay in the flow. Related, I don't have time to really talk about collaboration, but collaboration being one of the parts of space, I did want to talk about how I use IntelliJ IDEA for collaboration, specifically Code With Me. I do use Code With Me a bunch. I did use it a lot with Helen when we were writing the book together, because we could like call each other, see each other, and work on the code, not the code, the prose, the text together at the same time. I'm a remote worker and I've been remote for over 10 years now. And being able to use things like Code With Me and the other collaboration things inside IntelliJ IDEA, like integrated pull requests, like to some extent the version control, allows me to be part of the team without being physically co-located with them. Oh, I don't have time to show the learning. Oh, this is disappointing. I wanted to mention that IntelliJ IDEA not just lets me learn, helps me to learn as a developer. The inspections and intentions have taught me more features of Java than reading books about features of Java. I learned about Java 8 streams and lambdas and all those things from IntelliJ IDEA telling me this could be a lambda expression. I learned about records by IntelliJ IDEA saying this is what a record looks like. Only yesterday, when I was running through this demo, did I find out about string templates. I didn't even know that was a thing. So there's a new feature in Java about string templates, and I wanted to show it, but I can't. But it was great. And I'm like, this is cool. It's teaching me stuff I didn't even know I didn't know. And all of that learning is in front of you in the tool that you use all the time to write the code. And it's not just about learning new features of Java. It's about learning more about your code, for example, or learning about, you know, the product you're working with or whatever. So I found it a useful tool for learning and development. To sum it all up, putting everything together, all of these features, the way it's been designed to help me write code, understand code, debug code, run code, build code, helps to keep me in the flow. It helps to get me to that lovely state of flow that we love. And flow feels good. Being in the flow is where we want to be as developers. It's a great state. Flow leads to satisfaction because it feels so good. The Wikipedia definition says, flow is an innately positive experience. It is known to produce intense feelings of enjoyment. Several studies found that flow experiences and positive effect go hand in hand. So as developers, we should be optimizing for flow, not just because, you know, it's good for getting code out, but also because it feels good. And actually, because it feels good, it's good for being productive, it's good for satisfaction, it's good for flow. It adds up to these various different dimensions of the space framework of what it means to be productive as a developer. So to be productive as a developer, it's not just about lines of code. It is about satisfaction, about collaboration, about flow. So I want to leave you with a few thoughts. Oh yeah, and so I've disrupted myself. I've brought myself out of the flow. So developer productivity is not just about tools. Of course it's not. Things that contribute to collaboration, flow, satisfaction. It's not just about the tools we use. It's about the people we work with, the processes, the amount of meetings we have to go to, the build times we have, all those kinds of things. But great tools are part of the developer productivity story. Great tools will help us to be productive, will help us feel satisfied. So I want us to think when we're working, does this tool or process or whatever enable me to be creative and happy? What in my day job is slowing me down? What is adding friction to me being able to actually do my job and get stuff to the end user? And what breaks my flow? Productivity, my productivity as a developer is an investment of both time and money. And so the sort of action I want us to take away is to try and talk to your organization about investing in your productivity. Maybe that's about buying new tools. Maybe it's about buying a better laptop. Maybe it's about giving you time to invest in your own productivity. And your own productivity might be investing time in learning things like learning the tools that you use, learning how to use them better, learning what it is that you don't already know, or I don't know, just spending time not burning out. That might be helpful too. So a lot of the information for this talk is available at this link. I haven't put the slides up yet, but they will be there. And if and when this video is available, that will be there too. So I do recommend keeping a note of that link. It will be evolving over time. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, I'm unmute. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, and yes for everything that you said. There were so many comments in the chat, all thanking you, talking about the features that you were showing. But I'm so sorry, I don't have time to go over those questions. Also, Roman from JetBrains, Morit, and a lot of other folks were answering the questions. So we kind of took care of that.
Oh, thank you. I mean, the good thing is that with IntelliJ questions, there's always plenty of people at JetBrains who can answer those questions. I'm sad I didn't get a chance to kind of like engage with everyone, but I just had so much I just wanted to share with everyone.
I know that feeling. It's like you need to kind of give so much out to the developers because you think like, oh no, this one's better than the previous one, but they should know this one and this one too. I absolutely know that feeling. I have one question for you because since you talked about so much, so this is about, since you talked so much about the features, is there anything that you think is missing? So it's kind of an opinion.
Question. I really like that question. I don't have anything that springs to mind right now. I actually have been writing less code since I moved to Gradle than when I was doing a lot of demos with IntelliJ IDEA. So I actually use it a bit less. There's a few things, and it's dumb stuff really, but the ASCII Doctor support is excellent. A lot of what I do is writing text. So the ASCII Doctor stuff is somewhere where I actually would, and Markdown, would like to see a little bit more support. But I appreciate that that's, especially ASCII Doctor is like, I think that's done on a volunteer basis. So that's like not even anything to do with JetBrains. And so the opposite thing I have really is that every time I open up IntelliJ IDEA and I see new features that I didn't have to research for doing a What's New video, I'm like, oh, this is nice. I never even knew that I needed this. Or as the AI assistant was evolving, I'm like, oh, this is kind of helpful. I can see how I'm going to want to use this in future. So I don't really have anything. I can't identify any major gaps. And I just have to say that the tool just keeps evolving faster than I even knew was possible.
Thank you so much, Trisha. And there are a lot of comments like this, but I don't know where is, okay. A lot of comments like this, but I don't have the time to show them all. Thank you so much. It was an amazing session as always, and amazing to have you back. Thank you so much.
Thank you for hosting me, and thank you to everyone who watched.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye. And with that, let's bring in the next host, Marco.
Hello again. I'm really sad I just missed Trisha for 5 seconds or whatever. But hi, Trisha, maybe. Yeah.
And you, okay, I thought you missed her talk. I said in 5 seconds, she already covered 10 features. So yes, you missed it.
Oh, yes, yeah. All right. I didn't miss the talk, but I didn't get a chance to personally speak with her.
I'm sorry about that. My mistake. Yeah. So I'll let you move forward and see you soon.
Yes.
Bye.
Thank you. Yeah. See you soon. Bye-bye. Right. So the next session is going to be one of my actually really favorite topics. It's about how to work with databases and IntelliJ IDEA. And just for you to remind you, we've got the database plugin in our IDEs. We've got DataGrip, which is a standalone tool to work with databases and offers the same functionality as these IDEs. And we've got the team lead of DataGrip who knows a thing or two or even more than I probably will ever know about our database functionality. So let's bring on Max on the stage. Hi, Max.
Hello, Marco. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
Fine, I'm fine too. I'm excited to do this talk.
So am I. Actually, I will not longer get on your nerves. I just wanted to mention for everyone who's watching, doesn't matter if you're using Java, Kotlin, PHP, Smalltalk, whatever language you have, I really do think you need to pin Max's talk to your screen, rewatch it, because it does contain good stuff that you will need sooner or later in your day-to-day work when you're working with a database. That being said, I'll be in the back. I'll come back for questions and I'll let you get on with it. Have fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Marco. Yeah, my talk will be actually also a live demo. So basically, I have no slides, nothing. We will just see how database functionality is working in IntelliJ IDEA. Yeah, and I'll quickly repeat what it is about. So all our paid IDs actually have the database plugin inside. So if you have your databases in your projects, you can connect to these databases from just from your ID. And this functionality is completely the same as the functionality of our full-featured DataGrip IDE for SQL. So some people, they do love having their database stuff inside their IDE, have just all-in-one tool. Some people, they know that this exists. For example, they work with Java and IntelliJ, but they want to run DataGrip as a separate IDE, so they want to have their database stuff inside a separate tool. Everything I'm going to show you today is the same for these both cases. So there is no major difference between DataGrip as a separate tool and IntelliJ or PHP Storm or PyCharm Pro, whatever, or the other IDs regarding databases. Yeah, that's a small intro. And let's have a look what actually we have inside. This small, tiny tool window can actually do lots of cool stuff. And first, if you want to connect to a databases, first thing you need to do, you need to actually open the tool window. So I don't have the side stripes because I don't like them. They eat too much spaces. But when I usually want to open the tool window, I just go view to the tool windows. And here there is a database tool window. And I open it, and here is my database tool window. By the way, yeah, what I forgot to mention, that my ID now is quite heavily zoomed in. So if I just check it, I see that there is 150%, so that all of you can see my font really properly. That's why many tool windows have a lot of space in my screen. Yes, that's not how it works by default, but that is just better to see what is actually going on. If you want to zoom it out, you can also go here and whoop, whoop, whoop. I just hover it. Okay, 150 is okay for me. So this is the database tool window. Here you have your data sources. And if you want to connect to a new data source, you just press this plus button, you choose data source, and see that you can connect basically to any major known database you heard of. Of course, we support the major ones, Postgres, SQL Server, MySQL, Oracle. Also, there are some NoSQL databases like DynamoDB or MongoDB. And if you have some not so famous database, you can also check for this database here. Here is the basic support part. And there is a major difference between complete support, what we have here, and the basic support, what we have here. Complete support means that we have our own syntax highlighting, our own SQL parser to actually highlight your queries, highlight your SQL, doing some coding assistance, some coding analysis, and we create our own syntax parser for each dialect of this database. And also with the complete support, we have our own introspection queries. And this is the very important part about the introspection. Introspection is the unique thing in the world of database tools. And it is unique because of the following. DataGrip or IntelliJ retrieves the metadata from your database and index it, and then use this metadata for code completion, coding assistance, navigation. And that's why navigation and coding assistance is really, really rapid and fast in IntelliJ-based IDs, because we don't go to the database each time you need to have some auto-completion or whatever. We just know about all your schema. And to retrieve actually this metadata, we need to write a query. We need to create a queries. We need to get this system data from the database, and we create these queries for each database, and that's how introspection works. And for basic support, actually, we are just working based on what JDBC driver gives to us. So the JDBC driver can retrieve some types of objects. We can work with them, and we can show them in a database explorer. And basically, if the database has the JDBC driver, you can connect to it via IntelliJ. That is an important part to know. Okay, so let's go to our database explorer. I have, by the way, when you connect to a data source, let's take a look how it looks, because there are some important things. If you create the data source, of course, there is the general tab in this window where you just put the host, port, whatever, some simple things. And there is options tab, which have some important things you need to pay attention in. For example, you can make a connection read-only. which actually means that you will not be able to run any updates or any inserts query. And even if you run the function, which runs the function, which runs the function, which runs the update statement, we will understand that this is something which is not going to happen, and we will not let you to do this. But there is a confirmation window, of course. What else is interesting here? You can run keep a leaf query, for example, to refresh your data source. You can have any kind of startup script. So there are plenty of options about introspection. For example, you can turn off the autosync. Autosync means that DataGrip or IntelliJ, since I'm from DataGrip team, I always stay with DataGrip, or IntelliJ, where IntelliJ IDEA Conf. So IntelliJ runs the synchronization every time you update something. If you don't want IntelliJ to run the synchronization, if you only want to do it manually, you just need to turn this off. And there are plenty of other options here. SSH SSL more or less clear. If you have this, you can just set it up here. Schemas, this is a very important tab. Also, the unique feature of IntelliJ when you work with database, that you can choose with which particular databases or schemas you are going to work. So I will go to my existing data source. It will be a little bit more clear. So there are many databases I have here, but in my particular case, everything is chosen. But for example, I can say, hey, I don't want to see the Postgres database, and for guest database, I only want to see the public schema. So this basically not only means that these schemas and databases will be shown in a database explorer. This also means that these schemas will be introspected. So if you only need some particular schemas, just choose these schemas. So there will be not so many introspection queries, and also you will be not cluttered with all the other schemas. So if I press OK, I see that, okay, this is the only schema I have in my database explorer, and this is the only schema I work with. Okay, so let's briefly see what this database tool window also can offer you. As I told you, you can make your data sources read-only. For example, you can see the small tiny lock. This means that the MySQL data source is read-only. Also, if you want to choose schemas, you don't only need to go to the database data source properties. You can just click here, one of two, and choose which particular schemas or databases you want to be displayed. Also, you can color your data sources. For example, this is one of the cool features to highlight production data source from the test data source. You can go to properties, hey, go to tools, or tools, set color. For example, put red color, and everything connected to this particular data source will be colored in red. And even the query console, the result, everything will be colored in red. So you will understand in which particular context you are now working with, so you will not distinguish your one data source from the other data source, and that's it. I will turn this coloring off because I don't like it, but just for you to know, this is here. What we recently introduced is the ability to filter objects by name. So for example, if you have your node expanded and then you want to find something like film category, you can just start typing, and this works in all the IntelliJ trees. I think you know that you can search for files in your projects in that way. But database tool window specifically, we have this small tiny button called filter, and if you click on the filter, only needed objects will be filtered here. So again, if I need to find this object, I can just type and filter, and only the filtered objects are displayed here. This, of course, works only with the open node. So if the node is closed, this search will not work. Yes, it will not work. If you just need to search for the database objects out of the blue through all your data sources, this is also possible via the search window, and I'll cover it a little bit later. But yeah, here you have some quick filtering, and also you have many options here. You have many options here. How you actually want to group your nodes, or what you want to see and what you don't want to see. You even have the filter by kinds, what kinds of database objects you can see here. Just there are plenty of options you can play with. Okay, let's finally go to the query writing. This is the most important thing in your working with databases. You want to write your first query. To run your first query, you need to create the query console. I will close this one. You go just here, new query console. And this is the console file. Actually, console file is the temporary file, which is strictly glued, let's say it like this, to the data source you're working with. If you want to have a file and connect it to different data sources. This is also possible. You just need to create the file on your project or make a local file, and this is also possible. But the console is a temporary file which is not deleted, like every scratch in IntelliJ IDEA, but this is just a file to do some basic quick stuff. Here you define the search path. So I work with schema public, and let's create our first query. That's it. My first query is done. What I just did, I used the live templates. Yes, maybe many of you know that live templates is very cool and productive conception in IntelliJ. And yes, we have live templates for SQL as well. So I think you can press Command J. And by the way, let me show you all the shortcuts. Presentation Assistant. I think I can show action names in the pop-up. Yes, I now have the shortcut and the name of the action at the bottom of my screen. So yeah, when you press Command J, you see all the available live templates. And of course, SEO is the live template for select. I can invoke it that way. And I just choose the table, and that's it. And I run my query, and my query gives me some results here. This is more or less obvious. Command Enter is the shortcut to run the query. We also have this execute tiny button. And let's take a look at the situation where you don't have just one query. You have several queries. For example, I have another query, which is whatever, film. And if you have several queries, the cool thing about IntelliJ is that it doesn't require you to select the query and run it. It's of course possible, but it's not mandatory. If you just put the caret here, you can press Command Enter and see that the chooser is appearing. And this chooser offers you to run only the query under the caret or both queries or the whole script. If you run 2 queries, you get 2 results. This is obvious. And you can, of course, customize it. You can go here and say, hey, here is the description of what execute action does. And you can actually create another execute action, which will do the different thing. For example, it will always execute the small statement. And you can assign the shortcut. I don't think that I will be able to assign the shortcut which is not used, but okay, let's go back. Anyway, you can do this. You can create another execute actions, and they will execute your queries in a different way. Okay, let's go back to our query console. Code completion. Of course, IntelliJ is very famous about code completion, and in database stuff, we also have code completion available. So as you can see, we have analyzing all the foreign keys in your database. And if I want to join the film actor, I can choose the film actor condition and have the full line join completion. I will maybe do something like this, so you will see the editor. If I want to write another join, I can just type join. Maybe I need to type film. Okay, film. This is also possible. Maybe I want to type film category. FC. Also, I use the abbreviations to have all the full line join completion. I can do something like this, and that's it. My query is created in several seconds, and it works, and I get the results. Also, another cool thing about the coding assistance, if you have the wildcard, which is not the best practice as far as I know, you can always expand it and see all the column lists. So let's do this. I'll use the Alt-Enter shortcut. I think maybe you know from the previous talk that Alt-Enter is one of the most important shortcuts. And there are several actions which actually IntelliJ offers you to do with your query. And expand column list in the first place, you press Enter, and what you have all the columns expanded from the wildcard. And I will show you just the editor. Hide all windows. This is a very cool shortcut I like. So as you can see, all these columns are expanded, and they are also qualified according to the ambiguity. So IntelliJ actually understands that, okay, this is the last update. This is the ambiguous column. You need to have it qualified. And if you will just delete this qualification, it will be highlighted, because in advance, we understand that this is the ambiguous column reference. This query is not going to work. And this is the result of introspection, of course, because we already have all this metadata. So that's why IntelliJ is capable to analyze your SQL before you actually run it. If you want to qualify the other columns, this is also possible. You can do even multi-qualification. You can select what you need, press Alt-Enter, hey, press Qualify, and everything will be qualified. If you want column to be qualified not with the table but with the alias, so you want to introduce the alias, of course you can do the manual replacement, which is just the first thing which comes into your mind. But you can go here and say Alt-Enter, introduce table alias, And that's it. So the alias is introduced, and you can see all the actual references are replaced with the alias. And then with the help of refactoring, you can even rename it. So for example, I go here, I press Shift F6, the refactoring shortcut, and I'd say type something new alias, whatever, and now it's renamed. So basically all the concepts from IntelliJ, from working with normal programming languages like Java, whatever, also works with the database. You can rename your entities, you can introduce new entities, you can inline some queries. So for example, I can go to select, press Alt-Enter, and say, hey, convert to subquery. And now my query is converted to subquery. So this is also possible. Okay, let me delete many columns from here and leave it like this. Yes, I forgot to mention, if you have several queries, like here, you can actually name the tabs of the results of these queries. So to do this, you can just type any kind of comment here. So if I type here result 2, and here, if I will have something like result 1, then if I run 2 queries, I get 2 results. And as you can see, the name of the tabs are actually the comments which I wrote before the queries. So again, if you want to name your tabs, you don't want to get lost inside many of the results you have, this is possible. You can just name your tabs. What is also important when you have several queries inside one script? First of all, you can turn on this in editor results mode, which will show the results just inside the editor. It works when you have a pipeline of SQL scripts and you just work with the concentration on one file. You just want to see the results inside what you're working on, and there is some plot between your SQL queries. So again, you can hide all the windows, run this query, and you will get the result just behind the query. And here, if I run the result here, I get the results here. So again, it's kind of a SQL notebook mode. For some people, it can be really useful. I will turn it off, and I will get back to the classical flow. What is also important, let me just tweak this a little bit. I will add distinct and maybe completion, or maybe order by. Yeah, what I wanted to say, as you can see, I always use abbreviations. When I want to complete order by, I just type OB. When I want to complete actor ID, I just type AY. This is very cool. And for example, I want to get select from also actor and also something like this. Maybe I want to filter, maybe something like this. I hope it will work. So now I have 2 queries which have more or less similar results. What I can do in this case, I can compare 2 result sets, 2 grids. You don't need to do it manually. Basically, we have this small tiny button on the toolbar, and it says compare data. What you can do, you can compare any open grid with any other open grid. These result sets or grids, they don't they don't need to be the results from one result set or from one database or from one data source. It doesn't matter. For IntelliJ, you just press here and you can see, okay, this is the result 1. I want to compare. And are there mutual rows between 2 results? Yes, there are mutual rows. So you can see actually the diff window, which will tell you which particular rows are mutual in these 2 result sets and which particular rows are not mutual. So if you want to compare 2 results, this is possible. Okay, so this is what actually Query Console can do. And of course, there are many other things. And let's talk about navigation a little bit. Again, you all know that there are Command B, go to definition, all this kind of stuff in normal programming languages, but everything also works with database. So when you actually press Command B on any kind of a database object, you are navigated directly to the DDL. So it's kind of a definition of that object. So you're able to see what is actually inside. And of course, if you will just open the quick doc, this definition will be also shown in the pop-up, and you can even see the table preview and see which particular data is inside. Also, there is another navigation action. I think Alt-Shift-B is the action to show the object in the database explorer, so it will be highlighted in the database tree. And of course, it works not only with tables, but in the smaller objects as well. For example, film ID, I press the shortcut, and yes, that's it. So I understand in which particular context this object is. And another navigation action, which is a database specific, is the show data. we use the F4 shortcut for this. And for any object which actually has data, this navigation will show you data. I go to actor table, I press F4, and voila, I'm here. I see the data of that table. By the way, if you want to see the data of any kind of table, you can just double click it. So you double click it and the table is open. Of course, you can generate the query. Some other tools get you used to that. So you can go to SQL scripts, select all rows from a table. There will be a new console opened with this particular query. This is, of course, possible. But if you just need to quickly check the data, just double click it and that's it. So I double click on the actor table and I see the data editor, as we call it. I will also hide all the other windows, so you will be able to concentrate on this. What we have here, we have sorting. More or less, it's clear. If you double click, it sorts. But there are a couple of things you need to know. First of all, if you just click on the other column, it will be sorted with the help of the other column. But if you want sorting to be cumulative, you can just go to the context menu or Alt click on the table and say, hey, add to order by, not replace. And as you can see, there will be the order inside the ordering. Also, as you can see, by default, the ordering is server. So we actually create the new query and send it to the database. But if you want ordering to work on the client side, that is also possible. You don't want to run the new queries. It can be slow. It can be even expensive. You just go here and say, hey, this is the sort we are ordered by. I don't want to use the order by. I just want to make it on the client side. And of course, it is really, really fast. And there are no new queries created. Just on the size of fetched data, the ordering works. But of course, it is really, really important that you need to care about paging in that particular case. So now I see only 200 rows. I think my default paging is, yes, the default paging is 500. But if I, for example, set the page size 10, of course, this filtering or this ordering will work only on that 10 rows. So be careful about paging. The paging is also important for search. If I want to search through data, this is also possible. Let me retrieve everything. Let's say I just got some result set or just get some table, and I want to find something inside that table. There are several ways to do that. And first, and my favorite one, is just to press Command F, and the text search will be opened. And you can just type something here, and this data will be highlighted inside your grid. If I take the filter rows, I can see only the filtered values. And again, as you can see, as when I click in backspace, my search term is updated. And what is important to understand, that this search searches throughout the whole grid, not only in a particular column, but throughout the whole grid. This can be really useful if you don't actually know where your data is, or you don't want to bother with thinking about in which particular column I'm searching for. Just know that this data is there, and you want to search this data. You just type something and see the needed rows. In the new version, which is not yet released, we will have also the local filter, which will be placed just over here, the small filtering drop down. So you will be able to filter by each column, by each value in each particular column. So this will be possible from the next release. But for now, if you want to filter on the client side, use the text search. But you can also filter on the server side. To do this, you can go to the context menu and say, hey, filter by. And there are many of predefined conditions you can use. For example, first name Spencer. Okay, this is what I want to do. I just pressed it, and the data is filtered. But this is the server filter. It means that the where clause is actually used to retrieve the data. We can even see the whole query which we run. I think we can go here and say view query. And this is the query which were run to get this data. And you can see this is the where field where this condition is shown. And you can even do something like this. You can type anything like you're typing the where clause. So last name, H, press enter, and that's it. So again, if you want to filter your table in the server way, you can just type something like you type the where clause here. So you don't need to open the console and bother with a SQL query. That's possible. Okay. What's next? We call it data editor, and it's not coincidence. You can not only view, but also edit data here. So if you want to do some ad hoc updates on your table. You don't need to write the update statements. You can just go here and say, hey, this is James, whatever. And this is Kelly, whatever. You can even do some multiple editing. This is also possible. This is very cool. You can even copy and paste data. So we'll do some, some rubbish stuff. You can do something like this, and you even copy from the external CSV source and paste it to the data editor. This is also possible. So this is kind of a small Excel to work with your tables. As you can see, I can even delete rows. I can update. I can add new rows. So this is also possible. And when I do these manipulations, of course, these manipulations are not yet in my database. They're just local. And you can detect this by seeing that they're highlighted. So every change can be retrieved. So for example, I don't want to add new rows. I just put my selection here and I press revert. This row is going to be deleted. I don't want it. Revert. This is rubbish. I select what I need, revert, and it's reverted. This is also something senseless, revert, and say this is the changes I really want to make in my database. I can press submit, or I can just press preview pending changes. And when I click on preview pending changes, I see that, okay, this is the queries which are generated to make the needed changes. You can just copy these queries if you want to use these queries in some other context or whatever, or you can just press submit. That's it. So my changes is generated. I can even see it in the services tool window in the log tab. Yes. So this is actually the queries which were run to make the changes in my database. So this is about data editing. Let's briefly take a look on what this toolbar offers to us. Paging, already mentioned. Refresh, more or less clear. This is the automatic refresh. You can set how often your grid or data editor needs to be refreshed, so you will never miss the third-party updates. We already covered what is add row and delete row, and this is the manipulations with data. Here you can actually decide if you want to update your data in manual mode, or you want to use database transactions, or in automatic story mode, or you want to use database transactions. What it means that if you use the manual mode, there are two buttons added here, submit and commit. So it's not only the layer of IntelliJ here, it's also the layer of database. So after you press submit, there will be committed transaction, and only if you manually commit this transaction, the changes will go to the database. So, but I personally use automatic mode. This is the DDL button, more or less clear what it does. It shows you the DDL of the particular table. You can go back via the same button. This is search, already covered. And this is charts. We recently introduced charts. Let me maybe show you it in more. Oh, no. This is not my shortcuts I am used to. Windows database. And by the way, yeah, this is the very cool moment to show you find action. I'm pretty sure that Trisha already showed you. But again, find action, I think it's even more important than Alt Enter, Shift Command or Control A, you just go find action where you can do anything with the IDE. Why I actually bothered with this now? Because I want to show the database tool window. I don't remember the shortcut in IntelliJ because in DataGrip it's a little bit different. I just type database here. Okay, that's it. I press enter and I'm done. So at every moment like this, when you do remember how to do anything in IDE, use find action. Okay, so what I wanted to mention, I forgot. Yeah, charts. Exactly. So for example, sales by film category. This is the views which shows me just a simple table about sales by film category. You can go here. Oh, sorry, I will close it now. Show charts. Yes, and you will be able to see the simple chart based on data. And there are plenty of options here. You can choose which particular types of plot you want to use. So again, if you do some small, tiny data analysis, this is very, very, very cool. Let's go back to our actor table. By the way, I use recent files. And again, Trisha already showed you that this is one of the most important things in IDE. When you're lost, Command E, if you want to reopen something, what I'm doing now is using recent files. Okay, so this is very, very important drop-down. In this drop-down, there are plenty of data extractors. Data extractors actually let you to choose in which particular format you're going to export your data. So the most simple is CSV. This is more or less clear. If you choose the CSV, say you want to make a CSV file from this table. Okay, you just export data, you choose the extractor, CSV, you choose the output file, and this is the CSV file which is going to be created. What is not more obvious, what is not as obvious, that you can not only export your data to the file, but you can also export your data to the clipboard. To export your data to the clipboard, obviously what you need to do is to press copy. So if I select some data, I press copy. It is copied to my clipboard, and let's create another Scratch file, which will be just a plain text. Yes, and here's what inside the clipboard. But if you choose another extractor, say SQL inserts, it means that when you copy data, here is what you have in your clipboard. If you paste it to the query console, of course, it will be properly highlighted. So here's what you have in your clipboard. And we have many extractors to help you with exporting. So this is the list of extractors. I personally like where clause extractor. It helps you when you create the plot of SQL scripts. Let me show you how it works. So for example, I have a query which gets the actors where last name begins with M. Not so much sense, but whatever. What's wrong? Okay, I didn't choose the schema. Public. Okay. Last name doesn't exist. What's the problem with this? Yes, public actor should work. Yes, like this. And this is the bunch of these actors. And say I want to work with the IDs of that actor. I want to copy them and use them in another query. Here I choose the where clause extractor. I select the whole column, and I use the extend selection shortcut for this. I press copy, and what do I have in my clipboard is this. And then I can use it in, hey, film actor query, something like this, and that's it. So before we actually implemented this feature, I myself always did this, copy in whatever, but now it's automated. And what is cool about these extractors, let me go back to extractors, that these extractors are scripted. So we have several scripted extractors. And if you go to scripts directory, you can see that inside your project tool window, there is the folder where we have all these extractors, and these extractors are just Groovy scripts. So you can create your own extractors. You can, download extractors from GitHub. You can share these extractors. You can adjust the existing extractors. So any type of format you can think of is possible with IntelliJ. What I also like is pretty one. If you use the pretty extractor, you can copy your data, and what you have inside your clipboard is this. You can just quickly send some piece of data to your colleague with the help of extractor, so you don't need even to print it out to make some kind of a file. Just make it really quickly. So this is about extractors, and more or less I covered everything. Maybe one cool feature is copy to database. Any grid can be copied to the database, and actually it can be copied to any kind of database. And I personally like this feature because it helps me to work with the result sets, not with the tables. So for example, if I have some query, and let's imagine that this is a very long query. If I run it, I get the results. And then I want to work with this result like I work with the table. If I will add some where clauses here, it will be recounted, it will be run again, it can be really slow. Let me add this thing here. So, okay, so if I want to work with this result sets, what I can do, I can press here, copy to database. And these results can be actually copied as a new table to any database, not only to the Postgres database, to MySQL, to SQL Server, whatever. So for example, I choose the public schema and say, okay, result 6. By default, it should work. Now the import is going on. Let's wait a little bit. Okay, there was some kind of a problems with my types. So is there something in my table? No. Okay, let's create the results a little bit simpler. Maybe something like this. Again, I go to copy the database, result 7. Okay. I want to copy it to my public database. Okay, yeah, this worked. So again, I have a result 7 now table, and this is a table created from the result set, and I can even ensure in this. So I can press a shortcut, navigate to the database tree. Yeah, it works. So now you can see that this is the result number 7, and it's exists in my public schema. And you can work with this with a new table. And basically this, again, I will repeat, this works with all the grids and with all the databases. Okay, so more or less I covered what the data editor is about. And I have, I think, 5 minutes more. Let me briefly show how you are not going to lose your work with database work. Of course, there are some platform features which already covered. I personally like the local history. You can always check what kind of queries you typed, and if you want to go back in time 10 minutes before, 1 hour before, you can always use the local history. You can revert to any revision of any file. But specifically for the databases, we have a couple of features. Browse query history. It doesn't work well with zooming, but okay. So again, this is the history of all the queries which were run in this particular data source. Of course, you can just start, type, and search for the queries you want to find. That's it. It's even pasted in the editor. Also, there is the show SQL log in Finder action. Okay. Okay. Yeah, something like this. No, I have problems with my Explorer, but you can just believe me that this opens you the window where you see all the logs, and especially the SQL log. And in this SQL log, you will see all the queries which were run from IntelliJ, and these are not only user queries but also the data introspection queries. So if you want to know what IntelliJ does to make an introspection, you can also check this log as well. Clipboard history, of course, I like it personally. Every time you copy something, you can paste it from the history. And again, when you copy your queries somewhere else, it is also saved here. And yes, navigation. That is what, well, maybe that will be my last chapter. As you know, double shift allows you to navigate in classes and files and symbols, whatever. But we also have the tiny tab called database. And here in the database tab, you can actually search for database objects. So for example, if I want to type film actor, I can just type it, and here you can define in which particular data source you are searching on. You can search in all data sources. If I will switch my data source, of course, I will find other objects. Postgres, okay. If I'm searching for film actor, I press enter. Yeah, Core, I don't care. I just open my table, and if I want to use this table in Database Explorer, I can just ensure that, yeah, this table is found. Again, in double shift, there is a database tab which shows you only the database objects. But of course, the database objects are all indexed, and you can find it in symbol tab. This is also possible, and there are lots of small objects inside here. If you want, for example, find triggers, sequences, they should be found in the symbols tab, but in the database tab, you search for the major objects. Yes, and one last thing, I still have time. What I wanted to show you is the DDL data source. DDL data source is not a real data source. It's the data source which can be built based on DDL files. So in my case, this is looks like a normal data source, but in fact, it's not data source at all. So if I go to tables, I double click on actor table, I don't see data, I see just the DDL. And this actor SQL is actually a real file. I can see it here in my project. So as you can see, public schema is now represented as a bunch of files. And based on this bunch of files, the DDL data source is created. And you can even create this bunch of files based on a real data source. That's also possible. You can go here, tools, and import export, and say, hey, dump to DDL data source. And this data source will be dumped into that set of files. But after you have this DDL data source, why it can be actually useful? First of all, you can have the code completion based on the objects you have here. So let's say you don't have the access to the real database. You just have the DDL. You can create this DDL data source, and all the objects from this will be completed when you write in the scripts, when you write in your SQL strings inside Java classes. This is also possible. And also, you can see the diagram of this DDL data source, like you can observe the diagram of the real data source. So, for example, I go here, I say, hey, diagrams, show diagram, and it shows me the diagram. I can even zoom it in. And yes, this is the diagram describing all the relations inside the DDL data source. So again, if you have the DDL files describing your schema, you can create a fake data source inside your database tool window and then work with this. Of course, you cannot run real queries, but many of other features will be working as well. Yeah, so this is about DDL data source, and I think more or less I'm going to finish, and we'll be happy to answer questions if you have any. And again, we hope if you have databases in your project, just try this database tool window. You can like switch from all the other database IDEs and work just inside IntelliJ, and we hope you'll like it. Or you can use the data group as a separate IDE, which provides completely the same functionality. I'm done, more or less. Thank you very much.
Max, hello again, and thank you for that great talk. I think I didn't promise too much. It was just really good stuff, really. And I didn't, by the way, I didn't know about the when did the charting and the diagrams and all of that, when was that added? Did I just miss that?
Diagrams, yes, they were here for ages, like starting from version 1, but the charts are pretty new.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so we've got a couple of questions. I'll go through them, and I just wanted to add one of the questions I have myself actually. When you mentioned at the very beginning with the proper database support that we offer with our own parsing and the introspections, everything, what can people, by the way, expect in terms of being up to date with the latest, I don't know, SQL standards, features, whatever? I mean, is there some sort of a delay or lag in our support, essentially?
So basically, again, supports in like on a very high scale, supports consists of two things, like connection and introspection, and SQL parser and syntax support. So what about the syntax parser? We are really fast because adding the new constructions in the language is just like 1 to 3. So when you know that this language is going to be released, the new version of the language, we do it really quickly. Regarding the connection, in majority of cases, the connection to the old databases works with the new version of databases. So we need to do nothing. But sometimes there is a driver update, there are some changes in the new version, but usually we know about them pretty in advance, and we also quite quick, especially with the major databases. So the short answer to your question is we are quite rapid here.
Okay. The next question from Michal, I think. Is there any plan to add support for graph databases like ArangoDB, for example?
There are no plans, at least for 2024, but I have to say that the demand is not really high. For us, the main source of checking the demand is our issue tracker. People go there, people vote for new databases to be added. And of course, there are lots of databases in the world. We have lots of supported, but there are even more that are not supported. And we need somehow to prioritize what we do with all this new stuff. And our open issue tracker is one of the main sources where we look. So please upvote the issue. Just write a comment why you actually need to have this in IntelliJ, and we'll consider that.
And again, I have to add, I was surprised to see how many databases are hidden under the other item currently. So yeah. The next question is, how can I distinguish between multiple database connections like production testing databases in a manner that's more discernible than just using names? And I guess then you also showed the color coding in your presentation. Anything else that pops up in your mind?
Basically, we answer that please use read-only mode for production. Please use the color coding. And that's basically it. We are thinking about maybe different, pre-templates for productions and test data sources. It's not yet implemented. For now, color coding, read-only, and names should work fine.
Mm-hmm. The next question by Charlie. How would you approach sharing database configurations with other developers in your team? For example, for onboarding, we have a lot of databases and it's a lot of work to add these manually for each developer. So it looks like they're not, I don't know, sharing the config somehow.
Yeah, so first of all, you can just copy and paste data sources. And when you copy your data sources, there's the XML created, and you can even send this XML, whatever, to your colleague. Your colleague just pastes it, and it works. your colleague just need to update the password because we don't store the passwords. But also, actually, all the data sources are described in the special configuration file, which is called data sources XML. I don't remember the path because it's quite complicated, but it exists. So if you put this data source XML under Git or whatever, you can share this file and it will work just immediately on many IDs.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. That's also, I just wanted to, I mean, yeah, put the data source file, share it, Git repository, and you're good to go. We have another question by Scott. Is there a background connection left open to get the metadata, it looks like?
Yes, exactly. We have, by the way, IntelliJ works in the mode of several connections to one data source. So of course we have the special connection to retrieve all the metadata, and this is not the connection you are working with when you write queries.
Mm-hmm. Then we have an interesting question, because I personally have never seen such a database, but Yilmaz writes, how would code completion work with 100,000 database tables?
Well, that's an interesting question. After the introspection is finished, we don't care, of course, because after the introspection is finished, we already have all this data indexed in the tree mode inside IntelliJ, so it's really, really, really fast. But to introspect this 100K of tables can be a tough task. It really depends on the database engine, on the speed of your connection. So yes, in some cases, it can take time to get the metadata of 100K databases. For Oracle, which is I have to say famous for its low speed, we already implemented the levels. So you can just choose the level 1 of introspection, and level 1 only gets the names of the major objects, not source codes, not small objects, and it should work fine even for the big amount of tables. We have plans, it's on our roadmap, to implement levels for all the major databases. So it will be much faster to get the core metadata for the database, and in that particular case, it should work fine. But again, the short answer is just wait once until the introspection is finished, and then everything will work just like 1, 2, 3.
Out of interest, just another question by me. What are the currently most used or most popular databases from your perspective, or from our perspective, so to speak? What do people use?
So we have data. This is obvious. And the most popular database is MySQL. And
MySQL,
the second, yes, and the second most popular is Postgres.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's interesting that MySQL gets a lot of slack or flack or whatever you call it, but yeah. We have a question which I think you already answered in your talk by Shakur. Is the search limited to the rows shown, or does it search all the query results on the back end? And I think you went through that, actually showing showing how it's done. And then let me just quickly see, what else do we have? Yes, Rick asks, what is the best way to save, maybe, I don't know, popular queries among your team associated with a database? Can the queries, the saved queries, be exported to other machines running IntelliJ?
Yeah, I got the question. We even have the tutorial on that topic. It's called Query Book in DataGrip. You can just Google it, and there we offer several approaches. I personally think that if you want to save queries associated with the database, and also you can share this with the colleagues, just use local files. You can just store your queries in files. These files can be associated with the particular databases, and that's it. And of course, it can be stored under the VCS. So for me, this is the very simple and more or less understandable approach. But there are several ways to achieve saving queries. You can also use live templates for saving queries. This is also possible. You can use bookmark technology. That's also possible. But I think the most robust is just to store these files in local files, store these queries in local files.
We had, maybe as the last question, there were a couple of people asking about, suddenly they're coming out, hey, there's a special database called Dolt There's another database called SurrealDB. There's another database called something else. Are we supporting it? At the end of the day, by the way, do we have one place again where we can show people what our database support is, or how many, where they can find out if their special database is supported or is on the roadmap of being supported somewhere?
So again, to know what databases are already supported, the best way to know about it is the UI. You just press plus button and you see the list. What about the plans? The best way is our issue tracker. You just go to the issue tracker, find the ticket of your favorite database, and maybe there is no ticket, you need to create one, which is a sign, of course, but anyway. And there we can chat with you, we can discuss if we have these plans or we don't have these plans. But frankly speaking, the number of votes for the particular databases is maybe one of the main sources for us to know if there is a demand, because there are so many databases and we don't have resources to support 100. So we need to choose somehow, and that's how we do it.
All right, people. So vote. That's it with the questions. From my side, I can only say thank you, Max, again very much for the talk. People rewatch, because I'm quite sure not everyone remembers everything you've just seen, because from extractors to the charting to the comparing the data to all the little icons and stuff that Max went through. Rewatch this talk, super helpful in your day-to-day life. Thank you, Max, for giving this presentation.
Thank you very much. I hope it was useful for our audience.
It sure was. All righty then. Max, bye-bye. And we will bring, I think, Marit on screen. And we'll do something else in the next couple of minutes.
And Mala. Hi, Mala.
Yes. So now the plan is to do a fun quiz with the audience, everyone who's watching, because we still have another 5 minutes to go. Now to do that, let me bring my screen. Yes, everyone watching, you can use the QR code which is shown. We also have posted a message in YouTube chat, so you can use that to play along. And in another 10 seconds, we'll change this one and you'll get started with the first question. So on the count of 5, let's start. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So here goes the first question. So how many of you know that you would be able to derive a new record from an existing record in Java? Yes, so we all, oh my God, I think Venkat gave it away in his keynote when he mentioned that there are going to be withers. Oh my God. So we kind of, okay. But yes, there's are people who still don't know about it. So yes,
Is Venkat also voting with us? Yeah.
That would be great. That would be great if too late. We should have pinged him earlier.
Also, lots of love, I see. I don't know if that's for this particular feature that you're throwing all these hearts, but thanks.
That could be for the conference, for the host, for the speaker, all of them. So that is interesting. And for anyone who voted that they do not know about it, so the jet number is 468. I'll type it in the chat, 468. It is not part of any Java version yet, but we'll probably see that soon. Okay, so the next question. So as I mentioned, this is going to be a fun quiz. So we have both kind of questions, interesting, fun, and something which is related to your languages and frameworks. So yes, so we already have started getting one response. Just one? Oh my God, magic wand. So, Marit, thoughts?
I was going to say my laptop, but yeah. I see other people carry their laptop everywhere as well.
What is AA? Right.
Batteries?
A photo of Venkat. I like that. I just saw a photo. Who
carries that's adorable.
Who carries the photo of Venkat in their backpack? But well, okay.
I also saw a knife and JetBrains cup. That is interesting. Camera, flashlight, raincoat. Oh my God, this is getting interesting. This
It is
is
getting
really
interesting.
interesting.
It's also getting
Yes,
super hard to read the answers, but hey,
yes.
I think I also just saw a Korean answer. I think somewhere with some Korean writing and spelling. So I guess who knows what that means, unfortunately.
That
But
is
chargers,
sweet.
I always bring my
Yes,
charger.
laptops, chargers, water bottle. That those win this round. So let's move to the next question.
Dollars, I like
279
it. Okay.
responses. Yes. Folks, oh wow. Oh, rather not say. So that would be, so water is leading now. Coffee is trying to catch up. Let's see, tea drinkers. Who's a tea drinker? Me. Yes.
Me
I'm
also,
team coffee.
but what is rather
Okay.
not say? Are people drinking alcohol watching these sessions?
They'd rather
Are
not
they
say,
will fall in
Marco.
love? Absolutely. They
Thanks for
rather
reminding me.
not say. Yes. So that's so we have a clear winner here, which is water. And on the count of 5, I will change the next slide. So on the count of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So what is the next question? Do we have knives coming out now? So favorite programming language, Kotlin. Wow.
So for the people who are writing Kotlin, we have a talk by Sebastian Agner on Kotlin tomorrow.
Yes, we do. So Java is
Rust.
leading now.
Come on,
Yes.
Angular. Yeah, okay. Did I just see PHP? Come on, where is PHP?
PHP, yes, we could see PHP, SQL, HTML. Right? It's interesting. And this is really fun, but I think we'll have to drop our quiz after this question because we'll have to call in the next speaker.
Yes.
Marco, which
I
one
guess
is your favorite?
Yes, my favorite programming language. I'm happy with all of them. So I'm happy with all of them. In any case,
Being
I guess
politically correct.
yes, it's time for me kind of to say goodbye and give it over to Moritz, the next host of the next session.
Thank you so much for answering.
Bye.
It was fun. Bye.
Okay, thanks for the quiz, Mala. All right, and that means it's the top of the hour and time for our next session. I'm very happy to have Karl Heinz here, who is the program chair for Apache Maven. So let's add him to the stream. Hi, Karl Heinz. How are you today?
Hello, Marit. How are you as well? I'm fine as well. Thank you very much.
I'm fine. I'm really...
The previous quiz was interesting to see the results, yeah.
So you're slightly distracted by the quiz results now, or?
Yes, of course, completely.
So I also saw you in the chat earlier today. You've been following along?
Yeah, not completely because I had some other appointments before that, but I entered the talk of Trisha already because I know her on and I like the talk about IntelliJ and the things in IntelliJ they were great, yeah.
Things in IntelliJ like Maven support.
I know.
So you're here today to talk to us about the current state of Maven 4.
Yep, exactly. That was my topic today, and to show some internals and what the development cycles are at the moment working and what we are working at the moment and what are the ideas behind that and what is the state of the development and the current state of the version 4. We will see later. Exactly.
Okay,
so,
well, that's interesting. So let me drop off and we'll add your screen to the stream.
Yep.
And
okay.
I'll ask everyone again to ask their questions in the chat. I will come back when your session is done, or if you want to take questions in between, just call my name and I'll hop on and see if there are any questions at that point.
Yeah, I can take this the question in between it. That's just fine. Just call me and we will see if I can answer them or if I had to go forward to the slides or to the
just if there's a good point in your presentation where you'd like to take questions, just say my name and ask if there are any, and I'll hop on.
Okay, then that's the
Okay.
trigger word. Okay, thank you very
Okay,
much.
cool.
Okay,
Thank
so
you. Take it away.
yeah, thank you very much. Okay, hello everyone. So my name is Karl Marbaise, as already mentioned. I'm the Apache Maven chairman of the project at the moment. I will show you different things about what the Maven project at the moment is working on, and what state we are at the moment. That's very important, I think, to know what the current development is and what the news are and what the new features are, which are we working on. Let us start with some things here about maybe a few things about me, but it's not very interesting. The most important thing is some kind of agenda here. We will talk about a bit of the ecosystem, of the Maven ecosystem, because it's very large in the end. Some of the architectures. Then we will talk about some parts on particular so-called consumer build POM, the reactor enhancement, the timeline, and the JDK requirements, which are very important, I think, to know what runtime requirements are and what you can do with the different JDKs. And I will talk in detail with some other particular features and show them in real life here. I do about 15 minutes, hopefully, and the rest will be shown in the IDE on command line. So what we have here on the left upper side is the so-called Maven core. And that is usually that what you download and call via MVN on the command line. Based on that, we have some core ITs. That means the integration test we are using, and also the artifact resolver, which is responsible for downloading all the dependencies and things like that. On the right side, on the upper corner, you see the Maven plugins. We have at the moment at the Apache Software Foundation about 50 plugins at the moment, which are all maintained based on 4 of the Maven team here. We have also the parent POMs here, which are also maintained for the Apache Software Foundation, which are usually consumed by the Apache Software Project. Some of them do that, others don't. We have also some other parts here, like the compiler plugin, as maybe mentioned already, the different plugins, compiler, resource, install, and things like that. I just bet that you already use them. There are other things like assembly plugin, enforcer, and things like that. The parent POMs I already mentioned there. Most important things is the so-called shared components, which are an extracting of to prevent code duplication in the different plugins, because we have many plugins which do some kind of packaging, war, jar, things like that. So we have a component which is called Maven Archiver, which do handle many of the common stuff, so we don't need to reproduce that every time. So we have the area, it's called Doxia. This is for site rendering. That means we can create a site of that. If you take a look on the Maven side, this is also rendered with Maven itself. So you can create that for different documentation from Markdown, things like that, old stuff, APT, which we are using at the moment and several times. You can also get support for ASCII Doctor via the external ASCII Doctor Maven plugin, which is not maintained by us here. We have also some kind of skins. That means how the site looks like. We have different ones. You can select them. We have some archetypes which are maintained to make an easy template setup for the projects possible. We have integrated that resolver later on, about 4 or 5 years ago. Sorry, 8. That was before it was Eclipse Ether, and it was hard to maintain. So we integrated that into the Apache Software Foundation. That took a lot of time here. So the next things are things like the Plexus parts or Plexus components from the CodeHouse Plexus part. If you take a look in your installation of your Maven, there is a part which is called Plexus Classword and things like that. We have some different mix up there. In the meantime, we have, for example, in the earlier versions in pre-Maven 4, we used Plexus Modello. That was the part which is generating the code to reading the POM file and generating the XSD file and all this stuff which is related to the XML processing, things like that. That had changed a lot in the meantime. We also use that and changed a lot of things. We have also Plexus interpolation, which is responsible to interpolate properties like in the POM file, for example, these project.version, project.artifact ID or something like that. That was responsible for that, which is not inside the Apache Software Foundation here. We have also the part which are so-called the Mojo House plugins, and I bet you also use many of them. For example, things like the versions Maven plugin, Accept plugin, Flatten, AppAssembler, and things like that. Then we take a look back into the history. You see that the date 2005, that was Maven 2. And you see on the left side these parts, reporting API and all that stuff. That meant at that time, the reporting site generation and things like that was integrated into the core and not externalized to plugins, which is the state of today or for a long time. We have several other parts like classwords on the right side. We have so-called Wagon provider on the bottom side here, which is marked yellow, things like that. Interpolation on the right side, you see that. This called Plexus container, that was a dependency injection framework, or IOC to be more accurate here, which has been replaced over the time and keep compatible with other things like that. In 2010, we started with Maven 3, and you see already several things has been changed. In particular, the bottom side, there is the Plexus, Bean, and Juice patches, this part here, and there was a compatibility layer between the old Plexus part and the new Juice layer, which was really required to handle things like that, and to make it possible to run a new Maven 3 plugin, which is run on Maven 3, an old Maven 2 plugin. There was a time to migrate that. That was a long time, and that works already today. And that are some problems today. We have extracted the complete reporting part on the left side, which has been moved to plugins, completely like Maven side plugin, all that stuff. And the Plexus part on the right side has been kept there. We have also the Wagon provider part, which had been sometimes where the transport layer has been done by Wagon, and that has changed a lot over the time. And then we have Maven 3.5, and then you see some changes. We have a logging API, SLF4J API on the left side. We have added JANSI or something like that. Yeah, we could do colors on the command line, on the console, things like that. And you see also the Plexus inject and juice on the bottom. That made possible to have really just at inject versions working, JavaX inject, that you can do that with these defaults like that, and that was not specialized to annotations which are handled by Maven itself. There are defaults like that, and we extracted things like the resolver provider here on the SPI implementation, things like that, for the resolving of the artifacts had been changed over the time. And now we are in Maven 4. In the meantime, the development has taken a long time because it's a lot of stuff to change here. We have changed also the providers for the logging. On the right side, the Wagon provider is still there, but you shouldn't use them, and remove that already in Maven 3.9. It had been changed. I will do more details later. We have some changes on the model here. We have a tool chain builder, things like that. We have builder support, model builder, model transformation, and things like that that has been changed for a lot of things, because that foundation work has been required to make an evolving of Maven itself possible. So let us take about particular issues or particular features of the Maven 4 version, because we needed to go forward and we need to change something. The problem with that is that the usual Maven POMs started with Maven 3 already, or more accurate, already with Maven 1, but there was a model version. In all POMs, you see that model version 4.00, something like that. And if you don't do that, your build will crash and will not accept that. The problem with that is that there are some issues with that. The problem is that you declare several parts in the POM file, like dependencies, dependency plugin management, things like that, profiles, repositories, distribution management, and many other things. So the point is we have two functionalities of the POM. That means one is the information about how to build the project or describe how it should be built based on the declarative description of that. That's the first focus on that. And the second one is the description of the dependency graph, or in general, a little bit more simpler to say, which kind of dependencies does your project have? And as you already know, maybe from Java development or any other language, this is a kind of a separation of concern problem, because we have two functionalities here in the POM, but we deserve two things here. And that is a problem in the end. It is often not the big issue, but for doing some different things, it can be problematic, in particular for our purposes at the moment. So we have also the point here, which is very important, that the POM files in version 4, if I mean version 4, I mean model version 4.00. I'm not talking about the Maven version itself. I'm talking about the model version here at the moment. The problem is that the POM file is consumed by so many tools, build tools, Maven, Gradle, Apache, IDEs, for example, IntelliJ, Eclipse, NetBeans, all these tools are consuming them and using them. That is, on the one side, a very good thing because it brings you support for your handling in your IDE and improves your productivity and things like that. But on the other hand, it is a problem to change that format. So we needed to change that because we need to separate these two concerns here. We need to focus and say we have something which is describing the building part, so how it is built, which plugins had to be configured, how they had to be executed, which and when and version and all that stuff, repositories use and all that stuff. And on the other hand, we should describe only what we need to consume, a library or a tool which can be published, has been published on Central or something like that, or in an internal repository manager. And if you do that, you can't do that very easily because many people already suggested, why don't you simply change the POM file? The problem is because it's consumed by so many things, people and tools, of course. And if you do that, it will break things. And that's the big issue here. Not only the tools are the problem, also if you think about the central repository, it contains millions of artifacts. And if that will be changed, then you have a big issue, or I would say not big, it's gigantic in the end. And the result would be that it will not be accepted. So if we change simply the POM which existing at the moment, that will be result in not accepting the change here. In the history of Maven, there had been already such a change between Maven 1 and Maven 2. There were a time where two formats existed, Maven 1 format and Maven 2 format. And the experience was, to say it very kindly, not very good. So we already had that experience. So we said, that's not the way to go. So we needed to find a different way, or the result would be something like that. So we have to decide it, and long time discussed about what we can do. We need to define the so-called build POM, which is at the beginning in version 4.00 at the moment, and will produce as a result a version 4 which is put into central repository, like Central or something like that. What we can do is also to produce some additional info, project dependencies to resolve also already the complete dependency tree and make it easier for downloading bulk downloads and things like that, which is at the moment not the case. We are not at that level, and maybe I'm not sure if we really reach that level, but that's the idea behind the thing. So we have to separate these things. One is called build POM and one is the consumer POM. The consumer POM is published. So now we can change the build POM in a way we would like to do that and change things which might be better required or whatever. So we have to separate the information, like only the dependencies will be the consumer POM, and all the other stuff like properties, builds, modules, parent, things like that will be completely removed of that. So let us go into a real demo and think about how the changes are and what we are doing here at the moment. I have a simple POM file here. I will show you that. I think the best way is to show that in the IDE. I have used here a very, very basic POM at the beginning to show you some of the features already Maven 4 already has here. We start with a very simple thing here. I have only defined the so-called coordinates, group ID, artifact ID, and version, and I will just simply build that. The first thing I will do and check which version I'm using here. I'm using 4.00 Alpha 12. That's the last one. We are preparing at the moment Alpha 13 in the time, so I can just build that POM. So you see some interesting hints here. The warning at which is marked yellow here. So it tells you version not locked for default plugins. That means the plugins which are using here, for example, Clean plugin and other plugins as well, are not defined by the plugin management. And that is really a required thing to do that you can get a reproducible build all the time, because if you don't use the same plugin, it could happen that a different version of a plugin maybe has a bug, or an update between different plugins caused a different configuration, something like that. So I can do that in a more other way. And so you see that the warning has changed, that there are many other plugins mentioned. So that shows already, based on the life cycle, you have to add the different plugins, for example, compiler plugin, Surefire, jar plugin, things like that. It uses at the moment particular versions, but it can happen that it changes over the time. That's one of the warnings you get at the moment with Maven 4 already, that it will give you some hints into the right direction. So let us take a look into a different thing and different features which are already available with Maven 4. So I have prepared a different project, which is called, I call it Java EE. That is not particularly related to Java EE. It's only to show that. Just have a second. That should be the one. This project is just simply as an example for a multi-module build. It just contains things like a parent, several modules in that, like this here. I show you here some different setups. Oh, sorry, I'm just on the wrong branch here. Sorry for that. I just changed that. Sorry for that. So I have a usual parent. What you see here is very important, the model version. As you see here, the model version. I'm using my own parent here to define all the plugins which I use. So I pinned them all of that. Then I defined a group, artifact ID, and a version. Nothing fancy here. Very usual thing here. We have also a thing like modules here, a list of modules. That means the submodules here. You can take a look into one of the modules. For example, I take the look here at the service module. I have defined a parent that makes the relationship to the parent automatically, and that defines a so-called multi-module build. You see also I have defined the version number here. I use here a placeholder, which I talked about, interpolation thing, which is exactly responsible for that point. So let us build this project with Maven 4 already. So I just do a clean at the beginning, just to start here. You see that all the modules are executed based on the order, on the dependency defined order. That means one module has a dependency to another, and that defines the build order here. So not a big issue here. I can simply call an MVN verify and run the whole build, and it will completely run the complete build and finish that. Okay, that's the first hint is, so the usual way, if you use that, you can simply start building with Maven 4 Alpha already existing projects. So that works already. Very important thing, I think, to make a migration more easily than just via a big bang or something like that. So what I can now do is to say, I would like to use a different version for all that, but I don't want to define that into literally in my POM file all the time here, because I wanted to use a different version for my project. So I'm just lazy. I don't want to do that. And many people complain about that. And they are completely right. They are complete about that. And there are already some solutions with that are already working. If you use the so-called CI friendly with Maven 3, there was a solution which already worked, but there are some issues with that, not perfectly fine. And we have started to do work on that. And in the meantime, this works completely. Let us take a look. I would change the branch. I already prepared that because I'm lazy, because I don't want to make that on live here. What I have done is to use a revision property which defines inside the version tag here. So I'm able to define the version I would like to use via this property. I have changed that in all these modules. Let us take a look into the others I have shown before. So what I've done is also I defined the tag here and used that property here. So to make it more easier, so I don't need to change that all the time and things like that. So what I can do now here is, first I can build that completely, but you see a problem because I have not defined the revision as a version or with the value here. It doesn't work here. So what we can do is just define the revision here, 2.5, something like that, whatever. And now I can build the whole project. That works also if I would like to do that with a verify or with an install or whatever. So the problem here is I need to define that revision property all the time on the command line. And that's a bit clumsy, and you don't like it. I don't like it either here. So the point is, how can we handle that we make it more easier to use? So the simple thing is we can just simply define that property in a very simple way. So I can just revision 1.4.5 something. I just define that inside my property, inside my POM, sorry. So now I can just simply call clean here, and now it works. So there is a defined value for the property, and now I can build the whole project without supplemental configuration options, which are not required anymore to give them on the command line. So that makes it easier for me to use that here. The point here is very important. On the first glance, it might look, so where's the problem? It just works. Yeah, that works, yeah. But a very important thing is I don't use the flatten Maven plugin, which is required in Maven 3 to use the CI friendly. So the first big thing here is that we have changed the Maven core in that way that it supports completely this thing out of the box. So you don't need to define or call the flatten Maven plugin in any way. So that works just out of the box in the meantime. So that's one of the steps in make it more easier to handle something like the versions and things like that. So yeah, that works. And okay, so far. But let us just build with a verifier, something like that, and see we have created all the versions here. And you can see also here the assembly plugin, app assembler, things like that had been created. And also these archives have been built with the right version number from the property. But now the important part is what happens if I need to build a different version? I don't want to build the version 1.4.5. I would like to build 7.6.4 or something like that. So the easy part is now I can do that very simply and define the revision property on the command line and rebuild just by defining the revision property here. And that's one of the most important things now, that you can handle that out of the box with Maven Core without supplemental plugins or any supplemental configuration here. So you can simply change that by defining that on the command line without a supplemental problem, without any plugins. So that is one of the important things and the foundational steps we had done here to make this possible, which in the end makes other things possible too. So let me take a look, and let us take a look how we can change other things and what we can do also. That was one step, but we can go a little bit further. If you think about this structure in a multi-module build, you already may know that the parent definition in a module, I'm here in the service module here, in this one here. So that means if I reference here this parent, that means automatically it goes one level higher and reads that POM file here. And technically, there is a definition that can be used, so-called relative path, and I can use that manually, but usually you don't need to do that because that's the default. One of the things about conventions over configuration. So if you don't use it, if you haven't changed the structure, you shouldn't do that. So you can just simply omit the tag here. But if you think about that, why do I need to define that version at all? It doesn't make sense because it's always the same. And in the previous example, you see in all that the same entry has been done all the time. So let us take a look into the next step and go to another step here. So what we can do now is, first, we have just defined the revision as before. We defined the revision property in the root POM here. But then we have decided to make things a little bit easier. So what you see now is, first, you see the parent is underlined here in red by IntelliJ correctly here, because we are using the model version 4. And we have simply omitted the version tag here completely. I just removed that. So you can do that and it will work here. So if I do that, so I can just, I don't need to define that because already the POM already has a definition for the revision property. So I can completely run that build and it works out of the box without defining the parent tag. I have to say here clearly, this at the moment is a kind of a discussion if we should do that in the model version 4, if we should keep that, because that would be breaking something here if someone is consuming that build POM or this POM here at the moment with a Maven version 3, because that will break completely because it doesn't understand that completely. So we are at the moment thinking, should we move that to model version 4.1, something like that? I think that will be the final result, but at the moment it is not. So it's not very accurate here or not 100% correct. So please don't bother that and don't be bothered by that, and just check that, and maybe the next update will changing that. So another thing here is, if you think about that, take a look into the domain here. As you see here, also the version tag is completely omitted here. Another thing, if you think a bit more about the structure, we have always a root and a child relationship, or in many levels that's more or less the same here. We can do things like that and think a bit of things like, why do I need to define a version for a dependency? Maybe you have not taken a look into detail in the previous example, but usually you write something like that here and say project.version or something like that. That's the usual way you do that here. But if you think about that, you can simply omit it, because based on the group ID and the artifact ID, Maven itself can identify, is it part of the current reactor? If yes, then we don't need a version here at all, and can automatically calculate that version or know that version from that, and just simply omit that. What I can see is that several people are defining the versions of the modules in the parent POM via dependency management, just defining all the modules there. That will also solve that problem in a way. But the point is, if you do that manually and you add a new module to that, you have to maintain also the dependency management part and add this module as well. So with this setup, you don't need to do that. You can completely omit that and automatically get that point. I just go back to the previous branch to show you this first step and how it looks like. And if you see that here, it was defined with the project version as I showed you before. And I have no dependency management for my modules in my my build here. So that makes it a bit easier here to handle that. And there are things like that, so you can use that and make it easier for you to handle these version things, which I think it's a very good thing. It's only the first step or the foundation work at the moment, so it's the starting point here. So let us take a look how these resulting files also look like, because if you see, as IntelliJ is already complaining here correctly, and as I mentioned before, if I would like to use that, that could be a problem. So the question is, if I would do an install or a deploy to a repository manager, how does those files look like? So I will test that by just doing an install here. So it will be installing them into my local repository, and then we will take a look into these as an example of one of these files, for example. So I can do just by using here a simple file. Let us take a look. There was a service file, if I correctly remember. So this one. So there are, let me say, two things in there. Sorry for that. Hold on a second. So there are installed in the meantime 2 files, or 2 POM files, to be more accurate here. There is installed a thing which is POM, just called by POM. It does not contain any classifier. This is a so-called classifier. It is automatically generated and put there as well. You may have seen that with the sources plugin or the Javadoc plugin, that this thing had been already there. So if we take a look into that here, I will show you the contents of that. You will see several things here, or more important things which are very important here. You see, first, the version has been automatically replaced. That means the version which had been defined by a property before up is now put into that resulting POM file here, and now you can use that. Another very important thing is that this POM file does not contain any parent anymore. There is no parent anymore. If you think about the original file I used here, let's go back into my IDE here. If you take a look here and take a look here, there was a reference to that parent, but that has been completely omitted here, and it has been replaced with some particular info. If you see something like that, the description, inception, organization, and all that stuff had been replaced and put in there, which is coming from the parent here. So this POM is now consumable by anyone without accessing the parent, which is sometimes a thing which works, yes, of course, no problem, but that produces another walk through the download and identifying process. And if you have a large hierarchy of different POM files, it could take some time in the end. It also resolves the dependencies, things like that. And I have to say here at the moment, these dependency management part have been resolved, but to be honest, at the moment, it is not perfectly. I'm not sure if that's the final result here, but you see already the dependencies have been already resulted and flattened here, in particular things like from the JUnit Jupyter platform and things like that. And to be honest, at the moment, I doubt that that is the final result, because I'm not sure if that's really correct. We need to discuss that and maybe find some issues or maybe change that. But you see also these dependencies, and maybe we need to talk about things like test dependencies. Should they be part of that, or should they filtered out or something like that? I'm not sure at the moment. We need to discuss that in detail. That was the first one. And the other one is the so-called build POM. It's more or less exactly, or to be honest, exactly the same POM as you already used here up front. So that was the original POM, as I showed you, you have typed in your IDE. The most important thing here is, and which you should understand, this is in the end, like this one here, is not a consumable POM for any Maven version. It will not work because the version tag is missing here, and that is a big issue here. That it's only put there to give you an information, if you like to know that, how that project has been built here. And that's very important here to know on that side. So that's very important to understand that we are separating them, and that the build POM is really only the POM at the state how you used it to build your project. So it is not consumable. If you use things like remove the tag and using the version properties and things like that, that is changed, and that will result maybe in not consumable POMs, or build POMs to be more accurate here. The other POM is consumable and works for Maven 3 as Maven 4 and other tools. If you find some issues here, please report them. That is one of the things we have changed all the time in the meantime, but there are also other things we have changed. For example, we have a thing which is reactor improvements. So usually you have a large multi-module build. This is just an example of a small one. If you have maybe hundreds or even thousands of modules, which existing in the reality, you don't want to build that all of them. There are some other opportunities to reduce the build time via Maven extension, things like that, cache extension or something like that. It is also possible to build only parts of that. In the old times, in Maven 3, you might have realized if you want to build only parts of that, that doesn't work. only if you do an upfront requirement to do an install completely before upfront. But Maven 4 has changed, and there are a lot of improvements. So I can just use or build here some parts without doing supplemental issues here, just building this single module in just one call without supplemental configuration or a required install. Yes, I have done the install before, but that was not required. I can completely wipe out the contents of that repository, and it will even work. So you can do that without supplemental configuration. The only thing as a requirement is that you have to build your project at once. Maybe we are verify, for example, to have all the things set up correctly. And after that, you can use -pl -project and separate and give things like that. That has been improved a lot on that. So next thing is we have integrated or created a so-called BOM packaging. So now we are coming to a very new feature here, and I need to change the project here, so-called BOM example. I have to change to my IDE. Hopefully I have the right one. So you already might see some issues here. Very important thing here is based on that. I go to the root POM here. Just close that up here. So the most important thing here is what you see is model version 4.1.0 has been changed. It has also changed the XML namespace, and the XSD definition has been changed also. One thing is we use the revision property as before. There's no big difference here, but there are other differences. So let us take a look. I have only a small multi-module build with 2 supplemental modules and one which is a so-called BOM. I will take into the different modules here. Module 1, for example, that has the parent as before. I have changed, of course, the model version to all of them, that this is working, because the BOM packaging only works with model version 4.1. I have some dependencies here. Very simple project. It's very, very easy and simple. We have another module, maybe module 2, same thing here, all that stuff as before. And now we have a so-called BOM package, which is a very important thing here, that we have also these 4.1, and a very thing is the packaging is now BOM. That means bill of material. A so-called BOM is used for that if someone else wants to consume your library, which contains several modules. For example, if you take a look into Mockito, or if you took into SJ, or maybe in Spring Boot, they do the same thing here. You have many modules which should be defined via a dependency management. And if you import that in your own project, you don't have to import several separate artifacts of that. For example, without a BOM, you have to consume that by importing the dependency or defining the dependency mod 1 and mod 2. If you think about mod 1 to 10 or something like that, you have to do manually that one from mod 1 to up to mod 10. So it's a bit clumsy and not very, very healthy and very easy to use. So the idea is to use that BOM here is just to import that into your dependency management. And then all these dependencies, or these dependencies of this BOM, will automatically be included in your project. So automatically with their versions. So it makes handling for a consumer or a user of your libraries or several modules much more easier. So this is a support that will work out of the box. At the moment, you can do that as well with some more complex setups. With Maven, it is possible too, but there are some problems in there which are not very good. They can be improved, and that's exactly what we did that to improve that handling in a much more better way here. Let us take a look into that project. I'm just using that. Just do a simple build here. That's not very, very fancy here. I do an install, which is the very important thing here. It builds as usual with the versions and so on. I can change the version numbers and so on, as I've shown before. What I can do now is to take a look into this example here. Let's take a look. We have here some example. Just hold on a second. I have this module, which is called BOM. And now I have a POM generated from that. As you see, we'll take a look first in the build POM. And you see that the module version is 4.1. The packaging is BOM, which will not work with Maven 3. So if you try to build that with Maven 3, it will not work simply. That's one of the breaking changes because we are making a major version change. So now let us take a look into the result of that. And that is this POM here without the dash build. And then you see a very interesting thing now. The version has been changed. There is no parent reference anymore. And you see only these two dependencies in that. So now we have created a consumable build POM, which is an artifact which can be consumed by Maven 3, by Gradle, by whatever you are using, which can work with Maven files or particular with POM files. So that makes it much more easier for library maintainers and things like that to handle that in a more easier way than before with a complicated setup with Maven assembly that works, but it's not very easy to set up. So it's a bit clumsy in some ways. So it's much more easier to do that with that way here. So we have here that, and that works out of box in the meantime. So these are some of the features. I would like to go back to my slides here because I have some other supplemental information about that. So we had to make the separation possible between Maven POM version 4, model version 4, that they are separated. Maven 4 must be able to read that and build with that, as you see as the first project that works with Maven 3 as Maven 4. And the core, the resulting Maven core, must be able to produce this Maven 4 also. And now we can take a look on the timeline we had with the different Maven versions here. In the Maven 3.9 line, you might have already realized several aspects of change in. We have moved away from this wagon transport, and we call it native HTTP. We have just removed that. If you have a build where is something called a thing like wagon extension loaded, you should get rid of that because that has been changed and so on. We have some plugin API changes that had been issued with some plugins or very old plugins. We are working on some new versions of the plugins, Maven 4 plugins only, and that might be required them to change there. We had several problems found which has been injected, very old versions, really ancient version of Plexus utils, and that could break some of these plugins with Maven 3.9 already. There are breaking something. Luckily, there are not many issues of that, but we have found ancient old plugin version, maybe 8, 9, 10 years old, something like that. We have some implementation enforcement and improvements here. We have created the MVN directory. That's a requirement. You might have seen the warning or the information at the first line of the build. And we have introduced new properties, which are session top directory and root directory, which identified the root location of your .mvn directory. You already can use that for a longer time for Maven config, JVM config, and things like that. But now it has really a real other person to find this information. So you can use something like officially supported session root directory, session top directory that can be used for some particular plugin configuration, or if you have some special requirements to find the root location of your whole reactor build or something like that. The first alpha releases of Maven 4 have been out there since June last year. There were already some changes already. You've seen some of them. There are some root location identification, some other things like that. A lot of reactor improvements have been done, as I've shown only a few of them. There is a complete talk of Martin Mulders have been on YouTube on a conference talking about these in particular. We have internally a bunch of changes. We have switched to Woodstock and things like that. We haven't introduced a model version 4.1, as I've shown before. You can define the root of that either via the .mvn directory or in the root in the POM itself. It's possible. I would say it is better to use the MVN directory, so you can use Maven config file or something like that if you need that. So we had already this BOM packaging, as I've shown you. We can load extension in the meantime from the M2E. It is also possible, we have already a prototype that you can formulate your build POM in a complete different way if you really like to. To be honest, I don't like it, but it is possible to do that. And it makes for us possible to change things like that and make changes over the time possible, which was not possible with the old POM model and was completely blocking that point. It is technically possible to write your POM in YAML if you like to. I don't, but that's a different story. You can do that technically. And we are improving that over the time, these build POM setups, and to improve that and make more options possible. There are some orderings possible in the meantime based on if there are some plugins bound to the same phase here, as things like that. You can define a priority, but only with model 4.1. So you can make a different setup so the execution can be ordered. There are some cases where it's required. Usually it's not, but sometimes it's really required. So it's possible now. Configuration extension, we have a basic support for configuration for extensions, which was not possible in Maven 3. We have exclusion support for important BOMs that you can do also and exclude in imported BOMs, things like that. That was not possible before. We have some problems and solved a lot of fixes here, broken Javadoc jar and things like that. We have updated several times, collecting filters and resolving project outside the reactor. There was a problem that it's identified outside. That was not good. And now we come to a very important point. The Maven 3 line, 3.8 line, was a minimum requirement of JDK 7. 3.9 was JDK 8. Up to 4.alpha 12, it was also runtime JDK 8. Build time for building Maven itself, it was JDK 11. But there is a very important thing. Last week, the vote has done. The next alpha release will at minimum require JDK 17 to run your builds with. And the build time requirements is a different thing. That means if you want to use the next alpha version, you have to use JDK 7 at minimum. That doesn't influence what you want to create class files for. There is a -- release option or Maven compiler release option where you can define the resulting class file format which is supported. If that isn't fit enough, there is a toolchain support, so you can use a different JDK for building and running your test and running your Maven build itself. So that was a very big step here and a very important step to change that over the time. We have also, in the meantime, these Maven cache extension, which is supporting improving a lot the build times, in particular of large multi-module builds that can be used based on the configuration that you can use that in your CI/CD pipeline, like in Jenkins or whatever, GitHub or something like that. And if you configure that, that will increase performance a lot. So I think we are at the point, based on the time, I'm completely open for question if there are. I see there are a lot of comments I've seen here on the right side here.
Yes, there have been conversations ongoing. In fact, you just answered some of the earlier questions from Simon and Kumaresh, which was what will be the Java version for Apache Maven 4. So we just learned it will be Java 17. So people are very enthusiastic about that in the chat. We do have a few questions, but let me also first share that Tony, I'm assuming, said thank you for the presentation. It was useful.
Hopefully. Thank you very much for attending that. Thank you.
And to go on to the questions, Siva is asking, does Maven 4 support different folders for unit tests and integration tests out of the box? This is a common requirement in many projects and currently achieved by using a combination of hacks.
To be honest, no, we haven't changed these configuration over conventions because we follow these conventions. You can make a difference by just using the usual naming conventions like dash asterisk uppercase IT for the integration test, and for the unit test asterisk test or something like that, based on the naming convention which is defined by the Surefire plugin and failsafe plugin. You can define that, the naming convention, but not different folders. We don't support that at the moment. And I'm not sure if we will do, because I've seen that a lot of them, but there are things like that. Maybe we do, but I don't think at the moment.
Okay, thanks. And let me see. Someone is asking, Yilmaz is asking, can we not have a Maven wrapper by default so that no Maven installation would be needed?
There is already a Maven wrapper already available since 2 years or so. So you can download from Maven Apache org, and there is already the Maven wrapper available for a long time, which because we have integrated that and taken over the maintaining for the Maven wrapper, we use it, and it is completely supported in the meantime.
Cool. So another question is there a plan to use JSON or YAML because not everybody likes to use XML anymore?
As I said, technically, you can, in the meantime, produce your own implementation if you like, but the usual format will be kept XML for a lot of reasons, because JSON has no comments, no definition. It's the same for YAML. And with all these problems with YAML files, the indentation level and things like that, XML is much more easier and more consumable. Yes, we can discuss a lot because all the tools are supporting that, and if we would like to change that, all the tools must follow that. Like, for example, IntelliJ should be following. And to be honest, I have my doubts that it will happen that way. So that's the basic idea we had in mind based on that.
Yeah, I agree with your comment about XML being more readable than YAML, for example. So let me see more questions. Cedric is asking, are there plans to separate API and implementation scopes that are both mixed into compile right now in order to reduce accidental transitive dependency leakage? That's a mouthful.
Yeah, I understand the question. Thank you, Cedric. At the moment, there are no plans, but it could be made open for that. And now we have the opportunity to do that at the moment. We have no plans, to be honest. At the moment, I have not all the issues, the issue tracker of these 1,000 issues in my mind, but at the moment, I don't think so. But it might be a good way to suggest that simply.
Right. So your suggestion to Cedric is to go to the issue tracker and either see if there's an issue open already or create an issue for this.
Yeah, please. Anyone else who is seeing a problem with Maven 4 at the moment, or any other problem with Maven in general, just open an issue tracker. I know it's taken a bit of time because we have there is no open automatically registration. You have to wait a time, but if you go that or discuss on the mailing list or things like that, yeah, old style, medium, I know, but that helps a lot to understand what people need and what the requirements are. So we can make a plan and think if we can realize that and think about in the team about that.
Yes, awesome, thank you. One more question, do we still follow the same steps like before resolving .m2 cache data by deleting, or is there a new or additional steps for updated Maven versions?
To be honest, the relationship to .m2 cache, I don't understand related to the Maven version, because you can use simply a different Maven version. Your local cache .m2 and your home directory will be reused. It's only depending on the versions you are using as dependencies or plugins and something like that. That it's unrelated usually. Maybe I misunderstand the question here, and maybe you can give a more detailed expression. Maybe you can contact me via Twitter, Mastodon, or something like that, and give me the question more in detail so we can discuss what you're really meaning.
Yes, I'm not sure what the question means, but I know that occasionally I need to clear my M2 folder just to make sure that everything builds again. It's one of those, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Then I say clearly, then you have a problem in your build. That is not the cause of the cache. Definitely.
Surely.
I'm not cleaning up my cache for about 5 years in the meantime. So I never cleaned up my cache any time. I have no problems. I know some people have, but that point I have identified that there was a problem in their build, in their own build. There was some dependencies wrong and things like that.
Yeah. Okay, someone else is asking about TOML. It supports comments.
Yeah, I know, but in the end, we have already XML. And the problem is we have a thing like XML, which is supported by so many plugins, and it's produced and used by many plugins and tools. And the other thing, if you think about Maven Central, there are millions of POM files in there. Who is willing to do the work and migrate them all? To be honest, yeah? We are an open source project. We are not paid at the moment for that. So
Yes.
whoever will do that, and that's the problem, I think. And the tool creators like IntelliJ or any other are not willing to follow that path, I think, because that's much effort to do that and get the same integration level as you already have with the XML files and things like that.
Yes, and you explained earlier in your talk how, you know, Maven is part in a much larger tool chain.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Any changes that you make will impact other tools that depend on it. And it sounds like...
And we are talking about millions of impacts, because not only the tools, also the builders. And if we change that, that means for Maven 4, it is not usable by Maven 3 anymore. Yes, that point is already there with model version 4.1. But for the tooling support, it's a bit harsh, I think. So the acceptance level, I think, would be very low, to be honest.
Yes, and it sounds like you're being very mindful of what are breaking changes and being very explicit about it.
To be honest, hopefully we are. I think that's a problem, because we have so many users. We have 2.5 billion downloads per year of the artifacts from Maven Central only, and not to count the many downloads from your internal repository managers, Artifactory, Nexus, or something like that. Not that counted, only Maven Central. So that's a big user community and consumer community. And I think that's not a good idea to just say them or breaking up them. That's not a good idea for an open source project, I think.
Yep.
I understand the point with XML, but on the other hand, I say you have a good support in IntelliJ and other IDEs to complete your things in XML. You usually don't write them by hand completely. Yes.
Yep. And people are saying in the comments it is easy to read. So
yes.
Awesome.
It's a bit bloating, I know that, but it's extremely easy to understand from my point of view. Yes,
exactly.
Sorry.
Personally, no, sorry. We're both trying to speak, and also we're running out of time. Personally, I don't mind something being a bit more verbose if it's easier to read and understand. So anyway, we are out of time for this session.
Yes.
So thank you again so much for joining us and sharing all of your knowledge with us. People really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I have more to learn about Maven. So we all have some homework. Thank you so much for joining us, Karl-Heinz.
Yeah, thank you for the intention. If something is not working, please report that. It's very important. Or contact me directly. That's fine, via Twitter or something like that. Mastodon, whatever you like. Ask questions. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And with that, let's add the next host for the next session to the stream. Hi, Marco.
Hello, Marit. That was I'm good. That was a ton of Maven knowledge.
Right. So yeah, I have some studying to do, I think. But
so
anyway, let me drop off the stream and wish you best of luck for the next session.
Yeah, thank you.
See you later.
Very much. See you later. Right now, it's my job as a host to announce the next session. I feel a bit like David Letterman, who has this talk show, I guess, which is called My Next Guest Needs No Introduction. The thing is, we're going to be talking about Spring Boot, and who else is going to give the presentation on Spring Boot other than the great Josh Long. So let's bring Josh on stage.
Good morning.
Hi, Josh. Hey, good morning. Good morning, or is it, by the way, good morning. It's already, I think it's getting dark now, so maybe good afternoon, good evening. What's your time at the moment?
It's 8 in the morning here. So the sun, if it weren't raining so badly, you might see the sun starting to refract off the windows behind me.
All right. Okay, cool. Then I guess I'll just leave you to it. As always, enjoy the session. It's going to be, I guess, on Spring Boot 3.x. I'm looking very much forward to it, and I'll pop in the
Thank
back
you.
and come back out again for the questions at the end.
I have questions.
Yes.
What? How many minutes do we have?
How many minutes do we have? You have 1
Or
hour.
hours.
Essentially. You have hours. So if you wanted to go, you could go for I guess for 3 hours. But no, we have like 55 minutes, something like that.
Oh, okay. We'll make it work.
Okay,
Probably
cool.
Fine.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Then enjoy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. It's good to be here with you all. Thank you so very much for hanging out. I know there's a lot of places that you could be, but it's really cool that you're here with us. I was watching that last talk, and I really like it, and quite the kind of the opposite vein of thought occurred to me at the end. Now, hear me out, okay? Just hear me out. What if there was an XML DSL for Gradle? Wouldn't that solve some of the problems that people have with that, right? I think it'd be good. It's a declarative, fixed, non-programmable XML DSL. Okay, anyway, silliness aside, my name is Josh Long. It's so good to be here with you all today. I work on the Spring team. I'm a Spring developer advocate, a Kotlin Google developer expert, and a Java champion. And friends, I'm at your service. I'm on the YouTubes. How many of you are on YouTube? I mean, if you're watching this, statistically, you're probably watching it on YouTube. So I feel like this is not so out of left field. Just like and subscribe right there. Coffee Software, okay? A YouTube channel at Coffee Software. It's probably not the worst mistake you'll make this week. I mean, it's statistically you could do a lot worse, right? In your life than to subscribe there. What else? Code. We're gonna see a lot of code as always. People always ask me, where do I find the code? Well, it's here, friends. It's on GitHub.com. Josh Long. Bootiful-spring-boot-3. And should you have questions, comments, feedback, whatever, don't hesitate to find me. Well, first of all, at the end of our time here, I'll be answering questions, should you like. But our time is limited. It's finite. So don't feel like the conversation has to end just because this particular session has ended. You can find me on email and josh@joshlong.com. And of course, I'm on Twitter where I tweet. I guess it's called X now, where I excrete. No, that doesn't sound right. Well, anyway, I'm there on the socials, so you can find me there. Okay, good stuff, my friends. Look, it's an amazing time to be a Java and a Spring developer. I'm very glad to have talked to Marco there, but I was halfway thinking I was going to talk to my other friend Mala, and I was going to ask her about what I should be reading to get certified on the latest and greatest in the Java ecosystem, because she's really good at all that kind of stuff. So. Oh well, there's never been a better time to be a Java and Spring developer, my friends. Truly, we live in an amazing moment in time, a unique inflection point in time, and I say that fully conscientious of where we stand. Right? If you look at the this website we built last year, spring1.io/history-of-spring, we built this little video game you can play with your keyboard, where you can see, starting from 20 years ago. I can never hit that first block. I don't know why. It requires you to be better than I am. Okay, anyway, so 2003, Rod Johnson, Jürgen Holler, Jan Karoff started the Spring Framework project. Spring Framework 1.0 was released in 2004. And by the way, this year, 2024, marks 20 years since the 1.0 GA release of Spring Framework, and it marks 10 years in April since the GA 1.0 release of the first version of Spring Boot. So when I say that there's never been a better time, again, what I'm trying to say is, having been through most of these decades, I can tell you, this is an amazing, unique moment in time. And I love this. Look at it. Spring Batch 3.0 released in 2014, 10 years ago, taking advantage of Spring Boot, Spring Integration 4.0, using integration flows without XML. So we went Java first back in 2014 with the release of Spring Boot. Spring Cloud 1.0 was released, providing tools for software devs. Spring Cloud Task is introduced, supporting the short-lived microservices. What else do we have here? Spring Cloud Data Flow. So by the way, I hope the subtlety is not lost in you. We're in the clouds, right? Look at that. Spring Cloud 1.0 is released. Spring Cloud Task, all that kind of stuff. Spring Cloud Data Flow. Now we're going back down. We're in water, maritime themes, right? Like water. So Spring Cloud Data Flow for Kubernetes. You got Spring Cloud Skipper. You got look at that. We got a cute little boat and the Spring Flag, Spring Cloud Gateway for Kubernetes. Get the get our weapon of choice there, and then we go into the castle, and we win. There's no shell game here. This is just a celebratory sort of moment for us, celebrating 20 years of innovation, right? And of course, urging people on to our tentpole conference called Spring One. So when I say that there's never been a better time to be a Java and Spring developer, I say that with that 20 years of perspective. It is just an amazing moment right now, a convergence of a number of things. So friends, in order to demonstrate that, as always, we're going to do what we always do. We're going to go to my second favorite place on the internet, start.spring.io. And we're going to build a new piece of software here. As always, I'm going to use Greco, sure. We're going to build a new service using Spring Boot 3.2.3. That's the latest and the greatest. I'm going to name my service service. And the reason I'm going to name it service is because I'm amazing with names. I'm great with names. I get that from my father. He was also great with names. When I was a small boy, we had a small white dog, and my father named him White Dog. And then that dog was with us for like 10 years. Great family pet he was. And he disappeared after like 10 years. And I don't know what became of him. I was a small boy. I don't remember, but perhaps he got a job. Either way, another dog joined our family magically, looking for a home, tapping on our front door, and we took him in. And he was also a small white dog, and so my father named him Two. Now, amazing with names, amazing. You can see where I get that from. That said, my mom, she always tells me, she says, "You're very lucky that I named you," and that's probably true. So okay, anyway, we're gonna call it service. We're gonna use Java 21. Friends, you might have noticed there is no Java 8 here. Not even an option. It's not even an option. You cannot use Java 8 with Spring Boot 3.x. And Spring Boot 3.x is the current generation. Although that said, the open source support for 3.0 itself, which came out in November of 2022, is no longer there, right? So you can use, if you want to find out which open source support levels you have for different projects, visit the support tab. You go to the Spring IO projects page, look at the project, look at the overview to learn the details, get the documentation, and then check out the support timeline. So if you want to get open source support, these green ones are the ones that are available to you right now, the last year's worth of releases. If you want to pay commercial support, you can get, that's the yellow boxes there. And then beyond that, if you're on 2.6, there's just no support for you, none at all, right? You're completely out in the open. And so you really should be upgrading. That's the other lesson here, friends. And also, I was very pleased to hear that even Apache Maven is mandating a Java 17 baseline, because I mean, Java 17 is the absolute minimum, but I would say we should go a step further. I think you should absolutely be using Java 21. So you could use Java 17. It is the required and only baseline for Spring Boot 3.x, but don't use that. Don't use it. Use Java 21. Don't even bother with Java 17. If you haven't made the jump, don't even bother. Just go straight to 21. 21 is technically superior in every way to Java 8. It is faster, more robust, more syntax rich, more performant, more operations friendly. It's also morally superior in every way. It is morally superior. You will not like the look of sadness and chagrin in your children's eyes when they find out that you're using Java 8 in production. Don't do this. Be the change that you want to see in the world. Do the right thing. Use at least Java 17, but ideally Java 21. I'll go a step further. I would say that to use Java 17 when there is Java 21 on offer is basically borderline software malpractice. You're leaving real money on the table for the equally same level of ambition required to upgrade to either, and you chose Java 17 when there's Java 21, you have screwed up royally. There's real money that you're just throwing away by not using Java 21. So we'll talk about that today. Okay. We're going to add the GraalVM native image support. We're going to add the web support. We're going to add the Spring Data JDBC support and Postgres. Here's this as well. We're going to add the DevTools support, and we're going to add the Docker Compose support. So I've got GraalVM, I've got web, I've got Postgres, Spring Data JDBC, DevTools, and Docker Compose. Let's open this up in our IDE, UAO service.zip. All right. Loading. Oh, you know what I forgot to do, friends? I forgot to load one more thing. Haha. I forgot to add one more thing to the build. I'm going to add OpenAI support. Okay. Now we hit generate and open that up in our IDE. Okay. Good old IDE. I love this IDE. They should have a conference where people talk about how much They love their idea. Wait, is that this? Yeah. Well, anyway, as you can tell, I'm a big fan. I appreciating where I am and trying to read the room a little bit. I probably should have just gone here, file new project, and then chosen the Spring initializer right there, right? That actually uses, behind the scenes, it uses the same web service as start.spring.io. It's actually the exact same result, same flow, same everything. It's just built into the IDE, and you don't have to do what I did with the downloading of the zip and then the unzipping and the opening it with your IDE. It just works, right? So it's actually a lot faster. But I'm not that smart. I didn't do that. You should do better next time, okay? Don't do as I did, do as I say. All right, friends. So we've got our public static void main, our new application. This is a data-centric application. And so to that end, I'm going to start by defining our data model, right? Integer ID, string name. Look at that. I'm using a Java record. I love Java records. I love them so much. This is so nice. Look how convenient and concise that is. Now, friends, Java records are just part of the story here. Obviously, this is just one of many things that have landed in Java 17 and later, but that if you take them all together, if you take all the sum of these different features together, they culminate in Java 21, the release that we're using, as a new set of features supporting something that they're calling data-oriented programming, okay? And the core conceit, if you were to talk to Brian Getz, Java language architect, Brian Getz, he'll tell you that the reason that they have all these new features, which include sealed types, records, pattern matching, and of course, smart switch expressions, right? If you look at all these features, these 4 features taken together support this new paradigm called data-oriented programming. And if you ask them why, they will say, well, that Java has historically, traditionally, dominated the world of the monolith, right? If you're building large services and systems and scale and so on in a single code base, Java's a good compiler and its access control and its privacy protections and so on make it easy to build a scalable, modular, monolithic application. And indeed, by the way, friends, we have a project called Spring Modulith, which is just a set of architectural conventions on top of Spring Boot to help you build out a scalable, modular, monolithic code base. So it's definitely a good idea if you want to do that. And Java has dominated that ecosystem for so many years because it makes building such a code base very easy technically, right? That said, increasingly, even our larger monolithic services are being more readily broken down into smaller things. Maybe not a microservice, right? I like microservices, but certainly smaller because you have just more moving parts, more services with which to integrate these days. For example, authentication and messaging and all that. So we have these more smaller, fine-grained services these days, and increasingly the vector by which we communicate change in the system is no longer in terms of these abstract subclasses, these specializations of abstract types with overridden methods. Instead, we communicate that change through messages, usually ad hoc messages being conducted over the network, via RabbitMQ or REST or whatever, right? These kinds of small ad hoc messages increasingly are coming from JSON, they're coming from gRPC, they're coming from protobufs. They're not deep hierarchies of abstractions. They're just little carriers for little vessels for data. And so our language has to support this new paradigm of communicating change in a system, of designing that same change in the system by accepting and working with new data types. So let's take an example, friends. Let's say I work in a highly regulated industry and I've got a loan. Now, loans are in a highly regulated industry, very, very heavily regulated, right? They're a financial instrument. There's a lot of wiggle room for malfeasance. So we want to make sure that when we implement loan, that we have well understood code paths through which that loan type can flow in our system. So let's create a class for a secured loan, okay? Implements loan. And we want to have another class here called a unsecured loan that implements loan. Now, we don't want just anybody, any old someone to come along and create an anonymous inner class version of this loan, right? We want to make sure that we understand exactly where in the system there are implementations, and we want to make sure that our system is handling both code paths and applying all the validation required, therefore, as cleanly as possible. So I'm going to use a new feature here called sealed types, and that allows me to foreclose upon the possibility that there are other implementations in the system of this interface about which we don't know, right? I'm going to say that we only have these explicitly allowed things. Now, the compiler is still unhappy with us. We need to make this final, or we need to reseal. We need to say this is seal and to explicitly close off any further subclassing. Okay, so I've got now a very, very good idea of where I have implementations of that. Let's say I wanted to display a message for that loan. Okay, well, I could inject, I could pass that as a parameter there, and maybe I create a message, right, like this, and I could do something like this. I could say if loan instance of secured loan var SL equals secured loan, and then I could create the message, and I could say, oh, nice, you got a secured loan. Good job. Good credit score. Right? Good stuff. Very, very affirmative message. But then, of course, in typical bank fashion, we might be like brazenly hostile to people who have to get an unsecured loan, right? So unsecured loan, here we go, loan, and then we'll say message equals, that, and let's imagine that this is an interest rate, okay? We need to get some interest. So what I'm going to do, friends, is I'm going to make this unsecured loan a record, okay? Our old friend record. And the contract with a record is, first of all, that it's explicitly final, but that it's a carrier for state. And that carrier is just a named carrier. It's effectively a tuple. Java doesn't have tuples as such, but we do have records. Java has tuples that have names. Java is a nominal language. Things have names in Java. So tuples in Java are just called records, and they have a name attached to them. And the contract here with a record is very, very convenient. It says that the identity of the unsecured loan is equal to the identity of the components that we're describing here in the constructor, right? So like if I just added these other fields, then I could say that the identity of an unsecured loan, the things I would need to recreate the unsecured loan, since there can be no computed state, is exactly equal to these three different component variables. If I specify those three different variables, I get back an unsecured loan. Easy peasy, okay? So the identity, the equals function, the toString, the hash code, are all functions of those component variables. And if we're willing to agree that contract, then the language can do us some really nice things. It can create a constructor for us. It can assign storage for those variables. It can create getter methods for us. It can create the aforementioned equals hash code toString methods. So it gets us a lot just by using records where appropriate. And so here I've got an unsecured loan. The identity is equal to the interest. And now I can dereference that interest, okay? And so this is, I guess this is okay, but let's clean this up if we can a little bit. First of all, we could use pattern matching, right? So pattern matching is the idea that if I extract out a pattern, loan is instance of a secured loan, then as long as the compiler knows that it is definitively castable, right, I can actually assign the result of that extraction to a pattern match, right, a variable. And so I'm saying here, hey, if this is an instance of secured loan, then do this, okay? What about down here, okay? USL, great, not bad, look at that, much nicer. But things can actually get a little better, right? I actually don't need the container of the record. I don't need that. I need the component. I want the interest. That's all I'm doing is I'm dereferencing the interest. Well, if that's all I want, I can actually dereference it. I can extract it by using more pattern matching here. And so in the scope of this test, this component variable is now available as a float. And I used var, but the compiler knows it's a float because that's what it is down here. And so I can assign it. Okay, that's better. But still, what happens if I comment that out? Nothing happens. That's the problem, right? This is very dangerous because I'm not handling one of the code paths here, right? I might be failing to comply with some local regulation, for example. So it's very important to have the compiler check your work as much as possible. So let's rewrite this code to both simultaneously be better, more strict, and more elegant and concise by using smart switch expressions. Here, I'm going to switch on the loan itself. I'll say case unsecured loan, okay? And I'll just return this. And I can use the same kind of pattern matching there, okay? So there we go. I'm doing a case, okay? Now, what about the other one here? I can say case secured loan, okay? And I can return that as well. Nice, okay? Very good. So now I get rid of all that. And really, I don't need the intermediate variable anymore, do I? I can just do that as well. And so I get the same benefits as before, right? I get the pattern matching. I get the case. It's actually cleaner. I don't have to have that messy intermediate variable which I assign to as a side effect of each of the branches anymore. And what happens if I comment at one of the branches? The compiler says, "Hey, what are you doing? You forgot to cover all the possible input values. It's not exhaustive." So this is the compiler watching our backs for us, right? Now we've got cleaner code, better code, the IDE ably guiding us at every step. So this is all these different features. This is not the thrust of our talk today, friends. I'm not really trying to, it's not Java 21 talk, but I do want you to understand Java 21 is huge. This is one of the biggest, nicest changes to the language. All these things taken together get you to the point where you can write code like that, and which is actually the better code that's more testable, that's more guaranteed to work the way you expect it. So, okay, let's move that out of the code base. We don't care about that for now. I just wanted you to see that when I use a record here, you shouldn't sleep on records because they're part of an amazing ensemble of features, okay? What else are we going to do? We're going to create a repository to extend the CRUD repository. This is a interface in Spring Data, and basically it's a repository that provides methods like find all, save, delete, etc. And it's going to let us work with entities of type customer. This assumes, of course, that we have an HTTP endpoint by which to access the data. So I'll create an HTTP controller. Okay, private final customer repository, inject that there. Get mapping customers, collection customer, voila. Okay, return this repository at find all. Very good. So we'll add this at controller at response body. Okay, very good. So now we have our simple HTTP controller, but it's going to talk to a database. What database, right? Well, remember, I have on my build here, I have the Docker Compose support, right? I chose that. And because of that, the Spring Initialize was nice enough to generate this Docker Compose file for me. I'm going to make it a little bit easier, I'm going to make this export. I'm going to export the port so I can use it on my local machine. But basically, when we start the application up, it's going to automatically start the Docker Compose file for us, which is good. We're also going to use dev tools. Dev tools are a way to allow our application to go faster. And the way it works, the core conceit behind that is that Java, while being many things, is not particularly fast to start up. And so if we just keep the JVM running, keep it warm, and then whenever you compile your code in your IDE, you use Command Shift F9 here, right? If you recompile the code, or if you do a save in those other IDEs, right, like whatever, there are no other IDEs surely, but if you do a save and those other things, or recompile in this, then the result will be that you get a new class file on the disk, and then the dev tools will see that new class file. It'll create a brand new class loader, and then create a brand new Spring application context with those classes in that class loader. It'll throw away the old class loader and the Spring application context, and then load that. So the effect is that you get this really quick lightning speed turnaround time when you make changes, rather than having to wait for the full JVM restart, because Spring is really quick to start up. But the JVM is not. Spring is really quick to start up. That is, unless you do what we just talked about, which is run a Docker Compose file on every single restart. We don't want to wait for Docker Compose to start up everything each time we start up the application. Imagine you're making changes to CSS or something, and then you get new Postgres each time, right? That's not how Postgres is supposed to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a property here, Docker Compose start only. So it'll start the container if it doesn't exist, but it'll let it run if it does exist. Okay, and then we're going to start it up. So we have the application. We need actual data in the database. So let's go back here to source main resources. I'm going to create a new file here called schema.sql. Create table. If not exists customer ID serial primary key name text not null. Okay, there's this, and then I'll create a new file here called data.sql, and I'll say delete from customer, insert into customer name, and I'm going to just put some people on the Spring team here. Hi, my name is Josh. I'm certainly there. What about Jürgen, the lead, the amazing Jürgen Holler? We've got Madura, we've got Olga, we've got Violetta, we've got Dr. Sire, we've got Yushin, we've got Stefan, we've got Spencer. There we go. There's 9 names. One more won't hurt. Who should I put? Oleg. Sure. There we go. So now we have 10 names. Good stuff. So I'm gonna restart the application. I want Spring Boot to automatically run that SQL files, those SQL files, to initialize the application database when we restart. So I'm gonna have this file property called Spring SQL init mode always. Okay, so it'll automatically run that on every single restart. Okay, so the first time, remember, it's gonna run Docker Compose and everything else for us, and this might take a little while, right? It's very slow because we have to wait for the Docker. It's literally talking to the Docker daemon behind the scenes. But then hopefully thereafter we won't need to go. We won't need to work so hard. Okay, so let's see. Is it struggling for some reason? This is actually longer than usual. Oh, there you go. Okay, so there we go. There's the output. Docker daemon responded. So that was a very long time. I don't know why. That's the Docker daemon restarting it again. Okay, there you go. So that was 1.3 seconds. Like I said, super slow. I restarted it again. I did a full restart there. This is what I normally see. If the Docker image is local on my machine, then it takes about 1.37 seconds, which is very slow. I don't want to wait that kind of time. So I'm going to use the dev tools here henceforth, right? So let's see. We've got this endpoint localhost 8080/customers. It's worked. Of course it worked. It was a demo. It was always going to work. And so let's try hello customers. Voila. Command Shift F9. Do the recompile. So there you go. You can see here it's 0.43 seconds, right? So I go back here, refresh, and now I get hello customers, right? So Command Shift F9, and I can make the change faster than I can even see it, right? Reflect it, right? Okay, good. So now I'm moving quickly. I've got that git clone run lifestyle thanks to Docker Compose support and the easy automatic connectivity that we've got. You notice that I didn't have to specify Spring data source URL, password, etc., because Spring Boot knows that I'm in development mode. I've got this Docker Compose file. It knows, first of all, to start up the Docker instance for me, the Docker images, but then also it creates a connection to, it creates a data source pointing to that newly minted data source that we've just got there. So this is great. We're actually making really good progress here. Okay, so we've got our customers endpoint. We've got our git clone run lifestyle, moving quickly with dev tools. Life is good. We got Java 21, really concise syntax. I think we're doing really good. That said, this is all pretty stock standard stuff, isn't it? This is the kind of stuff you could have done years ago, right? This is not particularly new. I talked about 20 years of Spring. Well, certainly you've been able to create web apps talking to databases for that entire 20 years. It might have been more verbose, certainly, right? We didn't have Spring Data repositories up until about 2010. So this is a far sight more concise and more elegant than the alternative. But that said, it's still pretty stock standard stuff, right? It's a web app babysitting a database, this is great. It's just it's a leap forward, but it's still pretty stock standard stuff. There are, of course, always new frontiers, and these days, as often as not, I hear about artificial intelligence, AI, because the search for regular intelligence wasn't hard enough. And the idea here is that there's this Cambrian explosion, this burgeoning ecosystem, rooted, by the by, right here in my beautiful city of San Francisco, which is not putting on the best show that it could tonight, but it usually is, or this morning rather, but it usually is quite beautiful. We are the #1 AI capital of the world right now, right? It is like this. The #2 is New York City, and they don't even have, they have less than half the number of new jobs every day than San Francisco does, right? So it's not even close. It's just an amazing moment in time, a very unique moment in time. You hear about it in the billboard. You see it in the billboards. You see it on the freeway. There's ads for AI, and jobs and interesting stuff around that. So it's just a very interesting place to be. And of course, to that end, we have a project called Spring AI. And you saw when I started the build and the initializer, I added OpenAI, right? So in the Spring project, AI is a huge thing. Remember, most people don't need to build new LLMs, right? They're not going to be using Python and C to do that. What they're going to do is they're going to integrate with an LLM, and that's where things get interesting. You see, Spring is second to none when it comes to integration with all sorts of infrastructure and services and so on. And so we have the Spring AI, OpenAI, Spring Boot starter here, but Spring AI is just one of literally dozens of different things you could concern yourself here. Start.spring.io, choose AI, you'll see Azure, Stability, Amazon Bedrock, OpenAI, Vertex AI from Google, Chroma Vector, Milvus, Neo4j Vector Store, Olama PG Vector Store, Pinecone, Postgres Machine Learning, right? Redis search and query vector database, transformers, Onyx embeddings, Weave8, etc. So all of this stuff is on the Spring Initializer. It's all part of this new project. And remember, in the same way that most of us just need to integrate with LLMs, there is a whole data lifecycle in the same way that integrating with a SQL database can involve all sorts of steps before you actually get to the SQL database. Most of us don't need to write our own LLMs in the same way that most of us don't need to write our own SQL databases. And so there's a whole life cycle, like I said. Think about it, right? Most of these different LLMs, these chat APIs, these image generation APIs, etc., they support a token context window size. You can send only so much data per request. And so the goal, and the other thing you have to keep in mind is that these LLMs have an expiration date, so to speak. They have an expiry date, after which point their data is stale, right? So if you ask them about current events that happened yesterday, good chance it doesn't know what you're talking about, right? After a certain point, it doesn't know what the latest and greatest in the world is. And so you have to give it up-to-date information. And by the way, even if it did understand world events, it's not going to know about your database, right? It's not going to know the context associated with your users and your data model. So you need to inform the LLM of what's happening and give it a way to ask questions. And the way you do that is by stuffing the prompt. When we say stuffing the prompt, we mean sending information in the prompt so as to give the context to the LLM so that it can then answer questions with up-to-date knowledge. And so, for example, imagine you have a bank, right? A website where you've got a little IVR, a little agent that sits there on the side of the window that's answering questions about the user's bank account. Well, you need to tell the LLM, hey, this is user Josh. He has this much money in his account. He owes this much. He owes blah, blah, blah. And then you pass along the question that the user sent. With that backdrop, please answer this question, right? And the LLM can do that now. It can know, hey, this person has this much information. This ability to craft a prompt and do so with context is prompt engineering. It's a whole school of engineering. And you always thought that those English classes they made you take in your IT vocational school weren't going to serve you. No, so, or whatever language, learning a language right now, human languages is a really good idea. But anyway, so the question then is, okay, well, I want to send as much data as possible, but obviously I can only send so many tokens. We just talked about that. There's a token window size. So you want to make it so that you have as much data as you need, but you can summarize it and digest it down to a form that you can then fit into that context. So one way to do that is by making the data searchable. And you can do this with vector databases, right? This is a new kind of database. It's algorithmic. It's actually just we actually have an in-memory version in Spring AI because it is all just CP. It's just all algorithms and so on. And you can write the math if you are familiar with it. You can write down the code pretty easily. So we have one, but there's a number of other ones out there. There's Redis and Neo4j and Weave8 and so on. And then even there, friends, how do you get the data into that vector store in the first place? You have to ingest it. So there's a whole pipeline of ingesting, storing, querying, and then integrating with the LLMs that has to happen. And that's all in purview for Spring AI. So we don't have time to cover all of that, surely. But we can use Spring's support for OpenAI. I have that in the class path here. And so let's just build a simple service. Let's do that here. We'll say @controller, @response body, story controller, okay? And I'm gonna inject the chat client here. I'm gonna call it the singularity. There we go. Now we're gonna ask our endpoint here to tell us a little story, okay? I'm just gonna say create a story, and we'll do this here, story, and there we are. Okay, so now let's actually craft our prompt, okay? Multi-line strings, yet another lovely feature in modern versions of Java. And then given the prompt, we'll get a reply from the LLM, this.singularity.call, passing in the prompt, okay? And then that response is we're gonna put here, it's a string, okay? Very good, so let's write our prompt, and it's, this is, a lot of the fun. So, dear singularity. It's important to be polite. They'll remember this when they take over, so be polite. Dear singularity, please write a story about the amazing Java and Spring Boot users wielding the next level, second to none awesomeness of the JetBrains IntelliJ IDEA IDE. And please do so in the style of famed children's author, Dr. Seuss. Now, Dr. Seuss is one of my other favorite doctors, along with Doctor Who, Dr. Strange, Dr. Subramaniam, Dr. DeVolder, Dr. Pollock, and Dr. Sire, and Dr. Nepas. My IDE is trying to help me out here. Okay, it's very, very good. There you go. Welding. No, wielding. Is that not a word? I feel like that's a word. Is it wielding? Sure. Okay, good. There we go. Okay, cordially, Josh. Okay, so there's our prompt. We're going to send that to the AI, the LLM, via this abstraction called the chat client, of which there are, like I say, countless implementations. We'll get a response, and we're going to then register that here in the map, and that'll be rendered as JSON. So let's do Command Shift F9, force the recompile there, 0.43 seconds. Good. Localhost 8080/story. And now we wait. Here we go. We got a response. Okay, so in a land where code runs wild and free, there live Java and Spring Boot, a dynamic duo, you see. They work their magic with IntelliJ IDEA in hand, creating software that was simply grand. With JetBrains on their side, they were a force to behold. Their creations were cutting edge, daring and bold. They coded with speed, precision, and flair. Their projects were flawless, beyond compare. The users marveled at the skill and finesse as they navigated IntelliJ with such ease. They debugged and tested with a flick of a wrist. Their creations were bug-free, never missed. It's pretty good. The Java and Spring Boot users were a sight to see, harnessing the power of IntelliJ with glee. Exactly. So anyway, you get the point. That's amazing. You get the point. We can talk to the freaking singularity now, and it was easy. And by the by, you might be wondering how that worked, because you didn't see me configure anything, right? Well, of course, you need to specify a key. And friends, what you need to understand is that before we got on screen here, off screen, I exported an environment variable like this in my shell, and I specified my API key. So forgive me for not leaking my credential, but just trust that that's been done, okay? You have to do the same thing, otherwise this won't work for you at home. Okay, so now we've got the freaking singularity. We've got git clone run, nice, consistent, elegant language, making real progress here very quickly all the time. That said, you know what wasn't quick? The response from the LLM. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not I get that relative to me, for example, that was super quick. I couldn't write that poem that quickly. No way. But from the perspective of our system, from our software, yeah, that wasn't super quick, was it? Think about what happened, right? We called /story, and then that ultimately invoked the dispatcher servlet, which in turn knew to look for our controllers, which in turn invoked our method, which in turn we invoked the LLM, which in turn opened up somewhere down in the bowels of the code a network socket calling to the api.openai.com or whatever it is, and giving us a socket back. We then, from that socket, got an input stream, a Java IO input stream, and then we called input stream.read, right? We've all written this kind of code before, where you're reading data from an input stream, right? Something like this, right? Let's just say void read whatever, throws exception var in new file input stream foo.txt, and you say try this and then that, and you say var next equals -1 while read next equals is.read, okay, like that, does not equal -1. Then we say do something with it, right? So whatever, system out got next, right? So we're just reading the data from the byte stream as quickly as possible while it's not -1, and then we're doing something with it. We're accumulating it, we're writing out to another output stream, whatever. And that works, but what happens here? What happens if we do input stream.read and we're calling this is a file input stream, but imagine network IO, right? Like imagine we're making a call to another host and port, we're asking for the next byte. That service might go down. The server might have an issue. It's probably written in PHP. You can't trust PHP. It'll leave you in a minute. And imagine that thing doesn't work. Or imagine, in this case, we called the OpenAI endpoint, and it worked. It just took some time. I don't begrudge it that time, but it did take some time. What's happening in our system when we call input stream.read? We're asking it on line 50 to read the next byte, and we don't get to line 51 ever until input stream.read returns. So hopefully it does return, right? If that service times out, then you got a real problem. Hopefully you've specified a timeout. But what if it doesn't return? What if it just sits there forever in perpetuity? Well, this isn't such a big deal here, but what we just discussed was actually happening inside of a Java thread. We're calling input stream.read in a Java thread, one of tens or hundreds or maybe even thousands of threads in our system, each of which is handling one brand new HTTP request. So for each HTTP request, we have threaded code, and then we have this bit where we're doing I/O behind the scenes, and that I/O, again, is a landmine of problems, right? Imagine any one of those should fail. Now we're stuck waiting for a byte that will never arrive, and we're not able to proceed to the next line. We say that operation, input stream.read, is blocking. It's blocking the thread, and that thread is unusable in the meantime. Now, there are ways to get around this. Obviously, you can rewrite your code to use non-blocking I/O, NIO. This is hemorrhoid-inducing on the best days, and worse on the worst days, right? It's a lot worse. So nobody wants to do that. And even if you did want to do that, most of us don't want to think in terms of I/O anyway. Like, you don't really see Java I/O happening in our code base as such, but you have to know behind the scenes, somewhere in the code base, that's actually happening. And so we want to make sure that we're not wasting time, and we could move up the abstraction stack and use it. Instead of using non-blocking I/O directly, we could use something like a reactive programming. This is a paradigm. It's a different way of thinking about how you write your code. I love reactive programming. I wrote a whole book called Reactive Spring. I'm a big fan. That said, yeah, maybe it's not for you. Maybe you're not. Maybe you just haven't gotten the functional gist of it yet, and that's okay. I mean, Java is not a functional, or at least it hasn't historically been a functional language, so it's not natural to expect people to have that. Maybe you don't want to, and even if you understood it, maybe you don't want to have to rewrite every bit of code you've ever written to be able to take advantage of that. But what if we could have our non-blocking cake and eat it too, right? And we can now with Java 21. There's a new mechanism in Java 21 called virtual threads. And the way that works is that the runtime detects any instances where you're doing a blocking thing. And I showed you input stream.read, but there are also output stream.write. There's thread.sleep. There's a few well-understood, well-known cases in the runtime where you might get stuck on a line and be unable to proceed to the next line. But the runtime will detect that now. It'll detect the blocking thing. It'll move that code into RAM, off of the thread. It'll put back the real thread back into the thread pool and allow something else in the system to use it, all without you having to write a single callback. So to demonstrate this, I'm going to steal an example, just blatantly plagiarize an example here from Oracle Java developer advocate Jose Pomar, who's amazing. And I appreciate him for these amazing examples. So let's go here. For var I is 0, I is less than 1,000, I++, threads.add. And what are we going to do? We're going to create 1,000 threads. I'm going to create 1,000 platform threads. So these are the kinds of threads that we've been creating for the last 28 plus odd years. Okay. And we'll come back to what we're going to do in that thread. But what you have to understand is we're creating 1,000 threads here. Okay. And we're adding them. And then once I've done that, I'm going to go through each thread and I'll say t.start. I'll start it. And then I'll do the same thing. I'll wait for each of them to finish. Okay. So 3 different loops through the, first of all, we're creating the threads. Second of all, we're starting all of them. Then we're waiting for all of them to finish. And then finally, we're going to print out what we have seen the thread names to be. So in these unstarted threads, right? Remember, they're unstarted. They're platform threads. We're going to take note of the current thread's name if we are in the first of the 1,000 threads. So I'll create a variable here. Let's do that. Okay, and put this up here. So if we're in the first of the 1,000 threads, we're going to take note of the current thread name. And we're going to do that by putting them in a set, right? Now remember, sets are deduping, right? If you put the same element in the set 5 times, it'll only appear once, right? You don't get multiple cardinality values in there. So if first, then names dot add thread dot current thread dot toString, okay? And then we're going to sleep. We're going to block for, let's say, sorry, thread.sleep. We're going to block for like, let's say 100 milliseconds, okay? Voila, catch, throwable T. All right, good. So we're going to do this now. This is one time. So I'm going to take note of the current thread name, and then I'm going to sleep for 100 milliseconds. And we'll do that again, second time. And we're going to do it again, third time. And again, fourth times, okay? So we're sleeping for a total of 400 milliseconds for every single thread. But on the first of those 1,000 threads, we're going to write down the name of the thread in a set which will dedupe it. So if it appears more than once, it'll be deduped. But if there's unique elements, then we'll see them reflected. Okay, so let's run this. And now that I've taken note of the current thread names, down here, I'm gonna write out the names, okay, to string. So Command Shift F9, recompile. Here we go. Where we go? There we go. Look at that. So we have an array with one thread in it. Okay, that means the physics of the program hold, right? It's as we expected, because we started executing here on line 42. At which point we were on thread number 266, and then we went down here, and guess what? We're still on thread 266. That's exactly what you would have expected from 28 plus odd years of Java programming. Okay, but the problem is, that means that we're stuck on this thread. The runtime hasn't given this thread back to the runtime, right? To the thread pool, and that means that we're sitting here waiting for that 100 milliseconds. I don't want to wait 100 milliseconds. That's a long time during which something else in the system could be using this thread, right? But we're bogarting it. We're monopolizing it here, greedily doing thread.sleep and then keeping the thread out of availability for that whole time. We're wasting 400 milliseconds. It's 400 milliseconds of idle time, and yet we have no threads to show for it, right? So what if we could have the code rewritten in such a way that as soon as we start the blocking thing, we get moved off of the thread. There's an egg timer that gets set, that gets run in the background, and as soon as that egg timer goes off, we get put back on another thread, able to continue. Because I don't really care, right? I'm not using the thread. Why do I care what thread I'm waiting on, right? So we can do that now by changing the kind of thread we're using from platform to virtual. Okay, so Command Shift F9. By the way, that's all I did. Thread.virtual, right? And you can see now, oh, look at that. We ran on the same logical thread 1300, 1300, 1300, 1300 for the entire run of the program. But the actual operating system thread changed. That's because we ran the program here, slept for 100 milliseconds, and then the thread that we started on is no longer available, so it moved us to a different one. That's okay. We don't care. Logically, it's still the same one. If you used a thread local, that would still work, right? Everything is still there. It's just that behind the scenes, the actual operating system thread changed out from underneath us because we're not wasting time on that thread. It's moving us off the thread as soon as we're done waiting. This gives you unparalleled scalability. It's like the scalability. It's almost as good as the scalability you would get with reactive without any rewriting or refactoring of code. This is a miracle. This is an amazing result here, friends. This is why when I say to sleep on Java 21 is basically software malpractice, because this will allow you to scale down. I can't give you exact numbers, obviously. Benchmark it for yourself, but I'll bet you can scale down instances of your service in the load balancer because now you'll be able to handle that much more scale for free. Now, this is obviously low level. I'm creating a low level thread here using the factory method. And higher level code, you'd probably use executors, right? New virtual thread per task executor. This is all very low level, right? This is a new executor, by the way. It's not a thread pool, but it creates a brand new thread each time. So this is a new executor.
Just a tiny second. I hate to interrupt. I just wanted to know, we have roughly 9 minutes left. There's just a couple of questions, so feel free to finish that amazing section. I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, very good. We'll get to them as soon as we can. All right, so let's finish this. Let's find our way home. So we've got a virtual thread pool. Now this is also very low level. I'm going to, I don't want to write low-level executor service code. If you're using Spring Boot 3.2, you don't need to either. You can say Spring Threads virtual enabled equals true, and then that will do this for you. We'll plug in a non-blocking, virtual thread pool in all the places that make sense now automatically. So that call to the AI where we're sitting there on a thread waiting in Spring MVC, who cares now? We don't care. It doesn't matter if it takes a second. We're not losing time on that thread. That system is now able to handle the scale. and it's guilt-free. And this might change the way you write software, by the way. Like, what would you do if you knew that it didn't really cost anything to create a blocking, long-lived operation on the front-end web thread pool, right? Like we do so much work to move things off of the front-end thread pool and move to a back-office process so that we can scale that up horizontally. But now, like, why not? Why can't I resize the image on the web front-end server? Why can't I send the email there, right? Why can't I do the batch process or whatever? I mean, you probably could now, right? It's try it yourself, see what happens. Imagine it's not just that you can run this one instance with fewer instances, this one service with fewer instances. It's that maybe there's a whole bunch of extra services that used to logically make sense as separate services because you could scale them out, that maybe you don't need to worry about it anymore. Maybe it's just fine to stuff them back into a larger code base. Thank you, virtual threads. Okay, so we've got virtual threads. We got the freaking singularity. We've got git clone run, Docker compose, moving quickly, nice syntax, time to go to production. Friends, here we've got a few things we need to care about. How do we containerize this? Well, friends, I'm not even going to spend time on this. That's an easy one. Use build packs. Friends, don't let friends write Docker files. Use build packs. This will give you a container that you can then deploy to your application. If you're using to your container runtime. If you're using Spring Boot, obviously Gradle build boot image. That'll do the same thing. Okay, that's part one. Part two is, how do we package this application so as to be as efficient and fast as possible? And friends, here, I think it's worth taking a moment to really stress that Java is already super fast and super efficient. And this is, I think, well epitomized by this blog from 2018, before the COVID pandemic, or BC. And this blog asks the question, which programming languages use the least electricity? And it looks at a number of different languages, and it says, okay, C is clearly the most efficient language for machines, not for people, definitely not for people. For machines, it's the most efficient language. Rust, doing quite well, zero cost abstractions, good job, well done. C++, disgusting, moving on. Ada, but who cares? And then Java. And then Java is 1.98, okay, friends? What that means is it's almost 2.0. So round up, simple math, 2.0, okay? It's twice as inefficient as C, or C, put another way, is twice as efficient as Java. Good stuff. Moving on, you got Lisp, you got C#, you got Go, Away, you got JavaScript and TypeScript. I don't understand this. How is one almost 4 or 5 times worse than the other one? I thought TypeScript compiled down to JavaScript. This is a problem. Friends, look, if like me, you find JavaScript to be a nightmare language and you want some types, even if it's just a serenity blanket that you clutch at night to feel like your code has been compiled, even though it's just a lie. It's barely a linter. But if you want that serenity blanket of TypeScript, then you and I are in the same boat, and our boat is leaking. Okay, this is a problem here. Anyway, we have these disgusting languages. Disgusting. The less said about which the better. Moving on, and then friends, we got JRuby and Ruby. Now JRuby is Ruby written in Java, and Ruby is Ruby written in C. And you can see that JRuby, by dint of having been built on the JVM, is almost a third more efficient than Ruby. That's amazing, my friends. That's amazing. The JVM is boss sauce software. It does amazing things. And then we have this. We have this, 75. Just round up. We're going to call that 76. I don't know what 76 divided by 2 is. I'm not great with math but you know who is great with math? Freaking Python. Okay, so 76 divided by 2 is 38. So think about that. If you wrote a program and that program generated the electricity generated to run that program in Java resulted in a little bit of carbon being captured in the atmosphere, and that carbon in turn raising the Earth's temperature just enough to kill one tree. The equivalent program in Python would kill 38 trees. That's a forest. That's incredibly inefficient. We need to have a conversation about this. Certainly now that that Python is at the heart of so much of this AI stuff, this is not a good result. This is worse than Bitcoin for our planet. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, friends. All I'm trying to say is Java is amazing. I just want to stress that. That said, I would like to make it a little bit faster, right? More efficient. And one way to do this is to proactively compile our code into operating system and architecture specific native code using an open JDK distribution called GraalVM. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to run Gradle native compile. Okay, I'm going to run that in the background. And the problem here, friends, is that that's just going to take a long time. This GraalVM native image compiler is an extra nicety in the OpenJDK distribution that kind of like just-in-time compilation. It looks at your code paths and it finds the code that it can turn into native code and it turns it, but it struggles with certain places where you have dynamic things like reflection, serialization, JDK proxies, JNI, and resource loading. You need to provide metadata in the form of JSON configuration files to the GraalVM native image compiler, telling it about all these dynamic use cases. And that work is tedious, my friends. It's very tedious, and I don't like it for a couple of reasons. First of all, I just don't like saying the word JSON. It just sounds dumb, right? If you speak French like I do, you would say JSON, which sounds cooler. In Taipei, they have a language called Hokkien, and Hokkien, you can say there's a word JSON. Either way, I think these are better than this. So I'm team JSON, but you can pick yours. It doesn't matter. That's part one. Second of all, there's just a lot of it, right? I don't have time to write all this JSON before we finish our talk. We don't even have enough time to finish the talk, let alone write that. So instead, I'm going to use this the AOT engine in Spring Boot 3, and it'll do the compilation for us. And there, it's finished behind the scenes. It took about 51 seconds, right? That does take a long time, my friends. It takes a very, very long time. And usually, I get bored. I finally understand this XKCD cartoon, this fabulous XKCD cartoon. The programmer excuse, the number one programmer excuse for legitimately slacking off, my code's compiling. I get this joke now. Hey, get back to work, compiling. Oh, carry on. I thought this was just the C++ people. And it gets to the point now where I start to hum music, or I hear elevator music. So I even went to Oracle. I said, hey, Oracle, please play elevator music during the native image compilation. And I got some great responses. I said, I already hear elevator music in my head. I'd just like everybody else to hear it too. Andrew Din over on the Red Hat OpenJDK Java team, he says, please, can you make it this elevator music? Linking to the Nintendo 64 GoldenEye video game soundtrack. Somebody added that using beeps in general would be a good idea, like a microwave. That makes sense. And then I got this response. Thanks for your feature request, Josh. The problem with playing music during the compilation process is that it's just fixing the symptoms, and we're still working on the cause, making GraalVM more efficient in terms of time, memory, and CPU consumption. Anyway, he continues. He has prototyped this. Now this, I think, would be great. It's native image compiler -- Josh Long mode. It'll play music for you, and then it'll say music brought to you by Josh Long, and then you'll have something to look at. So I'm sure that'll get merged any day now. Let me see. So, okay. So our program did compile, right? So we go to native compile. Here we go. Here's the binary. This program right here, service, 99 megs. Let's try and run it. Okay, we've got a problem, right? The port is already in use. So let's just stop the existing run. Okay, go back here, try it again. We got another problem. We don't have JDBC connection details. Remember, live in that git clone run lifestyle. So over here, I've got this script called run.sh. And what this is going to do is establish environment variables pointing to the Docker instance that we have in our local machine. And then if it's a Maven build, it'll run that. If it's a Greco build, it'll run that. And I'm just going to run it. Okay, so it's going to run this exact program that we have right here. There we go. 0.1 seconds, a tenth of a second. There we go. All of our virtual threads. Most important for me, my friends, is not the startup time, though. It's the RAM, which you can measure by looking at the resident set size, which is in kilobytes. So you divide by 1,000, you get 118 megabytes to run this program. My friends, that's a it's a thread with unparalleled scalability, instant startup time, super small RAM footprint. We're talking to the freaking singularity. We got everything we wanted there. Nice, concise language. It's an amazing time to be a Java and Spring Boot developer. I hope I've so persuaded you. I'm very happy for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions now. Thank you so much.
That was super on time, on the spot, and thank you. That was an awesome presentation. I saw tons of comments that people liked it, loved it. I learned a ton as well. The thing is, we're out of time for the questions. There have been only a couple of questions, but we need to move on to the next session.
No problem.
All of that being said, though, because you mentioned her at the very beginning, I wanted to bring someone back on the screen just to say hello.
Ah,
so,
my friend, there we go.
Hi,
hi, hi, Mala, fellow Java champion and legend. What book should I be reading to get up to date on the latest Java 22 stuff? I mean, there's so much good stuff out there right now.
The one that I'm writing, and I'll ping you the name.
Okay.
All right.
Lovely
Thank
session.
you, Marco.
Yeah, lovely session. Thank you again, Josh. Thank you for the session. Thank you and bye-bye. I myself will hop off and Mala will take over and we'll continue with our next session. Bye.
Cheers. Bye, everybody.
Thanks a lot, Josh. Pleasure seeing you. So the next session is about one of the hottest topics that everyone is talking about. What else than generative AI? And the next session will help you to build your own private generative AI chatbot with, of course, Java tools. On that note, let me add our speaker to the stream. Hey, Frank.
Hi. Hey, everybody. Hey, Mala.
How are you doing today?
Good. Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to present. It's a pleasure to have you present with us today.
I'm looking forward to it.
So as a host, I'm supposed to introduce the speaker. And I've been saying that since this morning that the speakers that we have today, they need no introduction. So what do I say? Frank
I'm a Java programmer.
You're just being humble. So Frank is a Java champion, speaker, author, JUG leader, and he has been one of the most influential leaders in Java. Also a co-author of JSR 318, which is the Visual Recognition Machine Learning API for Java. So that is amazing.
Thank you.
Frank, before I let you move forward with your session, I had a quick question. We had a couple of sessions on AI since this morning as well. And one of the main concern by a lot of viewers was how do they protect the data which is proprietary to the organization that they work with, or if they just simply don't want to upload that to any LLM out there. How would the chatbot that you plan to develop today, how would that protect that part? Can that be avoided?
That is one of the primary topics I'm going to cover today.
Perfect.
So I'll go into detail. I'll go into detail how you do that.
Okay, perfect. So I'll add your screen to the stream once I see the slides, and then I'll go backstage. And okay, I see your stream. Okay. The slides are not in the full screen mode. If you could do that, that would be great.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll be backstage and have fun.
Great. Thank you, Mala. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon or good evening. I guess if you're in Europe, it's 5 p.m. It's time for a cold beer. Actually, if you're in the UK, it's not that cold, but time for a beer. So today we're going to talk about how to build your own private GenAI chatbot using Java. And I'm going to cover the issue that Mala pointed out about protecting your data, because most companies don't want their data on the servers of like OpenAI or any other company. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go step by step, as my subtitle says there, and I'm going to take a step back to go forward. So I'll make sure that everybody understands the basics, and then we'll talk about creating our own chatbot. So it's a fast ride. So hold on. So these are all topics I'm going to cover, and yes, I'll try to cover all that from a very high level in the next hour, hopefully with some demos too. So let's take a step back. And something that I talked about last year at my talk at DevNexus and also at the New York Java SIG is that this gentleman in the 40s said this, that the world is considered to be made up of patterns. Now, he said this in the 1940s. He didn't say it yesterday. He didn't say that at an OpenAI conference. It was back in the 1940s. So my little riff off of that is that it's not only the world, but it's the universe is the patterns. Because with I have a pretty varied background. Not only am a Java developer, but software developer in general, C programming, scripting, Unix, all that stuff. But I'm also a musician, and I also went to school for astrophysics, and I also worked on Wall Street. So there was a common thread through all of this stuff. In music, there are patterns, right? There are chord patterns, there are melody patterns. In nature, like you see those bears, how do they catch their food? There's patterns, right? There's sports patterns, whether it's American football, where We typically don't use our feet. It's a penalty if you use your feet. Or real football, there are patterns that the defense uses against the offense, but they're patterns. And in astrophysics, certainly there are many patterns. And like, okay, there's supernova, and like, how does a supernova compare to like Elvis Presley or Kurt Cobain or musical trends? When I was studying this stuff, I said, actually there is a correlation on how things went along, and then there was an explosion and something happened. So there are patterns all over the place, and we know about patterns in software. We went with the famous Goth, the Goth book, the Gang of Four book, and that was based upon a pattern language, which was a pattern, and that was based on a talk about pattern languages, and that was based upon building construction patterns, and which was based upon centuries of building buildings. So there are patterns all over, right? Patterns are everywhere. So what machine learning is, it's all about patterns. Okay, we look at patterns in the data set, and we either predict patterns like the weather, right? Or predicting sports scores, if you're into that, or you generate things like what's trendy right now in generative AI. So machine learning is all about patterns. And if you look at the big picture, and this is this is reality. It's not like you go to watching. In the U.S., we have a TV show that supposedly is a news show, and they talk about AI, and they use it incorrectly. And sometimes you read some websites, some layman websites, and they confuse the terms. But the big picture is artificial intelligence, basically, mimicking a human intelligence. You could argue whether that's intelligent or not, but for now, let's assume that's intelligence. Now, so expert systems, knowledge graphs, all this good stuff back, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, especially in the 80s, that was all popular. So machine learning is this subset in blue. So machine learning is all about pattern recognition. Okay, it's all about pattern recognition. Then there's a subset of machine learning, which is what we're doing now. It's called deep learning, where it's about patterns, but we're using extensive data structures like neural networks. We're using cloud computing, all the good stuff that we know and love, maybe not love so much, but that we know now. So that's called deep learning. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning, is a subset of AI. Now, within deep learning, there's two basic types. There's predictive AI, and this is the JSR that Zoran Schwartz and I have come up with, the Visrac JSR. It's predictive AI. It's classification, looking at something and seeing if it falls in a pattern. That's predictive AI. The predictive AI business has been around for like 10 to 15, maybe not 15 years, but 10 to 15 years. So predictive AI is used in advertising, like why you get certain ads, predicting the weather, or looking at an image for truck tires and say, is this a defective tire? Classification. That's been going on for like 10 plus years. That's predictive AI. That business is humongous. And we're talking about $100 billion easily. So that's that business. So, but lately, over the past, probably the last year, it's been really popular. It's something called generative AI, where we're not just predicting, but we're actually generating something. So right now, the business for generative AI is smaller, way smaller and predictive, but the growth certainly is projected to be as big as predictive, probably within 5 years. So, but there are two types. They're equally important. It's incorrect, in my opinion, to say like generative is going to surpass predictive. They're both used for two different use cases. We know as programmers, you use the right tool for the right job. So sometimes they're predictive, and sometimes they're generative. Like you're not going to use generative to do the weather unless you invented something that generated weather. So there's generative and predictive. So let's, again, take a step back. And I'm doing this for a reason, because when we talk about generating your own chatbot, you have to understand some of this stuff. So you see this picture zillions of times on the web. So a neural network is a data structure that was derived back in the 40s, right? Believe it or not, back in the 1940s. It's a data structure, and nowadays it's a collection of data structures where there's inputs, like the thing on the left, there's inputs like some text you're inputting, and then there's the output on the right, something that you want. In the middle, there's this massive amount of connections and artificial neurons in the middle. And each one of these boxes has certain weights and like certain probabilities and weights. So what you want to do is you want to tweak all the parameters of all these boxes so that when you put certain input, you get the expected output. So this is way different than traditional IT. Like we're used to from decades of doing traditional IT is that we want the machine to tell us the output. Like we have the input, we have data. In the middle, we give the machine structure. We say, here's our algorithms, here's our data structures. We give that to the machine, and the machine gives us the output. This is different. So we have the input, the data, and we have the output. We know what we want from the output, and we're telling the machine, give us the middle. So this is different from traditional IT. Now, since this thing in the middle can be quite complicated and CPU intensive, and it's typically like a sparse matrix. So there's I hate to call it a shortcut, but there's a representation of the middle section, and that's called the embedding layer, where it maps this sparse matrix into a vector. Now, I mentioned that for a reason because that comes up later on when we talk about embeddings and similarity. But so the embedding layer is a representation of the middle that maps this massive mesh of connectivity to a vector, in other words, an array. And in 2017, the world changed. So I've been doing ML for a while. I mean, oddly enough, like back when I was doing my graduate project, as I said, I'm a musician, so I wanted to do something fun for my graduate project. So I wanted to look at melodies of a composer, and I wanted to generate original melodies, but in the style of certain composers. So I had to figure out how to come up with patterns based upon a composer's style. So I built, this probability tree, and then looked at node sequences and things like that. So that was many. You can tell from the color of my hair. That was many decades ago. Little did I realize I was doing generative AI back then. And the music industry has done this stuff for a long time. So this is not new. I mean, sometimes the computer world thinks that they're the first one to everything. This has been done in the music world for a long time. But in the computer world, in 2017, Google invented this thing called a transformer architecture. Now, this changed the way that we looked at text, specifically language, natural language processing. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 people on this paper. They are no longer at Google. Not a victim to layoffs, but no longer at Google because they all have their own companies now. So this was a major invention/creation. So before 2017, it was classical machine learning, and that's where Zorn and I were working on classical machine learning. But after 2017, the world changed. So, and this is where generative AI became quite popular. And Google has patented the transformer architecture. Little known fact. Why they do that, I'm not quite sure. I mean, why they haven't said anything about that. And sometimes companies, they hoard their patents for later on whenever there's a legal case that may come up. So that there's interesting ways how big companies handle patents. But anyway, but what is a large language model? Okay, we know what a model is. A model represents something. A language model is a model that represents language. A large language model is something that uses a large chunk of data to use as a data set to generate the model. It's not really a search tool, right? And when you read these layman articles in some of the non-computer websites or some streaming show or some television thing, it's like it's wrong. So we're supposed to be the smart people on the planet, so we have to get this correct. So the language model is not really a search tool. Can it be used in an architecture for a search product or search application? Of course, it's software, right? But it's not really a search tool. It's a text pattern recognizer and then probabilistic completion tool. So remember that. That's what a language model is. It's not a search tool. People, when you see people say they're using it like they're using a Google search, it's not that by itself, right? You have to teach it to recognize patterns. So that little red star there, the way it works is that you ask it to complete some text. Like, I want you to complete this text based upon the patterns that you know. And I'll give you a starting point. So I'll prompt you. So that's where those words come from, prompt and completion. So for example, you go to ChatGPT and instead of typing in what some of these layman TV shows and articles type right away, they type in a question. Ignore that. This is what it really is. Roses are red, violets are. Hopefully this translates to non-US the saying, but this is a very popular saying. Roses are red, violets are, and you hit the character turn, and ChatGPT says blue. Because it looked at all this data out there and it says, okay, well, what's the most likely thing to complete that prompt that Frank just put in? Well, it's blue. It said violets aren't, could have said something else. Could have said violets are purple. But it said blue because that was the most probabilistic completion of the prompt. That's what an LLM is. And ChatGPT is the web app that sits on top of, that talks to the LLM. So the prompts, what you put as a prompts, they steer the behavior of the LLM. So for people that have done prompt techniques, they understand this already. For people that don't, that's why I wanted to put this here. They steer the behavior of the LLM. You're not touching the neural network. This is really important. The prompts do not screw around with all the weights of the neural network, like I mentioned before. It makes it so much easier, right? And then most LLMs behave similarly. So what you put for your prompt increases the probability of getting what you want. That's the purpose of good prompts, right? So here's another example. So I type in this little sports thing, hopefully your soccer or European football, real football. So we have Messi, who is a famous football soccer player. He lines up the free kick with his magical left foot, he shoots, and then you hit the character turn, and ChatGPT says, well, what's the most probabilistic completion of that? And he finishes scores, right? About some nice little description of how Lionel Messi kicks the ball into the net. Okay, so it's a pattern completion. It's a text completion application. So if you learn that first as an LLM, then you understand what an LLM is. And if you learn it like you type in a question like, what is Java? That's really, don't think of it like that. Think of it like it's completing text. And of course, with all the language models, whether it's OpenAI or it's Gemini from Google or Anthropic or any other ones, there's many applications. I mean, Volkswagen has, for some unusual reasons, has access. They have an application that talks to OpenAI. I'm not quite sure what it does, but they have an application that does that. And of course, there's chatbots like ChatGPT, right? Now that's all I'm going to focus on. I'm going to talk about chatbots, and we know about REST APIs. That's how the web works. So, and before I talk about the Java API, just to show you real simply, it's like a little curl script. So in here, I'm talking to the endpoint for chat, and there's some headers you have to pass. You have to pass the API key, which is, you have to go to the OpenAI site to register an API key. It's truly easy. But then you pass this like little language. All right, what model do you want to use? So OpenAI has many different models to use. They have GPT-4, the 3.5. There's some really cheap, inexpensive models for you to use. And you send it this little language. Here I have messages. So there's a language that it understands, and you have to give it like, here's my prompt. Here's how I want you to respond. Here's additional information. So it's like a little language that you send to the server, right? And then you get back, because I asked for JSON, you get back this. Right, so you get back some data, some metadata about your response, but then in red, You have the content. I asked for a hello world in Java. And if you look at that red, there's a little Java program. So it gave me some code back. But that's what you get back, right? That's the response back from the rest. So how many models are available? So we heard about GPT 3.5 and there's GPT 4, there's Gemini, there's blah, blah, blah. So how many models do you think are available? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about that. Take a guess. Okay, so as of February 12th, which is some weeks ago, there's 500,000 models. There's over 500,000 models to use. So there's not 2, there's not 3, there's not 5, there's not 10, there's not 12. There's 500,000 of them. And it seems like, I bet if you went to that link down the bottom, it's probably about 540,000 models. There's a lot. There's a lot. And they're for different purposes. Okay, so now let's talk about prompt techniques. Okay, so we've heard about prompt engineering. It's not really software engineering. You can argue that's not really engineering. They're just prompt techniques. Okay. Now, prompt engineering, and I'm using the term loosely, the techniques that might produce good results. It's not techniques that will produce good results. They might produce good results. And the better your prompt is, the better your result is. So there's all these techniques in prompt engineering, right? But the key word here is might produce good results. So we'll check this out. So here's GPT 3.5. So I ask it, what is the 7th word in this phrase? I said, Frank Greco is a software developer who lives above. So the 7th word is who? And ChatGPT says, well, 7th word clearly is software. It's like, well, that's wrong. Because most likely it's this people asking for the 7th word is not likely. You probably would ask for what's the first word? What's the last word? You're probably not asking for the 7th word. So it got confused. So I just basically took a guess, or took a probabilistic guess. And then here's GPT-4. That's just another model that OpenAI has. It's what's the 7th word in that phrase? And it says, oh, clearly it's developer. And so that's wrong too. So because if I had asked it, what is the first word? I would guess that would get it correct. If I said, what's the last word? It would probably get it correct. Because those are most common things you're going to ask. But if I said, what's the 11th word? Or what's the 16th word? It's probably going to get it wrong. Unless you train it better, it's going to get it wrong. So prompts are not always, won't always give you the correct answer. It's how you formulate the prompt. It's also, of course, the data. Of course, we always forget about the data, but the data is the most critical aspect of this. If you don't have the data correct, if it's not clean data, unbiased data, garbage in, garbage out, right? So here are some tips, and OpenAI has a lot of good tips on it. Be very, very specific, right? This is a bot, just as like, watching some sci-fi movie. Be very specific, right? And give plenty of examples. It doesn't really understand when you say, don't do this. So negation is fairly difficult for an LLM to do. It's better to tell it what to do. And there's a lot of research on negation in LLMs. This is still early days. This is early days for all of this stuff, right? I mean, it takes a long time to create useful stuff out of a new technology. So we're in the early days, right? And regrettably, sometimes we're going from R&D into production, which is scary, in my opinion. We're missing the middle part of testing, but so we're in the early days. So we're learning a lot. So there's a lot of techniques. I can't possibly go over all the techniques. It's just a few of them. There's probably a dozen, 2 dozen techniques. So here's some basic ones. So the 0 shot is that I give it like explain generative AI. I didn't give it any examples. That's all I said. There's no examples. Just explain generative AI. That's an easy one. Few shot is that let me give you some examples first of what I want. And notice what an example is doing. An example is giving you adding more patterns for the LM to understand. So here I'm saying this is a fantastic product. Rate that a 10. No one responded to my emails. Sounds like me. Give it a 0, very negative. So you give it some examples, and then you say the last one, still waiting for a product of 6 weeks. What would that be? Well, you gave it some examples. So that's, you complete, it completes your prompt saying, no, well, that's probably a 2, negative. So that's called few shot because I'm giving it examples. And there's a lot of studies on few shots and different stylistic tweaks to few shot. But that's what few shot is. There's chain of thought where you say, like, here's my thought processes on how I solve a problem. And you give it, here's a question, here's a solution, and here's a new question. Now, based upon how I solved that problem, how would you solve the problem? So you're telling it, you're training, you're just giving it more data. So that's called chain of thought. Like, what is my chain of thought in solving this problem? And that's been proven to give a lot of solid answers. And this whole thing about prompt techniques, there's many others. There's a lot of research happening with this. This is all new stuff. People are tweaking, they're adding this, adding that. They're using LLMs, collaborative LLMs to do prompting back and forth. This is a new area, just one of the topics that you have to really stay on top of on prompting techniques. And the way you structure a prompt is that you don't just give it a prompt. Okay, right? Just like I mentioned, you have to give it context. So you give it context, like you give it examples, right? How to behave, and then you give it your actual prompt, and then you say, like, well, give me the output. Maybe you want some JSON, or you want a table, or you want some sort of other output, maybe a different language. So a prompt is not just a thing that you send, right? There's also the context and how you want it. And some of these prompts can be quite long. And recently, you send this, I think it was Gemini, Google's Gemini, has increased the size of this prompt, this whole so-called context window. I think it's like 1 million tokens. So it's big. Whether that's good or bad, I think it's a TBD, because now there's some studies, again, this is still R&D level stuff. People have looked at, is a large context window useful? I mean, where do you put the data? Do you put the useful data at the beginning of that, or at the end of that, or in the middle? So now there's studies out. It depends where you put it in the context window. So this is all new stuff. So let me talk about OpenAI, since that's the big girl in the game. They have all kinds of services, some really, really cool services, and it's a lot of fun, actually. So I started playing around with this about a year ago, and I wanted to learn about all their APIs. So they have a set of REST APIs, of course, for us Java developers. There's very simple REST APIs. So when you with the rest of the base, I mean, go back to this for a second. There's a URL for the APIs. It's quite simple, right? And just to show you as a Karl script, the language in the middle of this message is quote unquote language. Here I say, like, okay, I want a joke about Java programmers. So you have to give it what role, and a role can be 3 things. It can be the user, like you're sending, here's what I want. You can say, how do you want it to behave? That's called a system role. So you're telling the LLM, I want you to behave like this. So it's sort of like an out-of-band message. There's also a third message called assistant, which took me a while to figure out what that was, but it's kind of confusing. So there's user, system, and message. And so here I'm telling it to behave as a hilarious insult comic to get a funny joke about Java programmers. All right, so there's this user, there's system, there's user. There's also assistant, which seems kind of weird. It's like, wait a minute, I'm sending it assistant. Shouldn't I be receiving assistant messages? So when we build a chatbot, you'll understand what assistant means. So if you have not built a chatbot, you won't understand it. It'll be confusing because you think like assistant should be the thing coming back from the LLM, which it is, but it's a little more subtle than that. But I'll explain that. But if you want to play around with the REST API, I mean, you can do it like with a curl script, like I was doing. There's the REST. You have this little REST playground, like the usual type of REST tool, little web app that allows you to play around with all the parameters. There's on the right, there's all kinds of parameters that you can set. There's how long you want the result. There's something called temperature. So temperatures. Whoops. What just happened there? I just lost. That was odd. So temperature So way back when I did my graduate project, so I was looking at melody, how melodies go in a certain style. So, for example, if you had like a composer, let's say like you had like Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton picks the note G, and what's the next note in the melody? Well, it might be a B or it might be a D, right? If you know about music, it might be a third major third, it might be a fifth. But if he only, in the songs that you look at, if he only went to one way or the other way, there's 50-50 chance it went that way, 50-50 chance it went that way. So all the songs that you generate will either have one or the other. So there's no creativity, right? It's like not being creative.
Frank, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the video seems frozen after you. Yes, it's still frozen for us.
Frozen.
Yes, I can hear you. All okay?
Okay. Can you see this now?
I can see your slides. The slides, we've taken off the slides for a couple of seconds while you try to fix the video. The slides, I can see the slides, not on the stream otherwise, but the video is still frozen.
The video. Okay, let's see. I am not sure what happened there.
Probably change some settings for camera, and if nothing works, then probably you could exit StreamYard and join again.
Let me save that URL. Apologies for this.
Okay, so while we are waiting for Frank to join, I think he just did. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Frank, we can see you now, and the video is great again.
Oh, are we back to, okay.
Okay, so now you could share, as soon as you share your slides, we'll add it to the stream,
Okay.
and then I'll go backstage.
Okay, how's that?
I don't see that now, until now. I'll let you know as soon as I see the screen share.
Okay, so you can see the screen now, Mala?
No, not yet. Not yet. Did you click on present? You'll have to re-share that.
Yeah, let me see.
Okay. Not yet?
One more time.
Sure. Yes, it's coming. Yes, you can see your screen now. So do you want to make it full screen? And as soon as you do that, okay. Yes. Okay. And now I'm going backstage.
Okay.
Sorry about the interruption.
Apologies.
Right.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So there, as I said, there are three roles for the OpenAI LLM. There's the user, there's the assistant, there's a system, how you want to behave, and then there's the assistant, which I'll explain a little bit as we get forward with chatbots. So let's talk about the API. Finally, we can talk about Java. So when I guess a year ago, when I started using ChatGPT, it was ChatGPT 3.0. So I said, well, okay, it's a REST API. How hard can it be? So I created a little bit of REST code in Java, pretty simple stuff, and it worked fine. And then they came out with 3.5, and everything broke. I mean, after all the work I did, and then 3.5 came along, and they changed the message format. They changed everything. They changed the end. It was like all my code just like broke. And so I said, oh, yeah, I could do this all over again. I said, you know what? I'm supposed to be a professional programmer, senior programmer. let me see if someone else has done this, and I'll just use it. So I looked around, and even OpenAI suggested there's someone that Theo Canning. He has a really good set of wrappers around the REST API. So I said, thank you, Theo. So I got his code, and there's a link to it. He did a really, really good job, and it works fine with GPT-4 and all the new stuff that OpenAI came up with. So I would suggest that you go to that site and get Theo's code. It makes it quite simple. And here's an example. So, and this is literally the entire, this is one page of code, right? This is less than a page of code. So you open up one OpenAI service, that's his API call, and there I have duration like timeout after 30 seconds. And here's a little bit of code. I want to use the so-called Babbage code, and that's like a really, really inexpensive LLM. So like when you're doing testing, you don't want to use GPT-4 since it's more expensive than the other ones. So Babbage 002 is really inexpensive. So there's my prompt. I said, give me 3 completions. So you can get more than 1 completion. I said, give me 3 of them. I don't want anything more than 10 tokens, which is about approximately 10 words. And 0.3 means, I don't want it that creative. Don't be too creative. Just like, if you want it deterministic, you would set that to 0. But I said, all right, give it 0.3. And then you get the output. That's literally all the code you need. And here's another example where I'm sending it system messages and user messages. So the system here, you're a funny comedian, and respond is one. Or you could say, I'm a helpful Java expert. Please respond and help me out with Java. And here's another example. And this one says, give me only one, GPT 3.5, only give me 1 completion, and only give me 30 tokens, or approximately 30 words back. So that's another simple, that's literally all the code you need, right? So with that, you can follow. He has many examples in his repo. So he did a really, really good job. And thankfully, I don't have to redo my REST code. So finally, we get to chatbots. So if you're not doing a chatbot, you just call the REST APIs, right? So the OpenAI services, like most of the other LLM services, they are stateless REST calls, right? They're stateless REST calls. But if you're having a conversation with somebody, like a chatbot, you want state, right? Because you want to say, like, what did Frank refer to before? That's state, right? But the REST calls are stateless. So what do you have to do? You have to introduce state. So when you build a chatbot, you keep a history of the conversation. You keep a history of the conversation, and that history collects over time, gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and you keep on sending it to the LLM as state. So over time, you're saying more and more messages, along with the prompts that you asked and the responses that you get back, the assistant messages. So you send back, here's what the assistant said, and that's how you label the assistant. Here's my message, and then you ask a new prompt. So the actual prompt that's actually sent to the LLM gets bigger and bigger and bigger. You got to be careful you don't go past your context window. So chatbot still uses the stateless REST calls, but you have to send it context along the way. Okay, so that's what a chatbot is. But how do I get the chatbot to understand our private docs? Because you don't want to send your private docs. What company wants to send their private docs to OpenAI? I mean, do you trust a company like OpenAI? I mean, I certainly don't. The whole company was going to quit on a drop of a dime because they didn't like the way the company was run. I'm not sure I trust companies like that. You always, like any IT manager, you always have to be protective, to be on the defense. So how do you protect against this? Well, there's a couple ways. Okay, so the way that you get an LLM to give you what you want, use prompt techniques like I talk about. Okay, this is so-called no code, like, okay, as if that's going to solve everything, but there's many techniques. It doesn't require IT expertise. Okay, but it doesn't use your information. It doesn't use your private code. private docs. So there's a technique called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, and it's been popular over the past, probably 6 months. It reduces hallucinations, like when we asked it for the seventh word in that sentence, right? It was hallucinating. Right? Hallucination is probably a bad term. It's delusional is probably more accurate. So it reduces hallucinations, and you don't have to send right. It does require data storage, but most companies understand, databases, things like that. Okay. Then the other ones down here, there are other ways to make an LLM give what you want. There's something called fine tuning, but you have to be really a data scientist, understand statistics and data. You have to be a data engineer. It'll give you very specialized information, very accurate, but you have to know what you're doing. You have to be a data scientist. Not everybody in the world is going to be a data scientist. I know many of my students will never, ever be data scientists. You're just not that type. It's like some people are front-end developers, some people are back-end developers. They're usually, rarely do you get somebody that's good at both. The same with this stuff. You have to be a data scientist. You can train your own model if you have a lot of money. You create your own foundational model, and not too many people are going to do that. It's expensive. And you can write your own LM, which of course only a handful of people on the planet can do that. So the thing in green, so prompt techniques, we know we can work with that in RAG. So this is a cool thing called RAG, right? So RAG solves these problems. So the foundation model typically doesn't know about my docs. It still hallucinates, right? Delusional, or what's the term that confabulations. It's not sure which one's more accurate, but it basically gives you the wrong answer, right? The foundation model is not always updated, right? If you had your own data, you would keep it up to date because that's your responsibility, right? And you don't know where the data came from. What doc did that information come from? What PDF did that come from? What URL did that come from? You have no idea, right? So prompt engineering, okay, but it's there are a lot of issues. So what RAG does, and there was this paper in 2020. And actually, this paper was based upon another paper from years before on conversation context, on how having a conversation with a bot, like you have to provide a context. Well, so like all papers that you stand on the shoulders of other people that came before you. This paper, which came from Facebook, probably one of the more useful things that came from Facebook, but I digress. And retrieval augmented generation, you're retrieving information and you're augmenting the context that you send to the LLM and then generating the answer. So this is 2020, so it's recent. So this is the context part, right? This is the context part where you have to put in context from your private docs. So this is the overall RAG architecture. So you have the prompt from the user. And then you say, well, I need to get context. So I need to go to a data store, right? I need to go to a data store, and I mean storage, not a data store, the data storage. And you look for things that are similar to the prompt, and you get that data, and that's the similar data, and you add that to the original prompt, and you send that to the LLM. So that's the context. So this is really high level of basic RAG architecture, and then you get the completion. And then how you get stuff into the vector store, whether it's text or URLs or PDFs or MP3, transcriptions, whatever it is, you have to figure out how you want to chunk it, and I'll talk about chunking strategy. Chunking just means, do I want sentences? Do I want to use the number of characters, like you only use 512 characters? Or do you want to use markup? I want to use HTML. I want to use Markdown. So, and chunking strategy is just like prompting. These are all new. So things are moving, right? So just to follow these things, when you build a real production application, you have to keep these things are moving targets, right? And you have to monitor these things. So the benefits is that you get content that's up to date, right? And it's specific to the question, or actually the question specific to the prompt, right? And you reduce the hallucinations. You don't eliminate them, but the techniques, use prompt techniques plus RAG to bring the hallucinations lower and lower. Of course, course, you have to always monitor this. So then you might have to tweak your prompt or tweak how you get data, right? And you're in control of the data. You don't send the data to your LLM. You're not sending the data to your LLM, right? You have the data at data store. And then what's really cool, you can save the citations in the database. So not only do you have some things that are similar, but you can say, well, what URL did this come from? What PDF or what Word doc they came from, or what Google doc? So you can keep citations as metadata in the VDB, right? So, but then how do I find similar things? So let's talk about the middle part real quickly so I can show you some demos. So the RAG system has to find stuff that's similar, right? That's a keyword, similar. How do I find things that are similar? And that's my context. So how do I find something similar? So let's really quickly, since we're getting close to running out of time here, but let's say I want to find out how similar are these songs. So I have a bunch of songs here. There's from jazz songs to pop songs to rock songs. So how similar? Well, how can I find out what's similar? Well, one easy thing is that I can look at the beats per minute. Some are fast songs, some are slow songs. So let's look at beats per minute. So here I put the beats per minute underneath each song. And so I can tell which ones are closer to one another by looking at their beats per minute. I can do a subtraction to find out if they're close or not. If it's 0, then they're really close, right? So it's helpful, but if you look at to the left, I have Summertime and Ella Fitzgerald jazz next to Green Day. Those two songs are not even close to being similar, but from BPM, from one dimension, they are similar, right? So I need to add more dimensions. So let's add more dimensions. I add what genre, whether it's pop, rock, jazz, and the x-axis, whether it's slow or it's upbeat. So I kind of put them now during quadrants. So that's better. So I can see the difference from the X and Y axis. It's better, but I still have things like I have Taylor Swift next to Queen, or Metallica next to Taylor Swift. So well, this is also helpful. It's not quite the thing that I need, but that's only 2 dimensions. So that's two or 3 dimensions. Now I can draw it in 2 dimensions or in 3 dimensions if I'm lucky. But since we're not, alien beings from the future or from another galaxy, we can visualize things that are beyond 3 dimensions. There could be hundreds of dimensions. Like for music, it could be major key, minor key. Is there a transposition? What do the lyrics say? Is it a sad song? Is it a happy song? Is there a bass? Is there a guitar? There's hundreds and hundreds of dimensions, right? And there's all these different mechanisms how you determine the value of dimensions. Now, OpenAI has worked with some researchers and some other work that, okay, I can come up with attributes of text. And here's what's called an embedding vector. So I typed in hello world to the embedding service, and it gave me, here's a vector, and it's 1,536 elements to this vector. This describes the string hello world. This describes the string hello world. I can give it any string, and if I have time, I'll show you a demo. And it'll give you back this vector with different numbers. So it's an array, it's one-dimensional array of floating point numbers, and it describes that string, right? And here's using Theo's API. This literally it's like half a page of code to get an embedding. Actually, I think I used this to get the page before this. So I get all that. And there's a little wrapper that to make it easy, because I'm going to use this wrapper a little bit later on. Get embedding vec is just that you give it the handle to the connection, and then here's the string, and give me back the embedding vector. Okay, so now I have embedding vector. So now I have 2 embedding vectors. How do I find out if they're similar or not, right? So this is easy. So you just have to do some matrix calculations. And if you remember back in university or even in high school, you're doing matrix calculations to figure out cosine. You're like, why am I learning this? Why am I learning this? Oh, well, this is why you learn. You're supposed to learn. I wish I was just it wasn't about generative AI, but there are reasons why mathematics exists, right? So this gives you the similarity of 2 vectors. This is one of the ways you could do it. And you might say, like, well, this is a little difficult. It's not difficult. I wrote the code that does that. So here's three methods that does what this page does. Okay, it's not hard. So you can use this code, and here I used my code, and I used Theo's code to get embedding. I got 2 embeddings. The first one up here, the second one I said, like, how similar are they? And if it gives me a similarity that's close to 0, I'm sorry, close to 1, then they're similar. If it's giving me something 0, then they're not as similar. So that's how you figure out similarity. And then you look at the database, what are similar, and then I'm going to use that as context. And you might say, like, well, I don't need a vector database. I could do this myself. Yeah, you can, but vector databases are it's a little more tricky, right? You need to provide CRUD functionality. You have to make sure that there's admin tools, there's security, there's data consistency. It's not easy. It's non-trivial. So you just use a database, and there's many databases where you store the string and you store the embedded vector, and vector databases are really good for storing long arrays of numbers. Right, and then you can store URLs. Where did the data came from? What PDF doc did I come from? What Google doc did I come from? What MP3 did I come from? Right. So that's what you use a vector database. There's plenty of them. I'm just probably only 1/3 of what there are. I happen to use Milvus because I was looking at all the Java APIs for all these, and they all have Python APIs. I thought Milvus had the best Java APIs, not a great Java API, but it had the best Java API from what I looked at. They all seem to be Python programmers that generate Java, so it's like, okay, but it was workable. So and you have to figure out what a chunking strategy is. But let's say I picked sentences. I mean, there's some pluses and minuses using sentences, but sentences was a good thing. So my chunk was a sentence. So everything, all my text, web, PDF, I broke everything into sentences, right? So because you need a chunking strategy, right? And here's some little possibilities, and some of them are good for really granular queries. Some of them where you want some more detail, you might want a whole document. But I use sentences, and so the first thing is that I needed something to break a string into sentence. So I wrote this code. Give me a string, and I'll break it into a list of sentences, or basically a list of strings. So with that as my foundation, okay, so I can change the string into sentences, and I can store them in the vector database, which is pretty straightforward. Then I can find similar strings based upon the similarity, the cosine similarity that all vector databases have. So if I have that, what else can I do? Well, everything. So as Java programmers, we've been doing this for decades, right? We've been looking at all these docs and then parsing this stuff. We've been doing it for decades, right? So here's to read a text file into a string. I mean, that's a one-liner, right? CSV files. You go to the Apache Commons. There's another Apache reading PDFs, websites, Google Workspace. We've been doing this for decades. So we can now read in all these docs, convert them into a chunk, and I happen to be using sentences, and then store them in a vector database along with their source, whether it's here's the URL, or here's the PDF, here's the path name, whatever it is. So now let's see if I can show you some demos. I'm running out of time. All right, let me run this guy. What this is doing is just, okay. You're extremely funny comedian, or respond as a funny comedian. Okay. How should I learn Java? So this is a system message telling you telling it how to behave. And this is the question, how should I learn Java? And okay, okay, here is, okay. So there's a response back. So it tries to be a little humorous. Okay, well, that's not that funny. I said extremely funny. It's not so funny, but anyway. So that's using Theo's API, and here it shows you how easy it is to use. Right? There's the model. My messages where I have a system message, I have a user message. Put them in this list, and then send the whole thing to OpenAI. So that's that one. here's an embedding. So actually, sorry, make this a little larger. There's a embedding. So let me run this. And what is this doing? So I just have the little, I asked the user for a string to embed, and then I'll show you what the embedding looks like. So get the embedding. All right, so hello world from Frank Greco. Frank. So it goes to OpenAI and gives me back this vector. So there's 1,536 floating point numbers in here. So that represents, wow, where's my original? It's here we go. So all the attributes of that string are embedded in this vector, 1,536. And I could let me give it another one. Hello, wow. And there's another vector. If I can find, sorry for making everybody dizzy here. All right, there's that string. So there's 1,536 elements in that vector, a one-dimensional array that represent that string. And then we want to find out how similar that one. Okay, so here's another quick example. And this guy. So I got the embedding for that string, and I got the embedding for that string, and I see, well, how close are they? And I used my code that I wrote, those three little Java methods, and it says 0.8. So the closer it is to 1, it's the cosine similarity is closer to 1 if they're close. So let me put something completely different there. It is raining today, unfortunately. And let me run this again. And if you notice, the number is lower because they're not so similar. So it says so you can use this number and you can say only give the things that are similar to it. So you can say, like, if it's within a certain delta, give me what's similar. And then you when you find out what is similar, you pull out the text that's similar and you put that together with the user prompt and you send that to the LLM. So I built, I didn't quite get to implementing Google Docs or Google Workspace, formerly known as G Suite. And Google tends to change the name of their things on a whim, or Word or Microsoft Docs too. That's the next thing I'm going to do. But I have, oops. Oh, yeah. So what I'm doing here is that this is a little command pattern thing that you learn when you first learn Java and interfaces. I think I pulled code out of something that was like more than 10 years old. But so I have some commands here. Let's make this a little bigger. And let's say, what do I have here? Let me use the Java 22. So what I did is that I loaded in, since loading in URLs is pretty straightforward to do, I loaded in this website, InfoWorld, on Java 22, right? And I loaded in, this one, which was also Java 22. So I loaded in two URLs into this. It's sort of like a table in a relational database, but not quite. It's called a collection, but it's not like a Java collection, but it's like a table. And I'll say, let's say instruction. So you are a helpful Java expert, right? So tell the LLM how to behave. Okay, what is in Java 22? Okay, so it gave me back So actually, one thing, notice how it was a little bit slow. So, and you notice that ChatGPT gives you answers back right away. There's a parameter to the REST API that, do you want to bring back the entire result in one shot, or do you want to give it back in pieces? Like if you're a web programmer, you know what SSE is, server sent events. So you're asking the web infrastructure on OpenAI, so give me it as SSE, and I'll take it in as it comes. So it's more like a chat, how humans behave, right? It's like a chat, but that's using SSE. So you have to add code to your Java program to handle SSE. You have to use a thread. It's a little more complicated than just what I did, but this is very straightforward. So get the whole output, send it to me when you're done. So that's why it took a little bit more time. So it says about Java 22, and I can say, let's see, streams. Okay, so show me Java code to illustrate. Hopefully this works. Stream, I think they're called aggregators. Aggregators. Did I get that right? Okay, so again, it waited for the entire result, so it gave me some code back. So it's like when I finished this was so much fun to build, and I added a whole bunch of commands about loading. I loaded URLs. I loaded text. You want to just load a note into the database. So I just brought this whole thing. This was so much fun to do. I actually, using some help from Ken Cousin, I was able to take an MP3, transcribe it, and then chunk it into sentences. And then I was able to ask questions on an MP3. That might take a little time to demo here since I am 3 minutes over, but it was very straightforward to do. So with that, I'll end here since I am over time. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Hi, Frank. That was an amazing session, I would say. I haven't worked a lot with LLMs, but it was amazing. I learned a bunch of things. Also, kind of not thinking in a certain way, as you mentioned in your talk a lot of times, that a lot of people think about LLMs or prompt engineering in a particular way. So those were all good topics about the vector databases, vectors, how so many 31536, what was the word that was used to store just the string hello world? So that kind of blew my mind. So that was amazing. I'm sorry because we are over time. We won't be able to take any questions. But when you asked how many models are there, so I think the top people went were 1,200. So that was the disparity that we were looking at.
Yeah, it's hard to believe there are that many.
Yes, absolutely. And most people were agreeing to what you were saying. So one of the comments mentioned that, yes, what you mentioned about prompt engineering, yes, that was correct. And it was more about people discussing, yes, that is right. So yes, not really questions. Yes, one question, the code that you showed, do you have a link to the repo, and are you okay to share that publicly? If yes, you could share that link with me and we'll add it to the description of your demo, or if you would like to tweet that yourself.
I could send you. I have to do a little bit more work over the next few days, but I'll send you the link when I'm done with that. I wanted to add some additional things just to make it easier for people to understand.
Okay, that would be great. And with that note, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Once again, it was a pleasure to learn from you, Frank. That was an amazing session. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. On that note, let me bring our other two hosts to the stream.
Hello again.
Hi, everyone.
So, how's it going?
It's going great. My head now also is basically filled with knowledge and filled with stuff. But it's the end of the day here. I had the impression it was a couple of great, amazing sessions.
Yeah, and good discussions in the chat as well.
Absolutely. I was kind of blown away by the content which Frank had in his session, because it was not about using AI. It was more about what happens behind the scenes, and also because he's been working in the space for more than 20 years now. So he had a lot of insights. So that was really, really good and quite different from what we had in the other sessions today.
True. At the same time, I love seeing Trisha back, having worked with her together. Yeah, all of these sessions, I mean, from Venkat to, Max with the database is a pet peeve. Again, it's a favorite topic of mine. I don't know, all the sessions in between were just, I just learned quite a few things.
So, and there were also a couple of comments in the chat that the sessions that we're hosting today, that's giving so much food for thought for them that they'll have to kind of, first of all, go back and watch the sessions, and so much to like, oh my God, I didn't know this was already available in IDEA, as a lot of comments after Max's session and Trisha's session as well. All of the sessions, I could say that.
And that's why you need to rewatch them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And at a slower speed, speed.
Especially Josh. You need to watch him at half speed, right?
Yeah, Josh with half speed, then...
Yeah. Okay, so we had a good day, and we still have 7 talks tomorrow. And on that note, let me bring the slides. Everyone watching, thank you so much for being with us today, for participating, asking amazing questions, and answering the questions which were asked by other folks. And if you are looking for more information to get to stay connected, here are the socials on the screen. And of course, if you are here, do not miss to subscribe our channel, and you would find tons of other videos which I think would be really helpful to you. And do not go away for tomorrow, because this is a 2-day event, and we're here for another day of learning. So stay tuned, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
We'll see you again tomorrow for more coding. Come back.
Yay, see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.